welcome to the Debate Network.
The following program is rated TV MAL. It can
go fuck yourself.
How's everybody's father feeling today?
Off is the direction you can fuck.
Escuchen me. Everybody listen. Ha ha. To me.
Let me talk to you.
We are fucking back! We're back! Classic! We are back!
That's right, folks. We are back, baby. That's right. And welcome, everyone, to Circle Debates, Game Breaker Sports, and In Time Wrestling Podcast, folks. Episode 225. This is I didn't put the THE on of course, I just put the two words that mean something here because it's the ultimate determination, because we're in that final year of 2024 that we're heading to, and a new fresh year of 2025. But yes, folks, as you know, I'm not alone, folks. I'm with me familiar right here, my three hosts, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go!
Of course, this man is a two-time network champion, and unfortunately, he could be the three-time, but it's coming soon. But he is the Redeemer, folks. He redeems to everyone, to redeem yourself. This man is Mr. Every Night here on this network. Mm-hmm. That's who he is. Mm-hmm. And Jesus, we stop around.
Because I'm not just the coolest, and I'm not just the best.
The Redeemer is back.
That's right.
You know what we always say. It is Thursday Circle of Debate. We are live with the fam. Let's fucking go. You know what that means. It is game over.
Oh, that shit always gets me wild. But you know what gets me wild? Because this man, who is your Mr. Banger, folks, that bangs all over the network and also Game Breaker Sports, he bangs. I'm not gonna say the rest, but you know what I mean.
How you doing?
Yes, because this man is the banger of podcasting, folks. Because he's one of those, all right.
Drop it slow.
He drops his stuff. Come on. You know what? I got no comment on that. I'm just gonna shut the fuck up because then I'm gonna go too much. Too much. Oh my!
Banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger.
Banger.
Let's go. Right. The banger podcasting, folks. 10K, folks.
Let's fucking go! Let's go!
Oh, yes.
I clap to you three right here. That's what I clap. You three right here. After, I think, 4 weeks of watching you guys on Thursday nights, the banger is back to do what the banger loves to do. And that is to bang with my boys and talk some wrestling. So let's go, baby.
Let's right.
Go.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's a new logo now. It's no longer this one. It's now this one right here, folks.
There we go.
In case, ladies and gentlemen, you did not enjoy NXT Deadline, and you actually want to, give shit to Papa H, or speaking of you're taking a shit and you're stuck there for quite some time. Or They say you want to get out of your contract, but unfortunately, somebody named Tony Khan doesn't want to let you out of this contract because he doesn't understand Spanish. So, but he thought you want to go get some food instead of actually getting a doctor. Call this man right here. That is right. Pepsi Phil Hathaway Esquire, attorney at law, folks. Make sure he will fight for you, ladies and gentlemen. Is $39 consultation fee with a free can of Pepsi. Ain't that right, Redeemer?
That's absolutely right. And you must always remember that Pepsi Phil and Pepsi are not responsible for the wrong can of Pepsi. Top Rope Wrestling, Dog Circle Debate are all responsible for this ad.
Call today.
Money's on the way. Call Pepsi Phil today. Right now.
Right. Because he'll fight for
you.
Oh, that is right.
Also, remember, we do not endorse Coca-Cola Karen over here, right?
No, we do not. Right, that's right. We do not. Pepsi Phil. What's happening, Pepsi Phil? What's going on?
It is a good day. It is a good day, slap nuts. Who trying to get sued? Who trying to get sued?
I guess, yeah. Who's trying to get sued today? But shout out to everybody in the chat already. FM, what is going on?
Let's go to FM. Welcome back, homie.
Have anyone ever considered what wrestling world would have been with, like, WCW still in this business day, or taking out WWE, put him out of business instead? Ooh.
Nice.
Hey, Lauren. Lauren. How are you, Lauren?
What's up, Lauren?
Pepsi Phil. I thought it was a shift. No, it is Pepsi Phil.
I guess we all going. What's up, Chef?
Speaking of Chef, there he is.
Chef. What's up, BC?
KPG. Yes, greetings and congratulations from your baby mama's future ex-husband.
What? KPG,
my bowel movement came out.
He's been on a roll since he's been getting his Val Venus thing on. I think he's been like,
I guess so.
KPG laid some wood, and KPG is
KPG,
man.
His go-to play is always the Hail Mary. You know,
otherwise known as no high fructose corn syrup. What the fuck? What's good, fam? What's going on, Dylan? Dylan live as well.
Dylan.
That's right. Absolutely. You can check both for the channels. While we're live, they're going to be live too in a few moments. They're going to be doing the predictions of Saturday night main event. We'll be doing that later on as well. See, can you help me out here to get this practice squad situation? My coach is threatening to cut me every day if I keep talking to her sister. I'm just being a good. You know what, KPG? I don't know what to tell you, bro. I can't help you. There you go, Lauren saying Pepsi.
Look at that.
Oh, yes. It is an honor.
Hey, that's class, y'all. That is class.
That's
Absolutely.
right.
Lauren don't get sued like the rest of you bastards.
Are you looking for your day in court? Call Pepsi Phil right now.
That's right.
Lauren about to get paid. Unlike the rest of you.
Man. Let's get into the action, man. Oh, man. What a fantastic weekend.
We're
gonna combine both, of course, and what happened at Deadline and what happened this past Tuesday here, because there's a lot of things that are coming up. Yes, CW, you cut it off, but we found out why, and we saw on social media what happened after Tuesday. I'm speaking of. But first, let's talk about Deadline overall. I'll go very brief. I mean, I enjoyed it. It was amazing. Just the one thing I said it on the chat with the Redeemer and Notorious. As they were hosting the watching party. It just the only match for me was just like, why is Frazier and Axiom have the tag team titles? Lose those fucking shits already. I'm already getting tired of this shit. We need Quarter Catch impressed me extremely, and they did a fantastic job that Saturday. They got the momentum, and there's so much they could do. But other than that, I mean, everything else was fantastic. I wish the Trick Williams and Ridge match was a little bit more, but I understand because of the timing for the Iron Survivors. That's possibly maybe the reason why they didn't do as much. Not much storytelling there in a way, in my opinion. I may be wrong, but I want to hear you guys' thoughts in a few. And both men's and women's was fantastic. Shout out to Soruka. Oh my God, that like 450 to a double clothesline. Oh my God, I'll do it down. I'm going to continue to say it. These three gentlemen can agree with me. Right now, NXT's women's division has the hottest and stupendous fucking roster of all time. I'm sorry to, it's the damn truth. It reminds me of TNA days when they had the best knockouts division. But right now, NXT is the one that is like shit. It's going nitty. Nalga Mania running wild, folks. Remember, I'm saying that respect. All right, ladies. But man, I'll take it to you, Pepsi Phil.
So
There you go.
I mean,
Right? Come on.
I thought Deadline was great. However, I know some people think it was Sol Ruka who was the MVP of that week of that match of the women's Iron Man match. For me, it was Ren Sinclair. She came in and she did a great job. Not only did she pretty much, she was one of the fighters that pretty much was a good transition fighter between each one, like everyone's movesets. Because there's the awkwardness when someone new comes in and someone's got to pretty much get them incorporated into the match a lot faster. Right. Ren was really good about making sure that happened 100%. And it was seamless because she knew how to mesh with everybody.
Right. Pepsi Phil, I don't want to cut you off, but I know that you love a certain woman. And when I was watching NXT Deadline, she reminded me of a certain somebody. And I think the resemblances are why you love her the same way you love who? Chelsea Green.
Chelsea Green.
Because Ren Sinclair which is crazy to say because Chelsea is just coming into her own.
Yep.
Ren Sinclair is mini Chelsea Green. So
she's got this weird aura that Chelsea has. Facts, she does 100% because Chelsea can be serious and goofy at the exact same time, and Ren Sinclair has the ability to do that. But she's been, like I said, as a character, she needs to push it up a little bit more. But as a wrestler in a ring, when she's telling a story, I actually think she's great. Like she honestly does not disappoint at all. And I know the problem is I think a lot of people kind of sleep on her because she's, like you said, she's just coming into her own right now because they're giving her big ass pushes that I do appreciate. I mean, the only one that I enjoyed, and honestly, I enjoyed it, but at the same time, I was making fun of the match. At the same time, was the Lola Vice Jada Parker match.
I fucking knew it. I knew it.
Miss Parker.
So here's the thing. It was a good match. But my exact words is all you need.
Were you watching the match or you were watching something else, buddy? I don't know.
I was watching both matches. Both of them were great, but my first thought was you need Jean-Claude Van Damme and Chung Lee on outside coaching local. Because at a certain point, I was like, this is ridiculous. And I kind of felt bad for the ring crew who had to take them ropes down and put them back up before the next time. Because when I saw it was like match number 2, I was like, God damn. Right in the back going, shit, I got to take it down and put it back up again. So, but overall, like I said, it still was a good match. It still seems, I ain't going to lie, the match didn't make any sense. Like, to this day, I still don't know why they was beefing. Like, I still don't know why they were beefing. I just chalk it up to mean girl shit that I just don't understand.
The future.
Tom.
Cheers, bro.
Cheers.
But all in all, like I said,
Green right there. You see,
Devin, what's good, bro?
That's right.
My man, Devin. I acknowledge you, Devin.
Now the men's Iron Man match, I laugh about because people were just like, once our boy Eddie Thorpe got knocked out and Obafemi came in, people were just like, "Oh, we know who's winning this one." Because yeah, of course you do, because he's supposed to win. Why are you mad? Because I know we do our predictions beforehand, and I was like, okay, I'm picking this dude to win. Then I saw Obafemi's coming in and goes, "Well, my picks just went out the goddamn window." But again, I didn't mind because again, Obafemi killed it. Obafemi does. Now that's in my opinion, the MVP for the men's Iron Man match was Ethan Page. That man was hilarious. He was hilarious in that match.
Oh my god.
So all in all, Deadline was just fun to watch.
Awesome. Kayla
was
the
good.
5th member of Final Testament.
That's right.
Let's go.
These dudes be trying to cut these women that got more miles and 107 busted up a Honda. Quit being stingy and pass on it to me. Jesus. Jordan, what is good, man? If we had a Circle
Jordan,
Debate Wrestling Awards, give it a live. Oh, we are going to have one, actually.
Oh, bro.
You know, Pepsi Phil and I did it last year. Now it's going to get everybody. So stay tuned for that. It will be happening.
Oh, and Liv is not. And Liv is not winning. Liv is not winning the goddamn thing. By the way,
no, for sure. You'll be. Stay tuned for that, folks. We will have
Woman
that.
of the Year.
What is going on, my boy?
Sports
West
for
Coast,
you.
baby. West Side. That's right. Shout out to Sports for Wrestling You podcast. Make sure you subscribe to our fans right there. Fandelli's a fantastic work.
yeah, but that's all I got for deadline because honestly, it was a short, fast, but not a quick kind of like where did the match go kind of situation. It was just like it was just the right amount of timing for that entire night, so I didn't feel like it was too long or too short.
Okay. All right, Boppy TK, break it down for us, brother.
Yeah, man. First and foremost, I loved how which is no shock because they have the best women's division in the world, but I absolutely loved how the women's Iron Survivor main evented the show. Like, that was exactly how it should have been. They had so much talent in that match. They absolutely should have main evented the show. Yeah, I mean, I was pretty spot on with everything that I thought was going to happen on the night. Obafemi should have been in the match to start with. I was confused why he wasn't. That was good slow play booking, HBK. I see you, bro. Which made us ultimately made me think that Wes Lee was the obvious answer to get the win in that match. I had been saying for months that the guy who was going to dethrone Trick is Obafemi, and then Trick's going to go up to the main roster. And here we are. Obafemi is fucking that dude, man. My guy, when the fifth man came out, and then Booker T's just like, oh boy, I got my winner, baby. Like, I was like, yep. Fraxium and No Quarter Catch Crew, great tag team match right there. I mean, Trick and Ridge was what Trick and Ridge I expected Trick and Ridge to be for sure. Lola and Miss Parker. Lola looked great. I love how Lola started the match just with a big shot, dude. And then the main event, the women's match. I mean, Pepsi Phil, I'm not going to go dive too deep into it, but I was going to say Ren Sinclair was fucking amazing in that match, too. She was absolutely amazing. She reminded me of Chelsea Green so much during that match to the point that I was going to make. You hyped me on it early. I just had to go with it right there. And then as you were talking about it, but Ren Sinclair was awesome. Sol Ruka is just fucking amazing at what she does. Stephanie back here is great, and her ass was even better. Zari is awesome, and Julia is fucking great. I can't wait for Julia to throw Roxanne, so Roxanne can come to the main roster. I can't wait for Trick to move his ass up to the main roster. And yeah, man, Deadline was what NXT does. It was good PLE or good takeover, whatever the fuck they're called nowadays.
Pay-per-view. It's not even PLE. Let's fucking call it pay-per-view. Oh, yes, Kayla. Don't worry. Yes. Oh, we're gonna talk about that very soon, Caleb.
Oh, that's right. That was
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. Redeemer.
She did look great though. 100%.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
See what up,
Oh man, I loved Deadline. I really did. Show was awesome. Like, starting off with the Iron Survivor for the men's was a hell of a way to go about it. Like, going into it, like, Ethan looked amazing. Honestly, Frazier, like, we can talk about like how Fraxium is at the point where we're just kind of like, just drop the tag team titles already. Just drop the tag team titles already. Like, there's got to be some kind of shady shit going on. Like, they have some blackmail on Shawn Michaels, and they're like, we ain't dropping these titles until you can figure out a way to get rid of this evidence. Like, it's. I thought it was amazing. Like, Wes looked amazing. Javon, shouts to my boy Javon Evans. That kid is got such a bright future for himself going forward.
Yes, amen to that.
And just having it be Oba, like, again, you can say it felt obvious who was going to win, but is it really the wrong decision? No, because it's Oba fucking Femi right now. The guy's incredible right now this year. He's just killed it. You know, basically the longest reigning North American champion now. He's about to basically, as far as everyone is concerned, become the NXT champion at this point. Trick is going to move on from there. Like, overall, hell of a way to start the show. Lola and Miss Parker, I thought they actually killed it. Like, I thought it was pretty surprising. Like, I really thought Jada was going to be the one to actually finally beat Lola in her own match. But because you think like, oh yeah, Lola is good with this kind of atmosphere, but it's like Jada, you know, she'll go street on you. She'll just beat your ass. Like she's ready to brawl every single time. But honestly, I like how they did the whole like Jada was selling the arm the entire time, and then Lola worked it over until like Lola started with her arm, and then it ended with that really wild looking submission, which was cool.
Mm-hmm.
The tag team title match, awesome. Like, I'll give it to No Quarter Catch Crew. They are getting themselves over big time. They are fantastic right now.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, like, just having them be there. Frazier, again, going into that matchup, basically beat up with a more than likely broken nose.
Yeah. It was
and
broken
still
nose.
able to put on that performance for over 15 minutes. Like, I am amazed on how fast he can move, how freaking what he can do, and how he just has so much like, yeah, I'm going in there with possibly 3 busted ribs. My nose is pretty much destroyed. I'm half out of it. Like, I don't know what else I can do. And this man's just still going. I think that was kind of the point of this whole thing was, can Frazier do it? Can Frazier be the guy to not only go in there for 25 minutes in an Iron Survivor, but also go in there and defend the tag team titles, which was, he proved it that he could actually do it. Like, do I still wish that No Quarter Catch Crew had won? Yes. I think it would have been a good look for them to go over Frazier and Axiom. I don't know where we go for the tag team titles, like, going forward, but we'll see what happens from there. Trick and Ridge, honestly, I think that was kind of the weakest point of the show. And I hate saying that because I love how much they built up Ridge. Trick is great, but I don't know. I just could not. I could not see them it just didn't deliver as much as I thought it was going to. I really thought it was going to do better. Like, it was.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, it was weird, but overall, you know, it was fine. It was just fine. Like, I thought it was going to be like big because, man, I still wish they'd pulled the trigger and put it on Ridge. I do think that would have been a better idea. You know, why not capitalize on how much he's hated right now, and you know, he's basically been tearing apart so much. Like, him beating Trick would have been huge for him, but I'm not mad that Trick retained in the end. So we'll see. Now we're giving it to Obafemi. It's more than basically everyone locked in at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I just wish that match was better though. But
right, I'm with you. Yeah. And then the Iron Survivor for the women main eventing. Fantastic way to end the show.
Mm-hmm.
All 5 women, fantastic job. Zarya looked amazing. Shouts to Stephanie Vaquer. She looks incredible every single time. Julia, amazing. Ren, I am happy for her that she got this spot. It was, I was so unsure that it was going to be her. And when they had her win that last chance, I was like ecstatic for her because this is your opportunity to just be like, she's not just in No Quarter Catch Crew to be the comic relief all the time.
Right.
She can go. And that's what I love about how they handled with her. And then, of course, you know, just honestly, I can see what Phil is saying when he said Ren Sinclair was the MVP. I think Sol Ruka stole the show. Like, she was all over the freaking place.
Yeah.
Like, after that matchup she had with Kalani, and then now she's in this, and the way she just stood out like over all 4 women, it was amazing how they did that. She was incredible. Like, overall, this show was just from basically top to bottom a great show.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, because NXT
It is getting very depleted.
Is it though? Because I don't think it is. Because the thing people keep forgetting is that NXT is still a developmental brand. So for every person who leaves, there's at least 2 or 3 more guys coming in who are starting to come into their own.
The attorney's getting ready to get a call.
So for me, honestly, I was like, yeah, I mean, truth be told, NXT should be the smallest roster.
I can debate that honestly because I still really don't consider it a developmental brand. I mean, if like I'm with you on that when it comes to being realistic, yes. But on television wise, it's already implemented as a third brand. It's reborn.
It is, it's
brought back to that, when Pop H started at the beginning of it, and now not only that, it's just that seeing that the talent that they have now currently in this roster has really a lot of tremendous potential that we're able to see what they're capable of doing when they head to the main roster, to Raw and SmackDown. You know, keep in mind, you know, they announced already they're gonna do a trade in here coming in January. You know, when after Netflix debut for Monday Night Raw, so we see who's gonna go, who's not gonna stay. You know, we don't know yet until then. So
it's true they are treating it like a regular brand, but I think that's part of the developmental system. That's still part of the developmental system. It's like this is a taste of what it'd be like on the main roster. So I don't mind that it has a very smaller roster because at the very least you get to see them focus on guys who honestly, if they had the old system, would show up on the main roster and then be buried under God only knows how many matches against the Brooklyn. So I'm also on the one hand, the one who posted, I forget who posted the depleted comment, is absolutely right.
Yeah,
on the other hand,
yes, guess 512. Yes.
I think they're absolutely right, but at the same time, it needs to be. It needs, like, you don't want to have NXT having a super full roster because think about it. Doing NXT Black and Gold, they had a hell of a men's and women's roster, and at a certain point, Vince was so freaked out about it that he started decimating them soon as Triple H went to the hospital.
Yeah,
either cut somebody or brought them up to the main roster and changed their name to Fred.
Fred.
I'm just glad that motherfucker's out of the way.
Yeah, right. So just think about it. At a certain point, I don't know. I know wrestling fans who watch WWE stopped watching the main roster just to watch NXT Black and Gold at one point. Like
NXT Black and Gold was the best wrestling in the world, and it wasn't close.
Yes, exactly. Close. And you can watch NXT Black and Gold and be perfectly fine with the rest of your wrestling life.
Look at how much that show basically carried weekly television for Monday for WWE as a whole. When Raw was at its lowest, SmackDown was struggling to stay afloat in its own right. Here's NXT being like, don't worry, guys, we got you. We'll throw you guys a life preserver. Meanwhile, we'll stay on the boat and we'll take care of this. Like, it was insane how much NXT has always been, in my honest opinion, the better show in the end, like for so long. And now it's, you know, it's kind of felt like it's after it turned to 2.0, it started to feel like main roster, which is disappointing in its own right. Like, you want to see the main roster guys come there and help them, like the younger talent, which just makes all the sense. But it's like after a while, you just felt like you took main roster and threw it down on Tuesdays and said, well, we'll just engulf that. We're not going to barely push anybody big. Like, that's what sucked for 2.0. And then now it's like, it's back to being what it was again. It feels that way again.
Absolutely. I agree. Because it feels like more like, because I know I might get shit at what I'm about to say, but it's just like when Pop H took over in the beginning, and then he brought everybody here, like from New Japan and from, you know, from Ring of Honor, like, or, you know, at the time Ring of Honor was already heading to that direction. Unfortunately, they were going to sell the business, and they were deteriorating at the time. You know, and that's how we got the Kevin Owens, Nakamura's, the Finn Balor's. You know, we got all of those people. That felt like a Ring of Honor NXT at that time when it was born. And it was more about professional wrestling, a little bit less on promos. I may be wrong about that, but it felt to me that way, the beginning of the Black and Gold era with Papa H running it. Then after, of course, McNugget, piece of shit. Let's do entertainment, pal. I put a 2.0. What the fuck is 2.0, Vince? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And they just started doing all this shit with the whole marriage bullshit and all this crap. Keep that shit on over there where you were at the time, and kind of you fucked it up. But I'm glad that you're out of the fucking picture, big nugget piece of shit. And now we got, we got HBK. We got, you know how that's what he speaks. I mean, you heard his interviews, but at least I'm glad that he's there and he is left off where Pop H left off, and continue that rhythm going and bringing these intrigued talents that are intrigued of his roster. Julia, Stephanie Bakira, you know, like seeing all of this, seeing the relationship with Noah now, you know, how Taddy mentioned in the comments, it's coming there. It's gonna get there. That's why I feel for itself that it's a third brand. Yes, it's a developmental to help them to increase their charisma besides the in-ring ability, but more the charisma in the mics to perform in front of the 10,000s and more on a Monday or a Friday night.
So here's my question that I've always had that I'm curious about with everybody. So
Okay.
are we treating it if NXT is a developmental, but they act like a brand, but in the end they're still a developmental, but they're being carried like a brand. Do we hold them to the same status as SmackDown and Raw, or do we cut them a little slack because these kids are kids and still development?
No, we have to. I say fair and equal criticism. It's the
That's
same thing. It's how
But
it
the
always
thing
should
is,
be.
but the thing is, they're not a like. Thing is, these guys aren't like they literally just came out the tunnel, and they're still learning. So I mean, you're not going to get polished dudes. I mean, you're not going to get the same polished workers you get from Raw and SmackDown.
And I think
that's
to
fair.
add what you're saying, Pepsi Phil, if you go back and look at Black and Gold and why we all love Black and Gold, I mean, you went from Neville to Sami Zayn to Kevin Owens to Finn Balor to Samoa Joe to Shinsuke Nakamura to Andrade to Drew McIntyre to Adam Cole to Johnny Gargano to Bobby Roode was somewhere mixed in there after Drew or something like to Ciampa. Like, yo, we'll never replicate that. And what's crazy is that we do hold them accountable to Keith fucking Lee in his double championship, who was just as over as it gets. All right, like, and we do hold NXT accountable to that same level. Should we? Probably not. Do we? Yes. And do they consistently deliver? They do. And now you could go back and say that NXT's women's division was great back in the day with the 4 horsewomen and then Asuka and Rhea and Shayna and everything that they did in between. But this women's division now and the way that they are fucking just building like 20 women at the same time it's incredible what he's doing with it. So
that's the thing though, because it's like you said, because they have been so great. And honestly, on some weeks, they are the better product across the board against TNA, NXT, AEW, the main roster guys. NXT does hold its own against them. I don't blame you for holding them on the same status, but at the same time, I'm like, that's a lot of pressure on them because I remember when Becky Lynch first started, she was terrible. Not that she was not great. Like you couldn't see the potential there, but it was a rough start for old girl.
So how are these women so much better out of the gate now than say Becky was when she came out?
Because,
how is that a thing?
Because
especially Daddy, when Dusty was out there indubitably training these women to be the best women that they could be, Daddy. All right.
Because this time I give it to Triple H. That performance center, I don't know what they're putting in the water or what the trainers are doing back there, but they're coming in NXT and they're like, oh yeah, in 6 months you're going to be on the main roster. Because I remember back in the day, it was like, oh, it's going to take me a year to get cleaned up. Now these kids are coming in, you're going, yeah, give him about 6 months. He'd be ready to go on the main roster. Like that's the thing. The training, I'll keep calling it NIL, and that's not what it is. But the performance, the pipeline from the performance center to NXT's front door is incredible. They got Norman Smiley. They got all these dudes in the back that are professional, that are working professionals who are in their business. Yeah, almost literally the entire performance center is mostly dudes from the Attitude Era. Like mostly dudes from the Attitude Era who are training these kids now, with Triple H pretty much telling people this is what you need to do, but he still respects the new division because I kind of equated to what the NFL was, and we had this conversation slightly. Remember, in the 60s and 70s, it was all about running ball. By the time we get to the 80s and Jerry Rice, people are airing that shit out faster and stronger than coming in. NXT's the same way. Back in the day, it was about old school wrestling, working the ground. Now we got these high flyers, and now NXT is just like these dudes literally go 100 miles a minute. And I'm using Nathan Frazier example. That dude needs to slow down because I was getting dizzy watching him move. Because
what the fuck? Why?
Think about it. If he was in the Attitude Era wrestling like that, he would have killed somebody because no one could keep up with him.
That man. I'd like have him and Braun ever tore it down because those two would fucking.
Yes,
I'm sure they have.
I believe so.
Because right now I dream about what if Obafemi had met like Farouk back in the day, like in his prime, or Ron Simmons when he first came in. Like those dudes, like you could do dream matches now, like you could for the old Madden games. Can you imagine?
Oh my god,
it's tough to say that this women's roster is better than the 4 horsewomen because the 4 horsewomen are arguably 4 of the top 10 women of all time, including the 2 of the top 5 with Charlotte and Becky. So it's really tough to say that.
So here's the thing, though. I don't think they're better, but here's the thing. I'm going to equate it like in movie terms. So here's the thing. The Godfather is one of the greatest mafia movies that's come out, period. So any new mafia movie comes out that's great, like, say, Goodfellas, you can't compare that to Godfather because it's like, without the Godfather, you don't have Goodfellas.
Goodfellas is the best. I mean,
exactly. It is.
Let's just be real, all right? I'm just saying.
We're gonna let your objectivity go, but right now, you don't get Goodfellas unless we get Godfather first.
Right.
We don't get Donnie Brasco unless we get Godfather and, well, technically Goodfellas and then Godfather. But like basically, it's like you can't compare the Four Horsemen to them because it's like if we don't get those four, these women don't really get to shine. So it's like one of the old argument. They crawled, so they walked, so the rest of us could fly kind of situation. So that's kind of how I view it. Like, I don't try to compare people to them because I'm gonna tell you right now, I dream of the day Charlotte and Soul Ruka meet up.
Oh Jesus!
I dream of that night.
I love that.
I
am and I'm not at the same time because I don't fucking trust Charlotte to save my goddamn life at this point. People get mad at her because the way Vince booked her, but the truth be told, Charlotte's probably one. When she was at NXT wrestling against everybody, she was probably one of the best wrestlers down there, and she had some of the best matches with everybody.
Charlotte and Sasha had some of the best women's matches of all time when they first came
exactly. When Charlotte fought Natty down there, she had fought Natty in the NXT at least 3 or 4 times before the main roster. So
Bret Hart was in Natty's corner. Ric Flair was in Charlotte's.
Exactly. So that's why I was like, that's why I think Charlotte. I think the biggest problem back then was like you had the Four Horsewomen, and again, it's the same thing. The Four Horsewomen came in. There was a lot of talent that couldn't keep up with the 4 women. That's why people kept having to wrestle each other because everybody else could not keep up with them. Because it was like
to be fair, and I apologize to interrupt you. Like we can't really compare that. It's a different era because yes, those 4 women did really get the foundation of not only just in wrestling but more entertainment. And really, the way how the 4 different characters became into the 4 horsewomen, starting in NXT and developed their characters to the main roster, becoming a top star. Now they're we could say they're the foundation of it. And then from there, everybody else were at that time. Because if we go back and look at what they've done at the beginning of their career and the other women that are currently there compared to their career back then, it's way different. It
is. That's what I'm saying. You get the 4 horsewomen who had to come into the Divas era.
Yeah,
Divas had to step up to a new level, and having them try to integrate into that was at certain points just kind of stupid. Which is why they had to get rid of the Divas title because the Divas title and Charlotte Flair just looked fucking stupid. So I agree with you 100% what you're saying. The truth of the matter is that when they came in, there was a dramatic shift in how women's wrestling was presented and how talent was working.
Well, the 4 horsewomen that they're saying is really Roxanne, Cora Jade, and who Justin did it mention?
Tiffany Stratton.
Yeah.
And who else?
I gotta go Bianca Belair.
And Lyra Valkyrie. Those are the 4. It's Tiffany, Lyra, Cora, Roxanne. That's the future way.
FM Brian Pillman's son. It was a little rocky when he first started. He comes in. His name is Lexus King. He came in a little rocky, but right now he is starting to find his footing. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm really enjoying his development there. I think he's doing a better amount of development there than he did in AEW.
Yeah, he's kind of been just floating around for the most part, but like he's doing all right, I would say.
Absolutely. Let's see. Did you see Bailey applaud you? Yes, she did.
Yes,
Bailey.
She did. Redeemer.
I mean, I'd have Bailey jump Julia, but
I
that's
love
just
it.
Redeemer. It's that time for NXT. Go. I fucking love that song.
Let's go.
That song gives me the jitters, man. Like, shout out to Netflix, man, and for promoting.
I mean, honestly, NXT is the brand I tell people to watch if they're not used to wrestling.
Easily, yes. Like,
break it down for us, brother. Let us know what happened down for NXT, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Justin. You got this one, brother.
All right. So the fallout of Deadline started off with Julia confronting Roxanne. Listen, it didn't need to be anything over the top. I like it. I like how we just kind of just had her coming out and going like, I'm beating you for the title, and that's it. And I think we're all kind of in the same consensus here, like that it should be that way. I think Roxanne is far beyond needing to stay in NXT anymore. She needs to move up. You'd start advancing the title now. It's time to start, having the division get the title now and just see what they go from there. From like Roxanne goes to the main roster and then she can start winning the women's titles up there. Like she is ready to go up there now. So I'm ready for that matchup. I'm in full consensus that I believe she's going to beat Roxanne, and I'm still a little off as to why they didn't just do this in the first place. I know everybody's going to be like, well, sure, it would have been super predictable, but it still feels that way now, even after kind of delaying it a little bit, if you think about it, because it's just basically been like, yeah, you're going to go back to Julia and it's just going to go to Julia. So you literally could have just done this instead of Roxanne feeling like she hasn't really done much since after she beat Julia. So why is she still down there? Why didn't she just lose to Julia the first time and then go up? That's the thing I'll never understand right there. But it's perfectly fine. We're going to get the match. I can't wait to see it. We had the Stephanie Vaquer attack, which again felt, I don't know, like it went through all out the show and then it ended up like, I'll jump right to that to the end.
Yeah.
It just basically was revealed that Cora did it. And it was like, well, that didn't feel very like necessary. I don't know. It just felt like, I don't know.
Was it Mean Girl shit? Yes.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like it was necessary to like fill the show up with who attacked Stephanie? Who attacked Stephanie? And it was just like, well, kind of made it fucking obvious that it was Cora Jade from the start. Like the fact that she literally was the one to go, look at what happened to Stephanie. And I'm just like, wow, you couldn't have just tried to make that any like less obvious. Like it felt so just, I don't know. It just feels weird because it's like, this is what we got for Stephanie right now. What Cora is just kind of the fill-in spot right now. It feels like everyone, we all thought her and Roxanne coming back together was going to be one of those guys to go like without those two like duos to be like, oh, hey, yeah, like we may have had this falling out as tag team champions, which I still can't stand to this day. It's so stupid. But now all of a sudden
that was happening.
Now all of a sudden they're buddies again. I don't know. It's just weird. Like
I love what Gross say.
NXT parking lot is an unsafe work environment.
I mean,
I love that.
I mean, people be getting hurt. I mean, something ugly.
Listen, the parking lot. Speaking in English, by the way, from Julia, got to give her props. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. She's good with that. With when she gets that, even with that promo.
Thank you, Dango.
Like first off, the NXT parking lot's a disaster. Like that, you can literally walk out the door like you're about to leave. The fucking wind blows and you have a torn ACL. Like that's about how it goes at this point.
Or you can get jumped, get into your car.
I was gonna say, especially if you're Nikita Lyons, then
right. That's Nikita.
You're look at that parking lot. You're having both knees ripped.
I mean, honestly, she just needs to walk slowly for the rest of her life.
Oh god, good thing she's now got 2 knee braces, so now she don't have to worry about that. The Lexus King stuff. I'm a little, I'm with Phil. I like kind of how we're going with this. Like it's still weird. He still just feels like he's just there.
Now keep in mind, I said I like his development. I don't know what they're doing. It looks strange. Like I don't know what him and Charlie Dempsey are doing. And Charlie Dempsey to grow a beard, for God's sake.
Why?
No, he shaved his mustache. Okay.
I love Charlie Dempsey. I think honestly he's probably the most fun dude. And the fact he walks around that trophy, it's hilarious. But the issue I have is he looked like his daddy, and it's kind of creepy at this point.
Oh,
can you guys provide me some clarity? Because I'm not a regular week-to-week watcher. I'll watch a week, miss a week, watch some highlights. Can you guys provide some clarity to me why William Regal represented Lexus King in his corner against
his own son.
Because
Like, was
it's
that
his
just supposed to
own
be
son.
like a rib on the fact that their father's son, or
Because they are pretending they're not related.
Mhm.
okay?
Yes, he's
Okay.
basically not even mentioned. Like they had that one interaction together just recently.
Because he was going like, I think he said something along like, "We're going to see if you're your father's son."
Yeah, that was all he told him at that point. Now it's like, what the hell?
Okay, that's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
But
good.
but like I said, even though he did go back to WWE just to help train his son, literally he has not interfered in any of his son's storylines at all.
I just realized how much sense that makes now. Having him be like, let's see if you're your father's son, but they're not like full on telling you that it's Regal's kid. Meanwhile, Lexus King is doing that whole thing with his different name because he doesn't want everybody to find out that he's a Pillman. I like it.
Yeah,
Very
like,
interesting.
Like it's
That is
very
pretty
like a lot of their stuff they're doing is really subtle, and sometimes it's because it's so subtle, they miss a lot. No, there is no loose cannon.
He'll be running people over in the NXT parking lot.
No. Yo, that actually would be great. But no, yeah, there's not a loose cannon, but his new character right now is slowly growing on me because I do enjoy it. The fact that him and Charles Dempsey have a really good chemistry together,
Yes,
as character work as well as wrestling, I'm enjoying that one as well. So
yes.
we'll see what comes next.
Javon Evans and Wesley was next. Absolutely love the match. Very, very good. I'm liking how Javon's coming along still. Wesley, listen, I know it's been weird for him since he's turned heel, and honestly, it feels like they're not behind him as much anymore. It's a little weird. Like, I don't know. I feel like he's another one who's ready to just get called up at this point. He's just kind of floating at this point. So I'm ready for him to kind of move up too.
Okay.
Oh God, I hope not either, Henry.
Man, right?
I just hope not. No.
Oh God.
I don't want to see that. No.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think that's ever going to happen again.
Right? Hank and Tank versus Tyson and Tyreek. Very, very enjoyable tag team match. I liked it. I like Tyson and Tyreek. They are very good. Hank and Tank, like I said, we keep saying they're basically Public Enemy at this point. That's what they look like. They come out with the same look every single time. They're basically, if you took Public Enemy, merged them with Heavy Machinery, and said, "We got a tag team, guys. This is what we give you." I like how they're coming along too. The fact that they put them together as a team and it's working. Good job, NXT, on that one.
Absolutely.
The Oba Trick Eddie Thorpe segment. Okay, this was actually very good. I have to say, I laughed at Oba and Trick basically just still talking while Eddie's standing in there like he's the sad person left out in the rain. Like, what the hell, guys? I'm here. What's going on? Like,
I count two. I
loved it. It was hysterical to watch that because first off, Oba Femi with a microphone, like you would not think that this gigantic man would know how to speak as well as he does, but he's damn good on with the stick. Trick is damn good, like with it. Eddie, it's interesting. He's basically wormed his way into getting a title match. Shouts to
dare we say he's developing.
Yes, he's still doing his thing. So
what a novel concept,
right? He's another one. He's another one though that's sadly just kind of been,
Yes,
he's had too much start-stop.
It is a far cry from his New Japan Young Lion period.
Oh,
very
Carl
much.
Fredericks.
Very, very much.
So I'm kind of.
I love Carl Fredericks. I thought Carl Fredericks was the best of that Young Lions group, which had Clark Connors and Alex Coughlin in it.
Yes,
I thought Carl Fredericks was the best.
Yes.
So,
remember he was the Young Lion Cup winner.
Yeah, he was. Yes,
that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
That's right.
Gigi Dolan and Tatum Paxley versus Fatal Influence. Solid tag team match.
Exactly.
Love Gigi and Tatum as a tag team. Very enjoyable. Good to see Gigi back still.
That's right.
Yes. Fatal Influence, we'll sit here and we'll call them not toxic attraction as much as humanly possible, but as a trio, it's a very good trio.
It is what it is.
Yes, it's a very good trio, though. I'll say that. We got the return of Shotzi Blackheart after they were attacking. They attacked Gigi and Tatum. I loved it seeing Shotzi back. Honestly, you know, if they're not going to do nothing with her on the main roster, keep her here for a little bit. It's fine. I'm happy for Shotzi being back.
I will make a hot take. I think she was actually ready for the main roster, but then they gave her that bullshit storyline with Ronda Rousey, and I think that derailed her in a lot of her momentum. And then she got hurt, and then she came back, and they had nothing to do for her. They had nothing for her to do.
Yeah, I think that you could see that she definitely was one of those that like they wanted to call her up. They wanted to call her up. By the time they called her up, it was like, maybe we don't have anything for her yet. And it was just like they kind of like they had the little heel turn for her, and it was like kind of bizarre. Like it was, I don't know, her main roster stuff. It felt like they're still not using her too much. So honestly, if she's gonna stick with NXT for a little while, I'm more cool with that to see Shotzi on TV at least more.
Yep, agreed.
Tony D'Angelo and Ethan Page. Honestly, thought Ethan Page was gonna end up taking the title here, but. Yeah. Still, I guess we can still say it's still in the early stages of Tony's title reign right now. So I like how Ethan's in this slump. I like it. You know, he lost the NXT title. He literally couldn't win the North American title even after he freaking called it secondary and just as like worthless, basically. But, you know, Tony beats him, and I thought it was I like this little descent for Ethan right now. Every time he stands backstage, he's cutting these promos like, I don't know, I'm kind of losing my ego right now. I'm like, I am not against this. It's a different side for Ethan Page.
I think this is where we get to see Ethan Page's character work really come out.
Yes.
That's what I think we get to see his character work come out in this one, because we saw a little bit of that when he was during the Iron Man challenge, and how he basically was really wrestling heel against Obafemi, which was hilarious.
Yes.
So I really want to see what he does with this one, because this is interesting. This was interesting the way it was done.
Right. We got announced that, you know, Fraxium's defending the tag team titles against Gallus, but Axiom also has a matchup with Obafemi. So basically,
that's horrible.
Freaking they're making Axiom pull the anything that Nathan's done, you can do too kind of situation. Like, bizarre.
I honestly have no idea where this is going.
I don't either, to be honest with you. I don't get it. Like, why are we not? If the point is to split up Fraxium, what is taking so long? What is the tease here?
Please preach that word, for God's sakes. I've been waiting.
I think they're gonna wait for Briggs and his partner to win those.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
There's no other tag team down there that's gonna win those belts. Let's be real.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you. At this point in time, Fraxium right now is so awesome. Like, they are so over. Breaking them up makes no sense, because individually those guys will have to start all over. And Fraxium is just a really, really good. But it is fun to fuck with them, because truth be told, y'all know I couldn't stand them until they had that segment where they're playing a video game and Nathan Frazier lost it and actually had to calm him down while they're playing that video game. And that segment right there showed they had great character work, and they have been hilarious ever since they picked that. I don't even know what gimmick that is. Unhinged team that's not really toxic towards each other.
Right.
So either way, the fact they keep going, let me go do this. He goes, but you know, we got the stuff, that kind of thing. So I am, yes, it is depleted.
Yes, very much. Very much.
Way depleted. So I'm with you on that, Chris.
And they're trying to build it the last few weeks by doing all the brawls backstage and the tag team battle royal. But at the end of the day, the Pepsi Phil, those teams are all, maybe with the exception of Gallus, developmental teams.
Exactly.
No, you're right. Absolutely.
That's true.
So it feels very depleted. But I'm trying to build those teams.
And honestly, I'll be honest with you. I see they're going to bring in, like, if the North actually does leave,
right,
they're going to at least have a spot to go at NXT.
Dude, the North taking the belts off Fraxium would be fucking incredible.
There you go. There you go.
That would be incredible.
Yes. And then we had the main event. Perez and Jade versus Julia and Kalani. Now, remember all the time during the chat, all we saw was something about Kalani's going to turn. Kalani's going to turn. Ain't no way that I could take Kalani Jordan serious as a heel at this point. I don't care if she's with Carmelo Hayes, Ridge Holland, or any other freaking super heel at this freaking point. There ain't no way that I could see Kalani as a heel at this point.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Uh-oh.
I said the same thing about Dom. Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. Kalani could be a sociopath when she goes heel. We don't know.
Hold on. Let me hit it.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
All
So
right,
I'm not gonna write.
what's bad news, Percy Phil?
Yeah, I'm not gonna write off. I'm not gonna write it off just yet. But yeah, but I am glad they're putting Kalani on pretty much the top guy spot right now.
Right. And sadly, this I did not see. I thought the main event was a very good tag team match for those four women. I like that Roxanne and Julia wasn't involved in the outcome. Like, it basically wasn't like, oh, the champion's gonna get pinned again because Julia needs some more momentum going into that title match. Like, no, those two brawled off. It was down to Cora and Kalani, and Cora beat her. Okay, that's fine. We then got the one Motor City Machine Gun should have started NXT. Honestly, yes. Yes, agreed.
I don't. No.
I do.
They're a combined age of 100 years old. They have no.
They're literally the oldest. They would be the oldest dudes on the roster.
I don't see it. Neither one of them need to black and gold. Sure, this no. In their defense, yeah. Do I think they would run the yard if they went to NXT? Yeah.
Kaylani Mello. That's right. She was dating Carmelo. That's true.
They were combined 60 years older than Fraxium. I mean, of course
Speaking of Kalani, it's always the quiet ones.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
Watch what you say. She can go 0 to 100 in seconds.
Oh man,
damn!
I'm still pissed Kalani didn't get in that Iron Survivor match. I was very, very surprised. But Ron Sinclair killed it, so
yes.
And I like what Meredith is saying here, though.
Right. Though I can see an angle where Kalani blames Julia for her getting pinned by leaving her in the ring for Cora.
And who did Julia beat to get into the Iron Survivor match?
Now, keep in mind,
so when Julia beats Roxanne, you got a ready-made opponent right there for
interesting.
And think about it. If Cora does lose, get sent up to the main roster.
Good eye.
Kalani's right there to become the new villain.
I can't see her being the heel in any situation. I don't know what it is. I just can't. I don't look at her being like, oh yeah, the woman who's done the RVD stuff, basically, is the one that's going to be like, oh yeah, fuck you guys.
That's how they
split on these chairs.
Was a heel though? Wasn't he a heel when he first came up with
in ECW? Yeah, he was.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't see people being like, oh yeah, Kalani definitely going to be top notch heel. Like, she's way too happy. She's way too freaking excited for everything. Like,
I mean,
I can't.
I don't know, man. Never say never. Wrestling's rule. Never say never.
Yeah.
CM Punk will never go to WWE, back to WWE. How'd that work out for us?
Oh boy. Still wild.
Vince would never retire from WWE. How'd that work out for us?
Vince didn't retire.
Well, technically, yes.
God, he retired.
We all thought he would die in office. Not gonna lie to you. We thought he would die dead.
Yeah, I think we all did. Yeah.
And then we had the thing, sadly, that I didn't get to see because CW is bullshit.
Both of us, okay? You and I did not.
I saw it. Me and Bakley saw it.
Eddie Thorpe basically admits that he took himself out to get him to weasel himself into a title match. Now, I'm looking at this still. I understand where Phil came from on Tuesday. I get it. I get where everybody was coming Tuesday. Okay. I understand it. It just again, to me, this is just me. I still feel like it just feels so much more convoluted than it actually should have been.
Yes.
Like, it just, it's one of those situations where it's just weird to look at how he had the match, he won that freaking last chance, and then just said, you know what, fuck it. Like, it just feels like that last chance matchup was a fucking waste. And that's the thing I hate about it so much. It's just like, I don't know. Like the Iron Survivor is supposed to be this big thing where it's like, you want to do this, you want your championship match, here you go. And you basically filled in your last spot. So the last guy could just be like, yeah, listen, I could have that title. I could go for this title match. You know, I've been complaining about wanting an opportunity, but I'm just going to take myself out of the opportunity because reasons. And I don't know. Like, I'm looking at it right now and I don't understand. I feel like we're trying to, in a way, revamp and redo the whole Brooks Jensen thing.
Okay.
I like
which,
that. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, which to me, by pure what we've seen on television, how little did that do for Brooks Jensen? Yes, he's with Sean Spears and Nico right now. Yes, he
possibly could be the next. The fuck is that belt called? North American champion.
I'll be honest with you.
I don't think he will, but he possibly can.
I ain't gonna. The reason I am okay with that, the reason I'm okay with Eddie Thorpe is it reminds me of that Randy Moss quote he did. For one, where he said, "I don't go hard every down. Sometimes I take a day off."
That's a good one.
I'm fucking Randy Moss. I'm gonna be all right.
All I know is I didn't actually see the Eddie Thorpe thing. I didn't see the highlights of it when I read the results because I didn't watch NXT this week. I watched the deadline. I didn't watch NXT this week. I fucking marked out like crazy when I read how that show ended. I went right to the chat room and I put all in big caps with LMAO and Eddie Thorpe. Like that is fucking that's brilliant right there. And how many times in wrestling have you seen a guy attack themselves? I mean, it's happening. But like it's very seldom that someone attack themselves just so they can get the edge and get a title match quicker. I mean, that's juicy right there. And the only reason I like it is because had Obafemi be booked for that match, who the fuck would have thought anyone but Obafemi was winning that match? So it was a really good surprise by adding Obafemi, and then it adds a layer to Eddie Thorpe.
Yeah, but think about it. Even if you had originally just added Obafemi, everyone would have said Oba was going to win. But at this point, even when you added Oba in the fucking match, everyone thought Oba was going to win. Like,
so I didn't know that till show fifth guy match started. Like you're already deep in the match, and then
and keep in mind, honestly, that stuff like that actually works because how many times have we had to deal with motherfuckers spoiling shit, people online talking about this is going to happen, and we like the joy we used to have of being surprised at anything in wrestling is slowly fading away. Now, I freely admit, yes.
Come on, man.
I like that. I love that.
Oh, that's good.
Fair enough, but honestly, even though technically this was probably the plan and it was a convoluted, Oba came in at the very last minute. Like I said, it fucked up our picks because we were like, "Oh, this is going." Oba shows up, we're like, "Well, that shit just lost."
Right? You know what? I just thought about it. He's right. He's right. TK, that shit did fuck us. Our fucking up.
Yeah, we all physically, as soon as Oba's music hit, we all go, "Well, there's your winner right there."
Yeah, I know.
Booker T. Oh, there's your
but keep in mind, we did watch that shit going, "Oh, this is gonna be good."
Oh yeah, it was.
Dude, I loved it. We didn't talk. None of us talked about it during the match. I loved the double pin. How he got the
yes.
That ending was amazing. The way they did
so I think I enjoyed the fact that they are trying to at least keep some of the magic of wrestling alive. And yes, Justin, to your point, it is real convoluted at times. You're going, that's a lot of shit to go through just to get the same shit we saw.
Well, NXT is the biggest soap opera on wrestling.
Exactly, it is.
I'm cool with it.
Exactly. So,
and now it's CW, so that really fits where it's coming from.
I mean, like I said, there are times, like if you look at CW, like the way NXT is back in the day, there are beefs that happen in NXT that you really don't know why they were beefing with each other. You just like, well, I guess I'm getting a good match today. Like to this day, I still don't know why in the original run of DIY, Ciampa and Gargano were beefing with each other. I'm still not sure what the reason was, other than the wind just blew the wrong way at one point. But we just got 3 banger matches out of it, so I wasn't going to complain.
Fair enough.
It's true. Overall, again, I wasn't too blown away by the reveal. I wasn't too big on what they're saying so far, but I'm giving it its opportunity. I just have a bad feeling that it's just going to be another Brooks Jensen thing where it was supposed to be this big meaningful thing. It was supposed to be like, oh, this is the guy. Like, look at when Brooks cut that freaking promo in his car where he's like, oh, you guys are working with another company. Maybe I can go over there and make an impact and everything like that. And I'm like, okay, so he wants to be the traveler kind of guy where it's like, you guys won't freaking invest in me. Well, guess what? I'll go somewhere else and try, which I thought was cool. And this is that whole situation where now look where he's at. He's just basically Sean Spears' sidekick. He doesn't do a fucking thing. Like, even when he wins a match, it's very freaking sparse. Like, Eddie Thorpe has been so on and off television for so long that it's like now all of a sudden, because he was the guy that was like, I'll just be the guy and take myself out of the match. And then when I come out there, I'm going to confront Trick and Oba and be like, hey, give me a title match next week. Got it. So what if he loses at this point? Like, he's not going to fucking beat Trick. I don't see him beating Trick. I don't see, because there would be no fucking point in them going through all this so Oba could just fucking drop it and beat Eddie Thorpe.
But
like,
Justin,
it's not going to happen.
Justin, but what you have to realize is what this is doing is making Eddie Thorpe relevant. And
is it
what
though?
It's giving him TV time, putting him in angles with world champion, putting him in angles with the GM, putting him in fatal 4-ways where Eddie's winning, which is what was Eddie Thorpe doing before? Literally nothing.
Yeah,
so from like an Eddie Thorpe perspective, this is the best. And maybe you're right. Maybe this right here in the moment is the best it's going to get for him. But at least it's giving the kids some fucking development time, right? Like,
yeah, that's just my thing. Is it's just going to be a freaking flash in the pan moment, and then that's going to be it for him. And that's the part that sucks.
But you remember the rule. But you remember the rules that Dusty always said: if you make your minutes matter, you never know. Weird shit could happen. Like I said, because I still think about the Acclaimed. The Acclaimed were a jobber team until they had that tag match that we all said was a throwaway match against literally Keith Lee and Swerve.
They had the best tag matches I've ever seen.
Exactly, and this is a group that we all wrote off as being bullshit.
Matt Riddle's in TNA right now, thanks to broadcast right here. He's letting
I was there. I was fucking pissed off. The match before kind of sucked. I was in a lull. They fucking didn't have beer on my level. I had to go down to fucking level. I'm on the second level to start with. I was on the second level. And I was shitty. But what brought my moods up was that motherfucking Acclaimed Swerve in Our Glory match. Oh my God, dude. So yeah, you're right.
And just like I said, it just like
cuts that promo, or maybe he has that moment in a match.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like he like he said, he got his shot. Hopefully he does something with it, which he looks like he is because he's starting to get some genuine character stuff done. So I mean, we'll see what happens with him. I mean, like I said, but again, I'm like I said, I'm with the banger. He could very well just be like a one and done thing, like poor Ridge Holland is right now. So, but we have to.
This also elevates Ridge, so maybe Ridge could go take the belt off Tony D, or maybe. Eddie Thorpe can go take the belt off Tony D, or maybe Brooks Jensen can go take the belt off Tony D. But if you don't elevate guys like they've been elevating these mid-card or low-card heels, then there's no potential for them in the future. So you got to put them in these spots. What did the chat say already? And first of all, I feel like we spent too much time on NXT as it is, so I'm going to stop.
Okay.
But as the chat said earlier, the men's roster is depleted. So what's a better way to build the men's roster than fucking elevate some talent? That's how you do it.
No, I agree. I ain't disagreeing there.
Yeah, overall, like I said, I'm gonna give it its chance, and we're gonna see what it's gonna friggin' lead to. Because if it's just literally, because I just have this bad feeling it's just gonna be this. Here's your little shot right now that you wanted so bad, and you're just gonna get the shit kicked out of you, and that's all there is to it until you're back off TV again, and that's it.
Well, I mean, is anything else we could add on NXT? Because
good way to follow up a pay-per-view. That's the best way I can sum it up.
Anybody else want to give their
Okay.
thoughts?
No, like I said, I want to talk about Dynamite because that shit was. I was surprised by Dynamite last night.
Oh, Dynamite.
Well, we're gonna get into that, folks, because you know what time it is, folks. It is.
What time is it?
That time. That's right.
It's time! It's time! It's Vader time!
That's right. Dynamite. Winter is coming, folks. So, man. Whew, I mean, jeez, what the hell can I say about this fucking event? I'm gonna let TK take over on this one because he's the host. He's the host on every Wednesday night, folks. So he's gonna break it down for us. He's gonna start it off, and then he'll choose his weapons. He's gonna take it off from there. But man, before I pass to TK, I know, like I said, we are not fucking piece of shit seltzer. Piece of shit, especially that piece of shit. We're not his ass. I'm gonna just want to clarify that, all right? Because he's a piece of shit. But I'm surprised when I heard what he said today, but I'm gonna save myself when it's my turn. But yeah, trust me, it shocked the shit out of me what the fuck he said. Well, so far right now we haven't gotten the ratings for them as of yet. We're still waiting for that as we speak. So hopefully the ratings were good for them. NXT, of course, was 680 this past Tuesday. Great for them. So they did very great on this. Awesome for them. Good for them. I'm just waiting to see. No, we haven't gotten it yet as we speak. So looks like the ratings will be coming in soon for Dynamite. Probably tomorrow. But the floor is yours, TK. You're the host on this one. Take it over, brother.
Oh man, first of all, last night was awesome. If you didn't catch it, go back, watch it. Watch along was awesome. Me, Redeemer, Chef, Poppy, we had a great time ripping Dynamite apart. Yo, going into the show, Justin and I were talking about it, and we said if they fuck this show up, TK's got to be on a whole nother level of bullshit, all right? Like, you cannot possibly fuck this show up. From an in-ring perspective, there was no way that we could have walked out of this show thinking it was a bad show. And we didn't. It was a fucking awesome show from start to finish. It really was an absolute banger. You know, we started the show with the main. Last week on the watch along, I bitched. You had this whole Death Rider segment, and they still didn't tell the story throughout the show, which they need to work on. They still need to tell stories throughout the show. One consistent story. Tell it, start the show, finish the show with the story. I digress. But start the show with that tag match. Your world champion. You got Pac. You got the Death Riders. You got Orange Cassidy. You got Jay White. And they've done nothing but elevate Jay White over the last 3 months. It's been fucking beautiful to see. Great tag match. 20 minutes of fucking just back and forth action on both sides. Who's going to win? Who could take the pin? Pac take the loss here. Does Cassidy take the pin? Maybe Pac, right? No. Hangman comes out and says, fuck that shit. Ruins the match. And there we go. It's going to set up the Fatal 4-Way. I wasn't sure if we were going to get a Fatal 5-Way, a Fatal 4-Way. Christian's involved because Christian was watching the match. No one wants Christian involved. Like, Christian, to me right now, Christian's on the same level as Jericho, all right? Like, Christian needs to go far the fuck away. I've done been over Christian, dude. I'm over Christian. Christian walking around with their money in the bank fucking is blasphemy to me. But love the fucking segment. Hangman comes out, attacks Moxley. Doesn't give a shit. He doesn't go after Jay White. Doesn't go after Cassidy. He goes after Moxley. That was awesome, dude. And then Hangman, Orange Cassidy, and Jay White beat the shit out of each other. That was great. Orange accidentally connects with an orange punch on Jay White. Jay White goes, fuck you, Blade Runner. Like, there we go. And then the Death Riders go, oh, let's just whoop that ass. Moxley goes back, yells Fatal 4-Way. That was fucking awesome. And then you got Claudio in the back. We go right into Claudio and Ospreay. We were thinking it was going to be a draw. Would not have been disappointed if it was a draw. However, Ospreay getting the roll-up win keeps Claudio looking strong after just an absolute banger match right there, dude. We have Ricochet and Big Brody. That was a great match. Your typical speed versus strength guy. Ricochet wrestling as the heel in that match. All right. Don't think we didn't notice that. Ricochet getting the clean win, a dominant win over Brody. All right. That was interesting. Wasn't expecting that. I thought Ricochet would win with maybe some shenanigans, but he won that match pretty damn clean. Adam Cole and MJF. We were talking about Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly. We were talking black and gold earlier. That match was awesome. Absolutely awesome. Love the Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly match. Max coming out, Max is finally going to lose the ring, so I will take that for sure. We go into the main event. My only gripe with the show was that we finally got a women's main event. That's awesome. But we didn't see women on TV outside of Marina Shafir with the Death Riders until the end of the show. We saw Mercedes and Anna Jay promo right before the main event. But we needed to break that up a little bit. So we had some women early on in the show and then women at the end of the show. I love that they main evented, but I would have really liked to see Mercedes and Anna Jay early on in the episode. So we got a little feel of women early and a little feel of women late. But the main event was great. Mariah and Mina were awesome. The match was incredible. I like how Mariah won clean. It just kind of ends that right away. But I feel like we all knew Tony was coming. Not Timeless Tony, but Tony. NXT fine ass Tony Storm. And that's exactly what we got. Not to be undersold during the world title match was Thunder Rosa in the crowd holding up signs at Mariah May. So I don't know if we're going to get right to Mariah May against Tony Storm at World's End, or if we're going to have Mariah May versus Thunder Rosa versus Tony Storm at World's End, or if it's just going to be Mariah May versus Thunder Rosa, and then we build to that eventual Mariah May versus Tony Storm match. Either way, I'm fine with it, but World's End is shaping up to be a hell of a card. The C2 has been just absolutely electric. Tony Khan cannot make a bad show right now if he books the C2 appropriately. I want to go back to Collision where Kyle Fletcher beat Okada after kicking the nuts in a big brain buster, dude. Kyle Fletcher winning those matches, 3 wins in the C2. Can you please be quiet? Kyle Fletcher winning that match clean against Okada is such a big win for him in his little career. After beating Ospreay clean at the paper. I mean, they're currently walking behind the couch, so that's good. That's good. I'll wrap it up, though. It was a good main event. Tony coming back was great. I'm excited to see where they're going to go with the women at World's End. Mercedes and Anna Jay should be good. Anna Jay won't win. But I want to say this. Right now, the women's roster in AEW is as stacked as it's ever been. Mariah May has been a great world champion. You got Mercedes as the TBS champion. You have Tony Storm back. You have Jamie Hayter back. You have Britt Baker back. You have Thunder Rosa back. You have Willow Nightingale. You have Chris Statlander. You have Serena Deeb. You have Hikaru Shida there. You still have Athena floating in ROH, but I'm not even mentioning the ROH women. This AEW women's roster right now is so stacked. Start figuring out a way to get 2 matches on Dynamite. I don't think he's contractually allowed to. Otherwise, I feel like he'd be doing it by now. But start getting 2 women's matches on Dynamite and really bolster. Julia Hart's back. Like, this women's division is Queen Aminata is just an up-and-coming star. Like, this women's division has never, ever been better. Tony, figure out how to book this women's division around the C2 that you got going on. But going into World's End, I love the Fatal 4-Way. Mox, Jay White, Hanger, Orange Cassidy. Great match right there. I love that we're going to get the semifinals and the finals. Max and MJF. Let's cap it. Let's end it. Let's do it. Let's end it. I'm fine with it. Let's do it. We're going to end it. Mariah and Thunder, Mariah and Tony, however that cookie shakes, I am so with it right there. World's End is shaping up to be a really, really good show. And I'm curious to see what FTR is going to be doing with the Death Riders here over the next couple of weeks. I like that we're the Death Riders are going after the main guys now. We got Jay White, we got Orange, we got Hangman, we got FTR. We're no longer taking on mid-card whatever. We're taking on the stars of the stars now. Let's get interesting here.
Okay.
Speaking of interesting, fucking KGP. Bro, I'm at the store and I keep getting stopped by these women. Just let me be, man. Oh, KGP.
So I do have one thing I want to add about Dynamite that I think we need to talk on. 2 things.
Oh, okay, Chris. We can.
And this actually, this one's a piggyback.
Okay.
Like you said, the women's division is as stacked as it's probably ever been at AEW. Why isn't there a women's Continental Championship?
Do you really want to get into that?
No, the reason is the reason I'm asking is like Tony's not great at booking regular stuff, but when it comes to a C2 tournament, he can actually book that fairly well. He could book the women the same way. Like, even if it's like even if quote unquote he's only allowed to do one on Dynamite, he still has 2 other shows he could put them on. So he could do a genuine women's tournament for the women's Continental style. Second thing I'm going to talk about is Ricochet. Ricochet, for the first time, talked well on the mic last night.
Mhm.
He did a very good job as a heel character when he was on that mic. For the first time, it felt natural. He was fun, and I was like, "Oh, I literally said this man's going to be a problem." And that might be the best he has ever been on the mic, ever, in 3 brands. So that was the thing about Dynamite I wanted to call out. So, and of course, our girl came back.
Let's go.
I mean, TK. Go ahead, Pepsi. Feel anything else you want to add to it?
No, TK pretty much covered everything else. I was going to say the same. Well, but those are the things I wanted to bring out because that didn't come up. But those are the three main things that I really was impressed with that night. Like Ricochet, the fact that because it's so stacked, they can do another tournament. Like I know we talk about the fact that they can do trios and tag titles because they have enough groups to support it. They have enough women on that roster to support 3 belts.
Yeah,
they have enough women on that roster to support 3 belts.
Yeah,
You keep saying that, but here's the thing, though. They got 2 belts right now that they can't do anything with, and the reason being is that they don't want to mess with Mariah, which they shouldn't. They can't do anything with Mercedes because, truth be told, they're never going to let her lose at a certain point. So there's no real challenge there. But you still need a belt you can pass around, not like pass around like hot potato, but who you can actually use to build up other stars. A women's continental belt could do that. Like, it doesn't have to be someone who holds the belt for like 17 months. It could be someone who holds it for like 3 weeks, 6 weeks, and then they give it up to the next person coming up who can actually go towards against your top guys. But you need some kind of
that last night too.
Yeah, you can talk. You need to get an apparatus to get that. You can build them up legitimately.
Oh my God, KPG.
KPG, fucking my parts are better
And
than
they have
You're right though about the Continental belt for the women, because if you think about it, who's the Continental champion right now?
Okada.
Is he a fucking slouch?
No.
So you could put it on Willow, you could put it on Stat, you could put it on Julia, you could put it on Jamie. Fuck Tony. I mean, gee.
And think about it.
You said the magic word. Sorry, Phil, but he's the magic word. All right,
I'm serious. I'm not going to sit back and take this fucking shit.
But like
you fucking take it. You're bullshit, Tony Khan. You're bullshit. Sorry, go ahead.
But like I said, you can use that belt to kind of be like, that's your storyteller belt right there. If you want to make some drama, that's the belt you could use while you quote unquote protect your champions, as it were. But it's like the usual. It's like your USA title. The USA title is what you use to bring those guys up.
Even Justice with you right there speaking. You're speaking the truth. Damn,
I mean, they can't. Now, what I will agree with is they can't do a women's tag belt.
No.
There's not enough for that. There's not enough for that.
No.
There's not enough for that. But there is enough for another singles women's belt because there's only fucking 3.
Right.
That'd only be 3. How many men's belts do they have right now there? And those dudes aren't doing shit with them.
True.
Who's the international champion?
Takeshita.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
You know where I'm gonna go with
That shit's depressing to say.
Because he should be winning this fucking thing, winning the belt right now. Was this rocket science?
Apparently it was. Tony Khan.
The weird thing to Takeshita is he's doing more matches outside of AEW with that belt than he is inside AEW with that belt.
Which is what the belt was created to do in the first place. So that is fair. Okay.
But damn, you think he could defend it at least once in the storyline at home?
You know what his match for AEW was this week? It's him and Lance Archer against Dump Truck and Powerhouse Hobbs on Rampage. Albeit a fun match. Really? That's what you're doing with Takeshita right now?
Yeah, exactly. That's
Unless him and Hobbs are gonna fuck for that belt at Wrestle Dream, then you can sign me.
They haven't booked him for Wrestle Dream yet. Remember?
Well, with this. They haven't done anything. I'm just saying, because that would be a fun match.
I haven't booked him since he won the damn title.
They'll bring it to. You know what, Bruce? I'm with you. I've been wanting to have Athena to show up to freaking AEW and challenge Monet because I've been wanting to have that, and I hope it does happen all in. I'm with you on that 100%. Damn,
I want Athena and Willow to fight.
Okay,
I want Athena and the Willow to have a match.
Run it back.
They did that really early, I thought.
They did. It was real early before they had all like Athena had just joined ROH and was like she hadn't. I think she was in line to become champion, and Willow had just signed with AEW. Like this is not the same. But think about it, that's not the same Willow that started.
They did it for when Athena was champion.
They did. Yeah, they did do it. Yeah.
That's right. Oh yeah, in a main event, I thought Willow was going to win the motherfucking belt from her.
It was fucking chef's kiss.
I remember.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, I knew like that was very, very clear in my fucking head. Yeah, it was in the main event.
I don't know. For me, it felt like unless somebody was promised him the world, Craig, promised him the world, saying, "Yeah, you got to sign with me. I'll give you the belt. Come on down." It's like that a lot of times.
I mean, I kind of agree with Russ. I kind of agree with Russ. Yeah, there should be a workhorse title in AEW. It could be the TBS. I mean, honestly, it should be the TBS.
It should have been a TBS title.
Yeah, but since that's no longer the case because of booking concerns right now,
I'm not even gonna get into that.
Exactly. But they might as well make a women's continental title. At least you get a tournament out of it, and you get some storylines right there.
Well, yeah, TK said it, and Justice said it this past Wednesday. They should do that. I mean, why not? Yes, I agree with all of you guys to say that they should. You got, like Tim mentioned, they got the fucking roster. Why the fucking you do a continental women's fucking title fucking shit? Do that. They have it. Tony Khan, give this man the marker, all fucking 3 of these men, because fuck you need a booking. Why the fuck did you let go of Jimmy Jacobs? You fucking idiot. I just wanted to say that. I'm sorry.
Because Jimmy Jacobs was a bit of an idiot.
Well, he was booking some shit, right? I'll tell you that. It was not all of it.
He was doing what every booker does. He was booking guys he liked and not booking guys he didn't know.
Okay, yeah, well, that's the con of him.
But then again, it's not like he was doing anything new. All bookers do that shit. So it's not like he was. It ain't like he was breaking trend. Shit.
All right, Redeemer, what do you got for us, brother?
Yeah, me and TK, like we said, before we even went live, we kept saying this show has to deliver. Like at this point, like how can it not? With the way this card was thrown together here, it was just by the time they got to like they kicking it off with that tag match, Moxley and Pac and White and Cassidy. Like I thought, first off, Hangman intervening, I kind of figured that kind of like you would see that kind of stuff because Hangman's at the point where he's just like I love what they're doing with Jay White, Orange Cassidy, and Hangman. How it's basically Hangman is still at this point still the best character with what he's done after all the stuff with Swerve. Orange is still in contention, which is amazing, and they've basically rebuilt Jay White back to a main eventer, which is fantastic. And I like, even though everyone's gonna be like, "Well, what the hell was the point?" It felt like very like they're trying to build some kind of tension between the 3 other challengers, which is fine. You want to build that tension between the 3 of them. Like, listen, you guys may be on the same page because you want the world title from Moxley, and he's in, what is supposed to be the biggest story right now. You got to build up a little bit between the 3 other freaking competitors in this to be like, listen, just because we have the same exact goal here does not mean we're on the same freaking page here. That's how it should have been right there. And the fact that you basically now it's good to finally see the Death Rider story finally have something behind it. You have no idea. It's not the Death Riders fighting the AEW dark people. It's the actual big name main eventers now in this again, which is perfect. It's finally like a refresh for that entire story. So it's good to be seeing that. And again, having Moxley go backstage, losing his shit after they beat the hell out of everybody and just being like, listen, you guys want it? I'll give it to you. Fatal 4-way, here we go. I'm with it. Like I cannot right there, just by that match right there, I'm starting to get on board for World's End. The Christian Hook stuff, get that shit the fuck off television. First off, nobody gives a single solitary fuck about Christian at this point.
I mean, I'm gonna give a little bit of
hold on. Why? Come on.
Go fuck yourself.
I mean,
In
come
their,
on,
wait.
No,
In,
no,
in their
no.
defense, in their defense, I may have a little bit of a fuck left in me for that.
Okay, listen. It's at the point where it's basically super repetitive, and honestly, Christian's kind of just feels like he's just very dull at this point. The character's not as intriguing as it used to be anymore. It still feels weird now that, you know, you basically what you've done with Kip Sabian and added him into this freaking whole thing because you don't have Luchasaurus, which I hope he's doing good at this point. Like,
Yeah.
he's the fact
I
that you
do-
had to intervene it and change it to Kip Sabian after you what Christian told Kip Sabian, and Kip was just fine to join up with him. It's fucking dumb there.
I do have a question for you, though. I'm curious
What do you
about. Do you think Christian is bad because he's bad right now, or because the way they have him booked against someone like Hook? Because when he was against Edge, we liked him. When he was against Jungle Boy, we liked him. Do you think it's just the fact that they've given him someone like Hook and not like a main roster person for him to work against?
Oh, it's definitely because they've given him Hook at this point. And I'm not saying that I don't like Hook, because I really, really like Hook. But at this point, what the hell are we doing with Hook? Hook is at maybe one of the lowest points on this entire roster, where he's literally, you know, he's basically been FTW champion 7,000 times to the point that the title's gone. And now what the hell's Hook doing? He's just interjected in some random stuff. You know, they're trying to do this whole thing where Christian is the reason why Taz isn't on television, even though we all objectively know the reason why Taz is not on fucking television behind the commentary booth. Like, I get you tried to tell the story out of that, but honestly, what is this going to end up doing for Hook? Unless Hook is going to go over Christian, which I highly doubt Hook is going to go over fucking Christian at this point.
Hook is absolutely going over Christian.
Hook is not going over Christian.
100%. Christian's got the money in the bank. He's going to lose every feud he's in from now on.
Christian hasn't lost anything since he fucking won the contract.
Christian hasn't
What has he done
anything.
since?
He hasn't done anything.
He hasn't done nothing.
Honestly, I don't see Christian, even if Christian does put over Hook by some fucking miracle out there, I don't see this doing shit for Hook unless Hook fucking beats Christian and all of a sudden gets shot up to the TNT title at this fucking point. It's probably more than likely will not happen. Like, this whole thing is just fucking pointless. It's just to basically distract Christian, so everyone's like, oh, we basically don't have anything for Christian, so we're just gonna fill in a little bit of space until he finally decides to cash in the contract. I don't care. I don't want to fucking see it.
Gross, that's a bold statement. What you said, Hook is the next Wardlow. Wow.
Oof.
Well, Hook is the size of Wardlow's leg. All right. Let's not go that far.
Oh, damn.
For what it's worth, Henry, they were trying to make Wardlow the next one, and we saw how that turned out.
Yeah, I'm not intrigued by it. I just don't see much coming for Hook out of this whole situation, and I genuinely am with TK. I don't give a fuck what Christian does. I don't want to see him be the world
Chicago,
title.
by the way. I'm in Los Angeles, so no, don't worry about that.
Lauren, I'm the only one here from Chicago, and Chef, but he's not here. And I think
don't listen to KPG. KPG, stop with your bullshit. You see, I love people from Chicago, Jordan. No, you love everybody, KPG. Stop with this.
KPG be on that Hangman bullshit. You know, Hangman got
yes. Don't listen to him.
Can I ask you guys a question? AEW related.
What do you got?
We were kind of talking about it last night in the chat. Justin, the question was kind of posed. You know, Wardlow should be in the Death Riders. Hook should be in the Death Riders. Let me ask you guys. Do you guys think as the Death Riders expand and feud with top-notch guys like Orange Cassidy, Jay White, FTR, should the Death Riders add a person or two as they go?
No. We do not need to turn that into NWO and not adding multiple members.
I think they're fine with the group that they have, in my opinion.
And since we told they need to focus on the members they have right now and start doing some actual work with them.
And also figure out your situation with the Wheeler Yuta stuff at this point. Is he still going to be the consistent freaking cuck that he is right now? Or is he going to be the guy to be like, fuck this shit. I'm out.
Technically, he would not be a cuck. He'd be a bitch boy. There's a difference.
No, he's a cuck.
Well, they fucked up with Yuta in the first place. Yuta should have never stayed in the group. Yuta should have been Brian's guy from day one. Brian, Yuta should have not caught. Well, we all knew it was coming. We all knew.
Well, I mean, but this is getting the shit on. You heard the fans out yesterday that they were fucking fuck Yuta. They were pretty much so. He's getting that momentum at least, so that's good for him. He needed that.
Hey, we can get Yuta some Dom Mysterio fucking heat. Sign me up, dude.
I think we see that. I think it's building to that direction. And what we saw yesterday, hearing the fans, I feel like that's the beginning. And I think it could get worse if he, let's say, an example, if he wins the TNT belt, being part of that group, that is going to get more shitted on. Like how Phil just said, the main focus is to focus now on the rest of the groups. I agree. Because now you have to give them the build. The same with Marina Shafir. Give her that belt, that build up, and give her maybe a run for a belt as well too. Besides Moxley and Claudio and Pac, because I feel like they're more focusing on them three than the other two.
Well, and I don't mean to sound like a bitch, Poppy, but at this point, Wheeler has done everything for this group, from take out Brian to take out Cassidy. What the fuck are they still treating him like a little fucking bitch boy for? Think about it. It's almost dumb. But it was the initiative. They initiated this motherfucker to their crew years ago. Wheeler has been the fucking ROH Pure Champion. He's been in the BCC's corner. It's not like he's new to the stable.
He was one of the three. He was one of the three that won the trios titles. Come on, guys.
At what point? And again, I don't mean to sound like a little bitch, but what is the significance of this part of the story if Wheeler's not going to dip out on them?
Right.
I'm with you on that. That's why I want to know where the hell they're going with it, because they really. That's why.
Because Marina agree with Phil. Because Marina needs someone to beat up. Marina needs someone to beat up.
Yeah, and that's one thing they haven't done. They haven't focused on the others for us to get a better understanding of what's that's writers. We get it. They're disasters. They do what they do. I get that. But the thing is, what about them? It's my concern is with them.
But that's the thing I had. That's the reason why I made the joke about Wheeler. Marina Shafir is probably probably one of the most accomplished women's wrestlers on the AEW.
What the fuck? I'm sorry, Phil, but look at Henry right here. That's all you, Redeemer. That's all you, Redeemer. I don't know, man.
Bro. What is with the fucking stray bullets tonight? All right, I don't appreciate this shit.
But anyway, here's the thing, though. But Marina Shafir is one of the most accomplished women's wrestlers. She has not had a match yet.
Nope.
She hasn't fought anybody. All she does is literally just carry the bags like a valet.
Yeah, I mean, she should probably. I mean, I've seen she's gotten better in the blood sport shit, but Marina Shafir is not the best wrestler.
Yeah, she's not freaking that good.
Yeah, I'm okay with her. She looks like a badass. She looks like China got good in the ring, but she looks like China when China was China, and you know what I'm saying?
But here's the problem, though. She's never going to get good until she gets some reps in.
I get it. That's what Dark was for, and she never got good.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a dick. I'm just saying.
So, all right. So,
she was doing it. In ROH, she was doing it. She never got good.
So, here's the thing. All right. Here's the thing, though. She's hanging with Claudio. Dean, she's hanging out. I'm about to call this fucking Dean hanging. She's hanging out with Moxley.
Fucking Dean. Yeah.
She's hanging out with Pac. She could theoretically be trained the same way Wheeler was and become better that way.
I get it.
So it's not like she ain't got the tools to get better, but she still needs to get in the ring. She'll probably look. Remember when Julia Hart first started? She was a whole ass mess. They put her in the House of Black and she became a monster. Jesus, man.
Dango is weird. Yeah, but you're right. But it took it. Julia Hart got better in the ring. Anna Jay has gotten better. Remember, Anna Jay used to be so robotic in the ring.
Yeah.
Look how good and fluid she is now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that Marina Shafir could do that. But there's no hate to her.
They should have sent her ass to Japan.
I think she has the ability, and especially in that group. And if they train her the way they did Wheeler Yuta and give her a shot, I think she could. I guess the thing I'm bothering by is she could beat up some of the women in the roster at the very least, even if she don't wrestle. She just run through with a bag and just start hitting people in the back of the head with a suitcase.
Now that's fact.
That can literally just be her whole gimmick, just running around beating up the women's locker room.
That Continental Classic for the women we were talking about earlier, Marina Shafir would be a great participant in that.
I mean,
semifinals by a roll up or something, but she gets to the semis by choking bitches out.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's not impossible for her to get better. Because as we've all learned, and as we learned in wrestling, stranger things have happened. Look at Nia Jax.
Yes.
Yes. See, respect Lauren, KPG, especially her. Let's see. I'm guessing that we will see the new design of AEW title roll. It's probably maybe you're right, Henry. Good call. I love that. Maybe so. Maybe that briefcase is for that reason. And like how Bruce was saying about Shane, maybe Shane does show up at World's End. Maybe so. I've been saying it, and I'm gonna keep on saying he might show up. He might fucking show up.
I hope he does, Bobby, because I was pretty
strongly pretty adamant about him not showing up at this point.
I was adamant that he was going to show up. Now I feel like very strongly that he is not going to show up. I feel
but we'll see. I mean, we don't know yet. I mean, I still feel that way, but if it doesn't, I
will. If he does not show up after they go over to Max, then I agree with you. But if he's going to show up, the time to show up at AEW is when they start airing or simulcast it on both TBS and Max at the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
Because TK loves a big ass reveal over big moment.
That's he. I mean, remember at World's End last year, nobody expected MJF to lose the belt to Samoa Joe, and it happened. So it's like it could happen the same way here. That what we're gonna see unexpected occurring in event that happened. But we saw Winter's coming with Sting's debut at Winter's Coming. And this is the reincarnation of now Toni Storm. Instead of she buried timeless Toni Storm and brought her back her old gimmick. So this is something that it's gonna get us. It got us a treat. Now it's like, how Tim said earlier, and he said it on Wednesday with just during the watch party. Now the women's roster stacked. Now we're gonna see. I mean, the one thing that caught my eye of this show for me is just really more like that Ricochet. But I said, what did I say? I said it in the chat. It's gonna happen. He looked at that card. He's gonna fucking turn heel. And what better fucking way for Ricochet to turn heel? Man. But hear me out though.
No, you're right.
I think I know what you're gonna say. I want to hear it.
Okay. But when that motherfucker said AEW was alive because of me, I was like, oh, he going straight into dark mode at that point.
There you go.
And watch him bring up Samantha Irvin on the fucking promo. Because of me, I brought my woman away from the other shitty ass company. If he brings that up as a promo, good for him. I applaud him because he's fucking learning, how you said, Phil. Finally, promo 101 for how many fucking years you've been taking forever to fucking learn how to fucking promo. Because every your promo was like,
Poppy, I thought you were going to say he's finally going to turn heel when him and Ospreay throw down in the C2.
Yes.
That's when he's going to
So that's another issue
Poppy,
I had.
He is going to do that. He is going to turn heel against Will Ospreay, and that's where I see it happening. And I would not mind to see the Hurt Syndicate.
So here's the thing. That's the problem I have with Tony booking. He was so desperate to get his rocks off to have a Will Ospreay Ricochet match. Literally, exactly, balls deep into it. And then literally, he could have waited until the C2 to have a big thing where they finally meet in the tournament. Not only would you have a great tournament, it doesn't even need to be a finals, bro. That would be kind of awesome.
Why not?
Exactly.
Why not?
At the same time, if you could compound it with Ricochet turning heel and screwing over Ospreay, you want to talk about heat? You want to talk about heat and pretty much charisma that night? That would be it right there.
Because let's be real though, who the fuck is winning the C2? Poppy, who do you got?
At this point, I think the way how the promo that we saw yesterday, because one thing that we kind of disregarded was also the promos overall. Because now we can literally fucking say, in another plot, fucking Tony Khan, you're learning, son. You're fucking learning how to fucking tell stories. It took you this fucking much time to give me a fucking story of what we're getting to. That Darby story, that promo, was great because it gives me that, even though he's low at 3 points, but keep in mind, gentlemen, we always see that every time in the G1. There's always a guy with the lowest point and he comes back winning in the end.
The redemption story.
Exactly. And that's why this episode is called The Ultimate Determination. Darby Allin's determination here is to win that and to get his shot at the AEW World title at Revolution. And I feel like that could be, and this is a great build-up for that. He can literally just say, you know what, I don't want a Continental. I want that belt. And he can literally do that. That promo. And then that for him to, try to save Will Ospreay during the matchup against Claudia at the aftermath with the baseball bat. Look at them eye to eye. They're going to, I can't wait till next Wednesday. It's going to be a fucking banger match between them two. Oh. And it's going to be, people might piss people off here that are listening and watching, but Darby needs more to win than Will Ospreay. I'm sorry. I love Will Ospreay. I'm a big fan of him. But I think Darby needs more than win for him to creep up. Because Will Ospreay, you said it on Wednesday, he has 6 points. Darby's the lowest one right there. Like, he's 3. He needs to, and I feel like this is going to be the start for him to get every win and probably headed to whoever's the final 2 on the blue one and the blue bracket to get that fucking title. And we'll see at Revolution. That promo yesterday that he had with Tony Schiavone caught my attention of what he said.
He made himself bleed.
Yes.
He made himself so hard, dude.
So here's my question there on that one. So remember, Swerve didn't win the Continental Classic. But Swerve had 2 of the most banger matches of the Classic, which led to him becoming champion.
Yeah.
Do you need the person to win the Continental Classic, or do you need them to be placed in a position where they do so well that when they go for the World Championship, it's not out of pocket?
I'll answer that very quick. You're right what you're saying. That's what there'll be a second scenario on this. Make Darby get into the finals. Have Moxley and his crew interfere in that. It causes him that, and that's the start of that. If you don't win it, at least it's going to be the start of their feud. And recap that.
Oh,
hear me out. Hear me out, though. Hear me out. Because here you got to pay attention to his promo, what he said. Like this is about, we came here to build this company. And this guy forgot that we gave him a second opportunity for him to rebuild his career. Like, he talked about Moxley. So when you talk about Moxley, you're giving my attention that you're eyeing for that belt. And I think that's what it could be, those 2 scenarios, Phil. If he doesn't win it, he might get interference.
So, Poppy, what you're saying is, since we have, and I want to hear from the other boys too, but you got 2 guys from each bracket who are going to get to the semifinals. So what you're saying is we could possibly have a Darby Allin and Will Ospreay from the gold, and an Okada and Kyle Fletcher from the blue. And that's where I like what you're saying, Poppy. That's good stuff. All right. I'll talk to that in a minute, but I want to hear from these boys.
Justin, I want to hear you.
Yeah, I want to hear Justin. Yeah, I want to hear who you got winning it. And fucking say your final 4 too, man.
Dude, I to be honest with you, I'm so uncertain on who the hell I think is going to win this. Because, I think, first off, I think Poppy's right on that whole thing that Darby doesn't need to win this entire thing to, be elevated enough. Because, honestly, we've been talking about it. This needs to be the time to build Darby up. We've been saying Darby feels like the guy that they want to have take that title from Moxley. Well, that's how the only thing you need to do at this point is build him up. If it's the whole thing of where he's going to come this far into the tournament, get fucked over, and then still have to come back just to beat Moxley in the end, then that's a perfect way to tell that story for Darby. As for who the winner of the Continental Classic is, I'm still just not locked into really who I can see being the winner, because first off, look at all the options you have. You either running back Will Ospreay and Kazuchika Okada as an option. Again, you can run back Ospreay and Fletcher, We could get freaking Claudio going all the way just to be like, well, now Moxley doesn't really have to worry about anything. Be like, now we have a chance to add more titles to the Death Riders. You have so many different like stories intertwined in this whole thing that makes it even more interesting. Because again, now we still have like where's the Hurt freaking syndicates like standing right now, with Shelton Benjamin being in this right now. It's really it makes it more and more intriguing every single week, honestly. So, but again, one thing is the big thing though is really, is this going to be the thing where Darby can use it as his big buildup? And that's what needs to be the thing.
Right.
Well said, my brother. Well said.
1000%.
Pepsi Phil, fuck it. Final four winner.
Honestly, I'm with C. Henry. I think it needs to be Okada. The reason why is for two reasons. Okada is pretty much the guy you want to use to build up other people. Look at Kyle Fletcher. Kyle Fletcher, Kyle Fletcher beats him. And who was it that got it? And was it Jack Perry? No, Daniel Garcia. No, Jack Perry. Jack Perry got a draw against Okada.
Yeah, and Daniel Garcia.
Daniel Garcia got a draw against him. Yep. And that draw put Daniel Garcia on the next level.
Yes.
So, truth be told, no matter what we think about TK's booking of Okada, anyone who goes against Okada literally becomes money.
True.
Literally becomes money, and if they can beat Okada, they're ready for that next level. Period.
Yes.
So, but like you said, honestly, there is a part of me that wants a moment we get Okada.
My God.
Okada Darby match to come up again.
Poor Danny.
Oh boy.
So we're waiting to see what they can do. Like, can you imagine if Darby takes on Okada?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that right there. Like I said, that right there goes back to what you said. Darby does well against Okada. Darby did well against his last match. Darby does well against Ospreay, or in this case, who beats Ospreay. But either way, this is your tool to build your guys up a lot quicker and faster than doing a traditional storyline. It worked for Swerve. I don't see, and honestly, it worked for Eddie too. Like I said, I don't think it's an impossible cause that anyone who goes through that, like if it was me, I'd have all the young talent in there doing that, so they can actually become better and become legit guys who could take on the Death Riders. Because the thing I do enjoy is, even though the Death Riders are taking on bigger names now, there's still Orange Cassidy right there, who's still in the mix, who honestly, arguably, is not ready to be on the same level as like Hangman, Jay White, and even FTR. But if he stands with them, at the very least, he can become legit by just association. And eventually, because like it's not like Orange Cassidy can't go. His run with the International Championship was still one of the best runs they've ever had with that belt.
One of the best runs the champions had.
Yeah, exactly. So he can do it. He just needs to be put in positions where he looks like he's a champion.
Right.
So, and the same thing for Darby, So it is possible to be done. And I think at the very least, at this point, they're starting to figure out how to do it.
Like for me, I give credit to. Oh, go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead before I even say.
No. My thing is like, what happens after that though is going to be the real test. What happens after Continental is going to be the real test of how they build them up next. Because Swerve came. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Swerve came out of nowhere, but we weren't sure what Swerve was going to end up doing after Continental.
No. Swerve came out of nowhere. Swerve in Our Glory, we all thought Keith Lee was going to be.
Oh, yeah.
Swerve fucking was teaming with Parker Boudreaux and the guy who looks like fucking Tom McDonald, all right? Swerve's Mogul Embassies, Prince Nana, The Dance, Swerve Swag, like that shit came from nowhere, dude. Like, he just did his thing. Yeah,
I actually forgot about that because like you said, he did come in kind of quickly. But like I said, I think the difference was that we always knew Swerve was going to be great, and it was just like, okay, now we're here, sweet. We can forget about the rest.
But you said it though. What he did in the Continental Classic he got to a final triple threat against Moxley and Jay White. No one thought he was on their level before that. He gets that match, he get pinned? No. Exactly. He walked out not getting pinned. He walks out unscathed. He walked out saying, I want to be fucking world champion, not the Continental champion.
Exactly.
You were spot on with that shit, Pepsi Bill. And you know what? You guys are spot on. I was thinking the final four would be Fletcher, Okada, Ospreay, Claudio.
That's
Oh no,
C. Henry loves you, Justin. What the
Jeez.
fuck is going on here? The
Christ.
C. Henry would love you.
But Poppy convinced me that Claudio will not make the semifinals, that it'll be Darby that makes the semifinals.
yeah.
Okada and Fletcher are locks in the blue side. But then I got me thinking, I was like, okay, we run Ospreay versus Okada round 1, Darby versus Fletcher round 2, Claudio costs Darby, Fletcher moves to the finals versus Ospreay, Ospreay wins. But do we go Ospreay Okada in the finals and maybe Okada keeps it? But then what? Fletcher has to come out and cost Ospreay to keep that feud going? I don't like. It's really, man, it's a lot of options. It's pretty fucking cool. 7 minutes ago, I was dead set on saying Will Ospreay is walking out as the Continental Champion. I have zero fucking doubts. Now I kind of think Okada might fucking walk away with it after Ospreay beats Fletcher. Then Okada beats Darby with the help of Claudio. And then you got Ospreay Fletcher 2, or Ospreay Okada, that Fletcher costs Ospreay, which Okada wins. Oh man. Regardless, it'll be Okada or Ospreay.
I mean, like I said, the very least is this classic is just at least this. What's up, dog?
What's up, Dalton?
What's up?
At least this classic at the very least is interesting. Among else, it's interesting. So,
and I'm not gonna be a bitch, so I'm gonna say Will Ospreay because that was my initial fucking. I very much see how it could definitely be Okada walking away with it after are they gonna do shenanigans in both matches? That would be kind of goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just such a thing for me though that caught my eye was just that, and in the end, and for him to come out to try to say Will Ospreay is what caught my eye on that, and that's what really like I went back and kind of like, okay, I understand now. That's why, and like how I just said that this tournament, what it has done, has really helped the people that we really haven't seen much on television build their momentum. Like in this one, this year by far, Brody King, Claudio. We're seeing Mark Briscoe. We already know what his capability is. Cal Fletcher's now momentum is building up too, like you mentioned, TK. These are fucking talents that are getting that momentum that the crowd is finding behind. So I'm hoping we get to see more of that and giving stories to them separately because they can start building for the next upcoming year once they make their HBO Max debut and go from there.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, you're right, because Mark Briscoe versus Garcia I didn't think he could go. I didn't think Garcia could actually go with him. Like, at least I don't think he can fight in Briscoe's style. And I was like, oh shit, it's a real match.
Oh yeah.
And Briscoe got the motherfucking clean win in the 3
He
points.
did, exactly.
C2 is awesome, dude.
Exactly.
Again, this motherfucking C2 made me watch Rampage this week. Okay.
Yes. Oh, that's the other thing. And this is
had Briscoe and Okada. It had was it Mortos and Danny? There was 3 and Commander and Ricochet. Like, it made me watch fucking Rampage. And I apologize if I mixed the second match up, but there was just so many C2 matches I watched over the past week. But man, Rampage. I watched Rampage because of 3 C2 matches. Give me a fucking break.
Here's the thing. This is something the devious one I've been talked about, brother. You were right about this one, Poppy. Swear to God, the first thing you said that Tony needed to do, especially upcoming, was he needed to do a better job with Dynamite of marketing the other brands.
Thank you.
He needed to do it and honestly, he's using the classic to do it. Because
he's fucking listening to us, right, Tony Khan? You're listening to us here on this network. That's the only one bitching about it, but go ahead.
Because
he heard us about Tony Storm too. Here
because the biggest complaint we had was just like, give us a reason to watch Rampage and Collision. And I don't mean like just putting matches on there. Have guys talk about having matches on there. Have a branding where like guys on Dynamite are going, I want to take your ass out on Collision. The fact that we have Matt Cardona and the Bounty Hunter, I guess they call it Bad Apple now, but the Bounty Hunter going on a match against, I think they're on Collision or Rampage. I can't remember which one. Like as a legitimate like branding thing that leads into ROH Last Stand, Last Chance, whatever that was. Final battle. Final down. But like I said, literally that's all we asked for, to give us a reason to care about those other shows.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So,
any final thoughts?
No.
Redeemer, you got anything else to add on this one, brother?
Yeah, no. I'm just happy that AEW delivered this week.
Okay. Let's get the elephant out of this room because I want to get this out of the way. I finally, because I said it on yesterday on AEW Watch Party, I was going to talk about it today. And I just, we only have Phil for quite some time, but I want to make this quick as possible. All right. Let's fucking talk about it. All right. So.
That's fake.
It is.
I know. Yeah, I know it is.
I just want to know.
I was about to say this. I was about to say the same thing. That ain't real.
Fake news.
I know. No, I knew it was. That's why. No, you're right. It is fake because someone who. This is bullshit. Whoever created this shit, that you saw it, that hey.
In their defense, that's a real good mock-up.
Yeah, it is a good mock-up, but that wasn't Tony Khan. We know that.
Sounded like him, though.
I laughed. I laughed real hard when I saw it. I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!" And I was like, "Is this real?" And I was like,
"No,
Jesus,
it wasn't." So I just want to get this out of the way so we can move on with WWE. I heard two-sided stories. I finally heard Ray's and Tony Khan's, and Tony Khan's really made his clarification comment of it. But I get, as a businessman, why. But then again, it's just okay. Ray Phoenix pretty much, and Conan, keep in mind, has not really commented much about this recently. He's been quiet about it, and that's good because it's not his business. Of course, he knows that, and if it is, he can say whatever he's pleased. I love Conan. I'm a big fan of his show, so I'm not going to disregard him at all. But we know the situation here, folks. Ray Phoenix supposedly needed a medical attention, not medical facility. I'm not gonna say what fucking McNugget says, but I guess there was a story between that he wasn't given that, he wasn't able to discuss it, and then he just started bitching about it on social media. He deleted it. WWE actually kind of watched and saw that, but it's not gonna hurt them going to fucking WWE. The story of Mix-Up is that Tony Khan found out that they're talking to WWE while they were under contract, which that's a breach of contract. Of course, and keep in mind that Tony Khan, he does it to all his talents, that if any injuries, he extends your contract. He did it to Kenny Omega, he did it to the Young Bucks, he did it to a lot of them I can mention. That's fair, because it's on the contract that he has for AEW for the talent. Same with Ricky Starks, whether people like it or not. So, but when you're kind of breaching your contract to speaking to a third party, it's like football, this is the same. You're breaching your contract. It's a big no-no. That even with football, of course, the difference is that athletic commission can get involved. I mean, the official can get involved in it. Here in this case, go ahead, Phil. Go ahead.
As a representative from the Ray Phoenix camp, I will say this. Did they actually breach the contract, or does Tony suspect they did that? Did he have a microphone in the room, or verbally and orally hear them say, "I'm going to talk to WWE behind your back"? Because if it's just how he feels, that ain't a reason to fuck somebody over.
No, you're right. You're right.
If it's your feelings, you can go fuck yourself.
That's right. Yeah, you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong, because I'm not gonna say that they did or not, because I don't know. But I spoke to the talents in independent circuits. I told them, man, don't discuss nobody your shit, not even around your homies. Because one thing they'll say, when they say something, someone in either of a restaurant or a bar will hear something, guess what? Your shit's going to be out and about. Right here, folks, I'm going to clarify what we do here. We are professional wrestling analysts. I don't give a fuck if you get pissed off for me saying those words, but we are. We pay attention to details of everything overall. We're not Seltzer. We're not Wade Keller. We're not Sean Ross Sapp. We're not Piece of Shit Alvarez. We do not fucking be tribalism here that this one better than this. No. We criticize everything of professional wrestling, no matter what promotion. Here in this case, it's different because you have talents who are still getting paid, and there's someone that got upset. This is what I know the story of and we're just giving our opinions and what we're analyzing here, folks. Just to clarify before we move forward of doing, to do this very quick of this situation. So it just, for me, is so Ray Phoenix, of course, his contract is extended, but he's not being used. He's getting paid. Penta's already contract's up, so he's no longer getting paid. He showed up to AAA this past weekend. He showed up over there. Triple Mania showed up for an event. Perfect. That means we might see him tomorrow on SmackDown because Carmelo might have a mystery opponent. We don't know if it's him. A lot of people are saying rumor in your window could be him. We don't know if it is. I don't know. I'm not going to say he is or not because I don't know. Hopefully he is. But do you gentlemen feel this situation is played right between both parties? Who's at fault here in this situation? And how should this be resolved? Very simple. That should be resolved. And for the talents that are signed with currently AEW, like another one for Ricky Starks. You heard what happened with him in the Effie situation. Effie fucking made a comment on his podcast that pissed off Tony Khan and pulled him out of it. Willie Mack is officially signed with Ring of Honor. He got pulled from this tomorrow's show that's happening here in Los Angeles. But there's a lot of story in that one because they don't know I think he's just playing it safe because he doesn't want to get fired because he's finally getting paid. He got a big contract. So I ain't mad at Willie Mack for what he's doing because, I mean, you're now with a big promotion. You're getting paid. Congratulations. So I get his point why he's throwing different scenarios to Brett Lauderdale. Hey, I was told this, and that. I don't know. Well, Daniel, Christopher Daniels telling me this, but somebody else telling me this. What the hell's going on? So it's a whole mixed up here.
Okay.
But how will you guys handle this situation? This one in particular. Should Tony Khan just to say, you know what, just fear, let's get out of your fucking contract, go to WWE. Yes, it's your competition. You know that, Tony Khan. I heard the whole IWC community saying, yes, Tony Khan is feared that WWE will do way better of booking the Lucha Bros than he has done. Before I pass it on to you, gentlemen, I just want to say very brief. I'm not saying that the Lucha Brothers book themselves properly wherever they go. Just to clarify to everybody. I'm not going to say Tony Khan booked them right. I'm not going to say MLW booked them right. I ain't going to say New Japan booked them right. No, they booked themselves right. Under AAA, under CML, anywhere. They know how to book themselves right and why they're valuable talent and why they have the momentum with the audiences. Not the Latino ones like myself, but everybody overall. So in this case, should Tony Khan just let it go? Pay him whatever the rest of his contract and just fuck off before this is affecting him fully, before everybody starts getting on this guy. I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm against Tony Khan. I'm understanding both situations. So I agree and disagree for both. But I just feel that simplistic for me. Let him go. Let him go. Who cares? That's just what it is. It's like WWE. PC Papa H gives a shit. Like, oh, well, you got this guy. Go ahead. Let's see how you use him. I'll take you running out. It's the same. It's the same as WWF, WCW back in the days. They switch fucking talents. Who used better than who? Okay, big deal. So what? But in this case, you're holding a man back who wants to work, but he can't do anything because he's under contract, but he's getting paid. So, Redeemer, I'll take it to you first, man. How do you handle the situation?
Oh, this is tough because it's if the whole thing of Phoenix talking about, that he was injured and Tony didn't get him any kind of like help whatsoever to help for that injury, then I get why he would say this. But is it truly necessary that this needed to be said? That's the thing, because it does kind of come off like very sketchy on both ends here. Like, now that the fact that they've done this whole thing where, Phoenix has said all this stuff and now supposedly, everything has been deleted, which basically feels like a cover up a little bit. which, like, honestly, this is just my take on this whole thing. I honestly believe that there was some shady shit going on. And that is why, and Phoenix has literally just had enough. He wants the fuck out of there. He does not want to sit around and wait any longer, especially if Tony's literally going to be the petty motherfucker that he is, where it's basically he knows they're leaving. He knows both Lucha Brothers are leaving. He couldn't stop Penta, but now he can basically hinder Penta and Phoenix by himself, like as a team, by holding Phoenix hostage. Tony, you're a petty little motherfucker. That's all I can say at this point. Like, it's freaking pathetic that, like, it's unnecessary freaking risks. It's unnecessary, like, things that he's done right now. I look at it as this, and it's just like, just let the man fucking go. You literally have come out and said that you will not be, that is literally has come out that you will not be using him. You have basically held him down to say, fuck it, I'm not going to use him. I'm just going to keep him on the sidelines until his freaking deal's up. Yes, he'll get paid for it. That's not what freaking Phoenix wants to do. Phoenix wants to go be with his brother. Let him go fucking be with his brother. No more of this freaking, because I know you guys are leaving, I have to make sure that I can freaking do some kind of petty bullshit. Like, no, I just don't. Like, I think it could have been handled a way better way on both ends, especially on Phoenix's as well. Like, I don't think that needed to be publicized whatsoever. Like,
Agreed.
But if it's legitimate and all of it is out there and it's basically, it's all looking bad on Tony's end at this point, the best freaking way to solve this and get rid of it all is let the man go.
Yeah.
Let him go be with his brother.
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely.
Okay.
TK, what do you got for TK?
So I think it's really funny. When AEW started, it was the alternative. It was supposed to be different. Vince McMahon was the asshole. Tony Khan was the independent wrestling hero. He was the guy who brought it all together. Hey, guess what? 5 years later, Tony Khan built the biggest competition WWE has had since AEW, or since WCW. And now, listen, is AEW actual competition when it comes down to dollars and cents? Absolutely fucking not. But what AEW is competition is for talent. All right.
Yep.
At the end of the day, fuck it. I don't care. I'll sound like an asshole. It is what it is, dude. If his contract says that he's injured for 18 months, then I'm going to fucking write him for 18 months of fucking injury time so he doesn't go to my competition. It is what it is, Phoenix. Sit the fuck down, go to catering, collect your fucking paycheck, and call it a day, bro. You did it to yourself. You wrestle like a fucking idiot, all right? He wrestles like a fucking moron. And albeit, I love the Lucha Brothers to death. The Lucha Brothers wrestled the second best match I've ever seen in my life. Number one, Stone Cold versus Bret Hart, WrestleMania 13. I was there, third row. My grandpa held the motherfucking show. Second one was it All Out 2021. Lucha Brothers versus Young Bucks steel cage match where the Lucha Bros finally fucking beat them, dethroned them for the AEW tag titles. Listen, should the Lucha Brothers run in AEW been better? Absolutely. But let's not sit here and pretend that they didn't win the tag titles. They won the trios titles, and Phoenix inadvertently hurt Moxley and won the fucking international title.
Yeah.
Phoenix, you're reckless, bro. You're reckless to yourself and you're reckless to others. You did this to yourself, homie. You signed the contract. Sure, the AAA to CMLL thing, I do believe. I saw that comment. I'm sure K-Dog's got a lot to do with it. But again, you want to play the game. Tony Khan's just better than you because he's a millionaire, a billionaire, and they always are better than us. And that sucks, but it is what it is. And you signed the contract, so live with it. 18 months is 18 months. Penta, go ride out in NXT for 18 months when your brother gets there. See you on the main roster. Go do the Lucha Brothers thing. No, I'm honestly, sucks to say, I'm Tony Khan here.
Okay.
Business.
All right.
Okay.
I love it. All right. Tony Khan, what do you got for us? I mean, it's a Tony-in-law. What do you got for us?
So here's my thing. On the one hand, I agree. The injury clause is valid. The injury clause was created where if it's an NFL move. If you were an idiot and you got yourself hurt, then yeah, the company deserves to have those extra months you did as a moron back somehow to make recompense. Here's the problem, though. He got hurt whatever you want to call it, reckless, whatever. But you can call him reckless. It's still happenstance. Shit happens in wrestling, so it's not ballet, people. But here's the thing: he got hurt. He got hurt. I mean, you can get fucked in ballet too, yeah, I know. But here's the thing, though: he got hurt giving Tony 5-star matches, so it's not like he was reckless in the sense of I'm just doing this shit for me or doing it for selfish reasons. He did it to improve the product. So it's not like he was selfish in that act. And like it's not like he was out drunk driving, got hit something, and then got a broken leg and had to sit out. And Tony's like, I'm gonna get my money back. That's what the injury clause is for. That's what it was originally invented for. Not for wrestling, for sports athletes for being stupid. Tony's just exploiting that clause to keep these guys, like you said, from going to the competition. So with Ray Phoenix, yes, the letter of the contract says I own you. However, in spirit, like you said, Tony's pulling some shenanigans to keep him around just because he's pissed, because he knows basically there is somebody across the lake that they're going to go to that, let's face it, everybody dreams of going to WWE, whether they want to admit it or not. Everybody dreams of going there. And honestly, a lot of Mexican wrestlers all say WWE is where they want to go. So it's not Tony couldn't fucking be surprised that they were thinking about not renewing their contract. Where the fuck else were they going to go? Right. It ain't like it was a guy. I know you're like they breach a contract, dude. Where else are they going to go and get the same kind of money?
I agree with that, but
TNA, NXT, literally, New Japan can't pay him that kind of money.
Agreed, but if you heard what I said earlier, at the end of the day, even let's say they were before even AEW 5 years ago when they signed, they were already made the names for themselves. As independent contractors, they could do as they please, and they're able to get. I'm not saying that I agree that they're obviously not going to the money what Tony Khan gave them, right? I'm working on that. However, they're able to still.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. They could still make a healthy living even if they didn't go to WWE. But let's face it, when you raise your capital to that level, and honestly, we just had this conversation with the Bears and Bill Belichick. When you have that level of talent and skill, and you have earned your place in the world, and there's a place across that wants to give you that money, you're gonna be an idiot not to go there.
Yeah. And even if you haven't talked to him, even if they don't need to talk to Triple H, you know for a fact Triple H, and I'll tell you right now, someone said it like C. Henry was right. It does have Conan stink on it, 100%. Do I think it was a third party conversation where like Triple H was like, "Hey, you speak Spanish? Why don't you talk to the Lucha Bros for me?" Remember what I said that when we first talked about that?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what it. I do not. In my heart, I would like to say they were being noble. No, I think there were people who were like, "Yo, Triple H been asking about you. Y'all may have a shot," and they weren't happy. And like you said, TK could have did a better job booking them. And the truth of the matter is that they were like, people were like, Triple H is thinking about you, and they're like, "Well, I don't like the booking I'm getting here. I'm pretty much sitting on the sidelines. I'm a trios champion, a tag team champion, and I've only had 2 matches. That's both.
A TNA world champion.
Yeah. But I mean, it's just like for me, it's just like I said. Like my thing is, you're right about the. I'm not saying the Conan thing, but I'm saying like other friends, like they got you. Like it's generic. I'm saying this generically, not just towards them. Y'all gotta be careful with that shit because shit like that is like. And then people will speak. Oh, when they're drunk as fuck. Hey, man, you heard what happened right here?
No, I think you're right.
You're going to see a motherfucker right here, like on their phone.
I think you're right, but I think Triple H got spies out in them streets.
Well,
who's like,
of course he does.
Of course. And
Keith Lee's backstage just sitting there like, boss, I'll be home soon. What's going on?
Exactly. And not only that, now that he made it more exposable, now for him to fucking put ID on all over on the internet, he pretty much is telling Tony Khan, motherfucker, I am watching besides you got your scout, I got my scout.
Yo, but let's just copy. What independent wrestlers do want to go to AEW anymore? When AEW first got around, that's what it was. The hot independent wrestlers, the up-and-coming wrestlers, couple of stars built in. Then Tony Khan went and fucking just raided black and gold, took all the old WWE wrestlers and turned it into what? WWE Light, except not as good as Papa H's. He's like fucking a replication of Vince's. So at the end of the day, he had these independent talents. He had Nathan Frazier. He had Fallon Henley. He had Cora Jade. He had
Ren Sinclair. He had Ren Sinclair.
He had them all. He had them all. He had so much of NXT's crop. He had no fucking idea what he had under his roof. And now these kids, they're gonna want to go to ID, man.
Yep.
Like you're right. So
that's why that's why we all been saying the digression about AEW is they need to control the insane asylum. There has to be a pyramid steps like Tony Khan and his goons to run it as not only AEW. Here's
the thing though, they had that for a little bit, and I don't know what happened, but remember they used to have the Nightmare Factory. That was their training camp for a long time.
Because Cody and QT Marshall had something already developing.
And Dustin,
hear me out on this though. The problem and in that situation, there was a lot of I wouldn't say constructive criticism. It was really more like favoritism in that play, because you could see who they brought, who they used, who they didn't want to use in the end, who they got rid of, who they let go. Tell me, where the fuck is Peter Avalon? Why is he still not there?
Well, but that's an example. That's what I'm saying. My point is like they had the ability to create a pipeline of guys training, becoming ready for AEW, or at the very least, the Rose Academy has a dark system for people to wrestle on television. And for a while before Cody left, it was being used to make all their talent. But when they started having problems, it's like you said, favoritism and buddyism and nepotism started coming into play. Not to mention the fact that by and large, the Nightmare Factory is still, honestly, it's still booked by basically, it's run by Dustin, who's basically an attitude era guy, who's basically running it like Triple H would. He ran the spot. And like I said, if Tony starts being an asshole, Dustin does not give a fuck. That dude has, like the shirt says, he's got 60 years under his belt, and he knows for a fact. And no one wants to say that in the quiet part out loud, but if Tony does not renew his contract, I guarantee you a year later, he's going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. And helping run NXT.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and I guarantee you, Nightmare Academy goes into the ID system.
Yes.
Tammy, like everybody's saying that right now. I don't see it that way. I think it's just more that he's overwhelmed and he needs to have a structure within the company to run then go by him the last call and give him the details why we're doing this. This is why. Instead of him saying, hey, this is no. That's the problem that I've been saying it for a long time within these 5 years of this company. They need someone to control the insane asylum. I've been saying it. I'm going to continue to say that. You had with Regal, you fucked that up because he saw something that unfortunately he didn't like, and he said, "What? I'm out. I want to go back to WWE." He and Tony Khan respected that because you know what? I'm pretty sure Regal gave it to him really clean professionally why he wanted to go back, and mainly is for his son, besides for himself that he loves working over there. So that's one thing I respect Tony Khan. But everybody, you have there's people there.
Let me interrupt you for a quick second. Let me be honest with you. Yeah, I guarantee you 1,000%, and I will bet you $100,000. Yes, Charlie Dempsey is the reason Regal went over there. But I guarantee you, the day he saw that Triple H was in charge of content, he was like, "I'm going home."
Yeah.
Like,
you're not wrong.
I'm going to fuck home.
Oh fuck yeah! Well, what do you think?
He only left because of the old man.
We know that because he didn't agree with him.
And I don't mean left. And I'm sorry, I don't mean left. I mean he got fired because of the old man.
Yeah, he was basically out the door the minute freaking the old man got his hand on NXT.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. That there's ways to fix this situation. I mean, not with this one, but I mean everything else. Future for AEW. Now that they're going to be on HBO Max, and we'll see what's going to happen next year for them. I wish them nothing for the best. I'm not here to fucking, like I said, we're not journalism here. That's saying none of that. It's just for me, we want every talent to get what they're notified for. It's just that he needs a fucking structure. He needs someone professionally that's been in the business, like a William Regal. You do have a Jerry Lynn who's been in the business for quite some time, knows how to run that business. You know, in the back scene, he's done it in ECW, he's done it in the TNA, he's partially WWE. There's people there that he has. Jericho's another one. Why you're not fucking using him? That's another motherfucker that needs to relax his ego, calm down your favoritism shit. And you've been in the business for over 20 years. You know how this shit works. Be fair across the board with all fucking talents. That's what it's supposed to be.
So here's the thing. I gotta say, because I gotta leave in 15, so I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about Tony. When AEW started, it was the equivalent of a startup company. But the problem with startup companies is at a certain point they get really successful and they think they're still a startup. At this point in time, they need to go, and I know people don't want to hear this, they need to become a bit more corporate. They need to become, it goes into your structure argument. They need to become a better corporatized structure that they can do stuff like medical help. They can do stuff like you said, have a training division, have a way for guys to actually be able to air grievances, have concerns, have a way for people to actually like talk to Tony, or at the very least talk to staff to go talk to Tony for him. The problem is, I think Tony still runs it as a startup company where he think he has to have his hand in everything. And to your point, he is getting overwhelmed, or he lets his ego take over and starts jerking off on the screen on stuff he really likes. No, I do not think that man is doing cocaine. I do believe that man is a billionaire or a millionaire or the child of a billionaire who thinks I don't need to ask for help because this is my favorite thing in the world. So yeah, so I mean, in the end, I think it's one of those things where his ego right now needs to step back and let his place be. I know that independent guys don't want to hear this because they like the independent freestyling. Right. But literally, I think it's time to go corporate. At least have a type of corporate organized structure that's, like you said, enough more siloed. So these guys actually have a place to go if they have a problem or they want to do some fun stuff. And if they want to go for another company, have a way for them to do that by going through like sign this form and you're good for like 3 shows over here, like TNA does. Actually, TNA is not a good example. You know what I mean? Like New Japan.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of things that they can fix on that. It's just like we could go on that one. But we got.
I mean, at this point, I'm just wondering, do they need another fight in the goddamn back room for them to figure it out?
Yeah, right. How Jim Cornette was saying. That's pretty much. All right, we got like at least 15 minutes with you. So at least let's before there's a lot of things I gotta see. This is why I said I'm trying not to derail, but it's hard to do. But all right, obviously what I want to talk about overall. I mean, not everything, just things that I see that are in front of us that really has my attention. Hopefully, it has you guys' attention as well. I want to start off with SmackDown very quick because because we still got Saturday Night Main Event. First thing is, what the fuck, man? You just made Motor City Machine Gun lose the fucking belts here to DIY. But hey, we got the heel version now of DIY. Fucking Johnny Gargano busted that shit. I'm like, all right, cool. I loved it. I'm not gonna say no to it. I'm cool with that. You know what? They got something going.
It was a good call. It was a good call. Call.
At this point, the Guns run, like, it was cool. They were the ones to take titles off of the Bloodline at this point, but their run was very anticlimactic.
Yeah.
It would have been the right decision if the Guns had more behind them right now.
Yeah.
No, I want to hardcore disagree with that. Do you know why?
Why?
It was kind of like we were talking about earlier with Ridge Holland and Eddie Thorpe. The Motor City Machine Guns, whilst they are great wrestlers to the world, they are not great wrestlers to the WWE universe. You want the WWE universe to know who they are, you debut them. They beat DIY to become number one contenders. They go and instantly beat fucking the Bloodline, who are the most dominant stable on the roster. They're the tag champs. What did DIY have to do to get the belts from them? Turn heel. Gargano pulls a fucking complete bait and switch 180, fucks them over. Then what? Justin, you've heard me talk about wrestling for like 5 years now. What do I always say is the biggest thing in wrestling? The chase. Now, what is going to build the Motor City Machine Guns up right now? Chasing those belts back. I think they executed this perfectly.
No, this was done very, very. This was very, very interesting how they went about this. Like, it felt very much like, hey, Johnny's not going to be on board, but meanwhile, the whole time, Johnny was on board. Like, it was done very intriguingly. Like, again, I honestly believe the Guns dropping the titles was the smart thing to do. The Guns have nothing going for, like, have nothing behind them right now other than people know, like, certain people know they're good freaking in-ring competitors, and that's basically the only thing at this point. WWE has done a terrible job with them right now, because literally they've given nothing for anybody to be like, oh, that's why. Literally, Corey Graves said it himself. They are your favorite tag team's favorite tag team. Well, show us why the fuck that sentence is what he said. Like, there's no reason why. They've given us nothing. They basically just threw them out there, and they've given them this big freaking massive rocket strap to their back, gave them the tag team titles, and it basically said, okay, we're going to try to see if they can get over via their work rate. And it's sort of worked to a point, but it's not fully worked. They still haven't given anybody any other reason to be like, this is their past. This is the reason why so many freaking people on the roster and any other wrestling company love these guys. And that's what they needed to be given them.
With all due respect, and it's not anything from a presentation perspective, but God, I hate the term. But if you want to talk about verbatim vanilla midgets, I mean, the fuck are those guys, dude? And I mean, no disrespect. They are great wrestlers, great individual wrestlers, great tag team. But at the end of the day, they don't even have beards, all right? They have nothing of substance.
You're about to spill my beer, man.
I'm just saying, they're two very tiny guys with no mic skills and little charisma. So at the end of the day, the only thing you could do with them is just put the fucking belts on them to make them have something. Because those guys, what are they going to... DIY struggles to get over. And at least Ciampa's crazy and Gargano's entertaining.
But remember, DIY was getting over via their work rate when they were on Raw.
NXT, but not
even when they were on Raw.
Even on Raw, they were getting that too.
They were getting over via their work rate, but then they got moved to SmackDown.
Not right away, though. When they were first brought up.
They were getting over because R-Truth was confusing them for DX.
Well, that's when they got over. When R-Truth and The Miz started fucking with them. When Awesome Truth started fucking deep with DIY. But how long were they up before then? And even when you brought them up with their early stage with the NXT, when Malachi and Johnny and Tommaso got brought up.
That was bullshit.
I agree. But at the end of the day, it took what, like Pepsi Phil just said, R-Truth getting them over for them to get over. And now look at them. This heel turn DIY is going to be incredible. Cannot wait for it. And I think the Motor City Machine Guns are great, but I'm just saying from like a casual, like from, I look at wrestling sometimes from Street's perspective. And Streets would say about those guys, what the fuck do I care about those two fucking guys for? And that's, what is there to care about?
I mean, he's true. It is true because think about it. You can't show old footage of their wrestling matches. Like,
yes, you can.
Which ones?
You talking about Motor City Machine Guns? TNA?
I don't think TNA's giving up that much stuff. And they can, no. They're doing it for very select wrestlers that they're using that were attached to TNA, so they're allowed that footage. There's a difference between talent who isn't signed there versus talent they are borrowing, which means they borrow their library as well. But remember,
agreed.
They would have to buy the stuff from TNA to be.
Yeah, and how difficult is that for fucking WWE to be like, hey guys, listen, we're clearly trying to back
Again,
the
I'm not-
Guns, get them over, have some freaking people do that. Can we get a little bit of footage to throw into a package and be like, here's the Guns?
What's in it for TNA?
Helping
partnership?
push a fucking absolute fantastic tag team.
You mean for the honor of it? No, they
No.
need money. They need cash. They need.
They'll get it.
They need
They'll
to turn. When they did it with Jordan Grace, it was because she was a member of their roster. When they did it with Joe Hendry, it's because he was a member of their roster. So Motor City Machine Guns, no longer part of their roster, no longer part of them. So there is no valuable return on investment if they help WWE out.
The Guns are fucking basically those guys can leave and come back and leave and come back and leave and come back, and TNA fucking stands there with their arms wide open and goes, "Welcome back, guys!" Every fucking single guy.
Did you say with arms wide open?
Yes, I did.
With arms wide open.
Under the sunlight.
Okay. All right. I got to bolt a little bit, but like I said, the thing is the TNA would need something. Truth be told, they'd have a better chance of getting their Japanese footage out of New Japan than they would out of TNA. Which again, but to your point, I don't know why they haven't gone that route already. Or
I have a reason.
Let's face it, New Japan's a different market, and they probably don't think it'll connect with fans as well as, let's say, a local market would.
I just don't know why they haven't done it with the Guns whatsoever. How come we haven't had them sit down and tell us this stuff? How come they had to fucking blow the goddamn surprise by having a backstage segment when they fucking debuted on the show?
That was bullshit.
They did
that because what if their surprise debut, the crowd just went?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that? And the crowd already did go kind of mild. They showed up, and that was without the surprise. So, what if they just came out and the crowd just, even in Michigan, which would make it so much worse, the crowd just was kind of flat. That would be horrible.
Yeah. And truth be told, this is where we all agree, and this is where we all agree.
I do agree with that, though.
They should have started. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I don't know about 2 years.
But over time I could see it for sure.
But the truth of the matter is they should have started NXT, or at least done 3 to 6 months down there to at least become accustomed to some of the stuff they do. Not because they couldn't wrestle or they needed to, but because fans would get accustomed to them before they got to the main roster. Because think about it, 2 or 3 to 4 banger matches, 4 pay-per-views, and then they go to the main roster. Yeah, you're fine. You don't need to work on any building, and you have your library of stuff they've done that's really at the front of people's minds. So, yeah, this is one of those. But again, it goes back to your original point, though, why they probably skipped it is there's 100 years difference between the Motor City Machine Guns and damn near 95% of that goddamn roster. The only person as old as the Machine Gun is Booker T.
Yeah. You know what, though, Pepsi Phil? You bring up a great fucking point, bro. You put him in NXT for a year. You let them dominate the tag division for a full year.
They should have been in NXT from the start, but everybody was so fucking keen on, the Guns are such fucking legends in wrestling that they should be on the main roster already.
You guys are talking me into it. I think that you guys.
But hold on. But this is okay. I hear you. I hear you. But here's my offense to that. So that I defend them for that.
Mm-hmm.
And you could go ahead and correct me if I'm wrong or not. That's fine. This is what I feel. It's just that I've been saying this, and it's what I've been saying for the last couple of weeks. I think we all been saying it as well. Don't forget, it's the time. It is the time for the talent. What have they been focusing for the last those 2 hours of fucking Friday Night SmackDown? What have they been focusing on? What is it? Time it. Fucking time it. How much time do these fuckers have to give their shit of who the fuck they are? Like I'm with Justin what he's saying. Like, yeah, give me an explanation. Give me an explanation about I agree. I'm not saying that's wrong, but my thing is, where is the time for it? It's the concern and the problem that this needs to be fixed on Friday Night SmackDown. Why they need that 3 hour? Because what the fuck we've been focusing on the last couple of weeks prior to fucking Survivor Series and prior to Bad Blood, it's always been fucking the bloodline. not to these fucking tag teams. We're barely seeing it, like when we saw Street Profits turning heels. We're seeing these guys turning heels. We're seeing something. But however, you're right. We need an explanation. That's what we need. And that's something I agree. But the problem is they're not given the time for them to give that an explanation. Like I know Tammy's saying they need a gimmick. I know that I hear everybody here in the comments, but my digression of that, then if that's the case, Papa H, if you're listening, watching, give your fucking tag team division the time that they need. You're gonna add a 3-hour show to fucking SmackDown. This is the indubitably time to fucking do it. That's
shit. Is that the first one on tonight's episode? Jesus.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I know. We normally would say
absolutely not. Dusty said one earlier.
Oh,
oh, you did? Okay, so that's
no, I did not. Dusty said it.
Okay.
Dusty said it.
All right. On that note, guys, I'm sorry I got to bounce, but it was, as always, a pleasure to deal with you knuckleheads.
All right. So hopefully we'll see you on Saturday for Saturday main event.
Yes, you will, because I want to see the wing belt come back.
All right,
go, baby.
We'll see you here Saturday for the watch along.
All right, guys, fans, thanks again for watching.
All right.
Later, brother.
All right. So now I got to do this. See,
go.
You see how I do these type of things. I gotta do. I have to use my cell phone to make sure to have this.
That's smart. Look at you.
Yes, I had to because I wasn't aware that this personal stuff, folks. I can't talk about it, but wasn't aware of things. But
it's confidential.
It's very confidential. But no, that's my digression about that. So but I'm gonna save and then two things as well that I wanted to bring up on SmackDown was we got the solo. Oh, you guys don't respect me. I still want you to acknowledge me attacking LA Knight and Andrade, and then still figuring out what the Jade Cargill situation, which I think I can't wait to hear what Papi TK and Redeemer got to say about it, because the way how it looked that Friday, those eyes of those two women of I'm talking about Bianca Belair and fucking Naomi. I don't know, man. Something's telling me, but then one thing caught my attention that somebody brought up, something in the IWC community, gentlemen. That really was like, it's a yes or no for me, but I'll mention her, and I want to get your thoughts about it. I'll save those last 4 women on my side of EC because those are the semifinals for the U.S. Championship. We'll talk about that. Who is going to make it to the finals? We'll save that. But I want to talk about the other topics very brief that I want to hear you guys' thought. But to add on what the Jade Cargill won and in the situation. If it ain't Bianca, if it ain't Naomi, who could come back? Woo! Yeah, exactly. That's Justin. Exactly what you just doing right now.
Hold on a sec. Hold on. Charlotte. This is specifically for you freaking android.
Off is a direction you can fuck.
No,
rest my case.
You do know that one of Jade's first encounters in WWE.
Yes, I remember that.
Was backstage with Charlotte.
But
that's exactly
and just like I did it for The Rock, Jade could be out for 7 months if whatever her injury is, and Charlotte could be running back. Charlotte could be world champ at that time, and Jade could come back and say, "Hey, it was you. I'm coming for revenge."
But what is that really doing, though?
Well, whoever wants to take over on that one, go ahead.
Well, hold on. Is she really hurt, or is this a fucking storyline? Which the fucking real life analyst fucking paid $100,000 to do. Sean Ross Sapp has no idea if it's real or not.
At this point, I don't think anybody fucking does.
Well, right. But that's the beauty of it. So if it is just storyline, then they can do whatever the fuck they want. Nia, no. Liv, no. Bianca was in the ring. It couldn't have been Bianca unless Bianca did it before she went to the ring. What a novel concept that is, right?
Honestly, it could just be a situation where it's a legit injury that they're going to turn into a story, which is fine if that's the fucking case. But it's like, what do you... Charlotte, yes, she's had that one interaction with freaking Jade one time, freaking like what, a year and a half ago or something like that. Like, it's been so damn long. Honestly, again, what would be the big freaking reveal that would make any sense as to why Charlotte needs to take out Jade?
No,
Like
it makes no
yeah,
sense.
no, that's the only one that makes no goddamn sense. Like, again, Bianca being the fact, like, the Bianca and Naomi is the big obvious picks right now because they make the most sense. Naomi's basically been the one that's been behind Bianca and Jade for the whole time, but meanwhile they're out there having success, winning the tag team titles, doing all this other stuff. And she's been, again, she's left the company, come back, won a championship outside of the company, come back to prove herself that she's better. And here she is now back in the company. And what has she been doing? Losing and losing and losing the entire time. Yes, now she's in the freaking, she could have been in the position to where she could have won the fucking title, the United States title, but that's out the fucking window now. Like, that at this point, the only thing I can think of at this point is now the Jade story is going to still lead to Naomi, but it's going to lead to outside of it where the title's not involved. Again, now she's still on the losing streak. She's still doing that. This is the reason why she took Jade out earlier, to be like, listen, I'm still on the losing streak here. I'm still basically stuck in the shadows while you guys are out there taking the spotlight. Where the hell's my spotlight? Honestly, I still think Naomi makes the most sense. Like, Bianca's does make sense if you have her turn on Jade, because listen, she's basically had to carry Jade the entire time for this as a team. Like, has Jade actually had good showings in their tag team matches? Absolutely, I'll give her that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, if Bianca literally came out and said, listen, I'm the one who took out Jade because I'm sick and tired of having to be like the one to basically put her on my shoulders and carry this entire team, then it makes sense. But honestly, I think the Naomi one would be the more intriguing one, because first off, look at all the signs she's been giving that she's sick and tired of this. Not only is she tired of freaking, like, all the times that she's been around Bayley, where she's looked into the camera and freaking looked at the women's championship when Bayley was champion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's basically telling you that she is so sick and tired of being the one left out in the freaking dust while Bayley's over here thriving. Jade and Bianca are freaking thriving. She literally just got herself booted out of the United States Championship tournament. At this point, she has all the justification to say, I took out Jade because I'm so tired of being the one left out while everybody else, that I call my best friends, are freaking thriving. It's time for me to go. I literally went out there to better myself. I got myself in the spotlight, and then I got taken out of it to come back here to show you that I can be in that spotlight, and I'm still not in it. She has all the justification, honestly. So I hope to God that it's going to be Naomi in this.
I like it.
I love it.
I love it.
All right, hit it. Yeah, I mean, you're producing.
I'm looking. I just started looking. I went right to the mouse right when I said it. I love it.
I love it.
There it is.
There you go. Shout out to Leo, he's the producer there, man. But I mean, Bobby, you want to add anything on that? What Redeemer just said? Do you agree with what he's saying?
I agree with everything that he said. Naomi would be a great fucking choice. Bianca would be the best choice, because Bianca, as we've talked about, is a better heel than a face. And we have never on the main roster seen a heel Bianca, which just fucking blows my mind. And we have to remember that Rhea is going to take this belt from Liv. And I guess they could hold this off all the way to WrestleMania, but Rhea just takes this belt off of Liv right now, all right, at Royal Rumble. And then Bianca wins the Royal Rumble, turns heel in the process of it. We finally get the Rhea-Bianca match that we've been wanting. But the only problem with it is Bianca is undefeated at WrestleMania. So I could kind of see more or less Bianca winning the Royal Rumble and beating Nia Jax for the world title at WrestleMania on like night one in the middle of the show or something. But Rhea Bianca would be a lot of fun. Justin, are you perplexed about this Jade and Naomi?
I'm reading that, and I'm trying to think of how
I like Gross's idea too. It's
unique.
Wow, it is unique.
You know, Naomi, like Jade, laid herself out just to be like, hey, listen, I'm tired of thinking like I'm seeing Bianca maybe as like the person who says like maybe she does feel like she's carrying me and I don't want to feel like the hassle. So maybe I need to get the hell out of here kind of situation. But like Naomi's like, listen, I'm kind of in the same boat right now. You want to, align ourselves?
Exactly. If you were here, I want to hug you and kiss you because you're saying the fucking words that came out of my mouth and you're fucking saying it.
But the only problem with that is that Naomi and Bianca went and teamed up and won the fucking War Games.
But you hear what you said earlier about now her going singles and then going to the brand too. Think about that.
Yeah.
So that's another thing too that could be another additional to it that gives it a reason why for her to go somewhere else. Going to SmackDown. So
I think it's December 12th. And the WrestleMania is until April, and there's no fucking way that we're going to be building to Rhea to live for another 6 months. Like,
please no.
Was it 5 months? There's no fucking way we're doing this another 5 months.
Yeah,
Becky would be interesting for sure.
That would be different. Tammy. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things. It's gonna be so different. I mean, that was gonna be. There's so many scenarios for that story. I can't wait until when they reveal. And I'll be like, what the fuck? I'm looking forward to how they're gonna read it. But now, I mean, we got that one. But what about the question about Solo? What do you guys thought about the Solo one? Like, that's the one I want to know.
I'm gonna be just genuinely honest about the Solo stuff. This is gonna listen. Solo can come out there and tell us all that he's not a joke. He can come out there and tell us every single thing. But honestly, he hasn't done a single fucking thing to justify the reason to try to defend himself that he's not a joke at this point. He's literally taken so many L's. And at this point, I'm looking at it this way. If this does not in the coming weeks or coming months, that this does not lead to the new bloodline kicking Solo Sikoa out because of that, then I don't know what the hell. Then what Solo said means fucking nothing. It's Solo literally just continuously spouting out words to the point that nothing he says, he's going to be like Bray Wyatt.
What up, Kofi?
What is good, Kofi?
Dirty Heels podcast. Kofi was so Kofi.
Shouts,
bro. Miss you, brother, man.
Think about it this way. Bray Wyatt at the time when he was still Swamp Bray was at the time just cutting these dark cryptic promos, but it literally was just all talk and nothing else. Solo's kind of in that same exact boat right now where all he does is talk and say the bloodline is dominant. This brand new bloodline. Like, I'm not the joke here. I'm not the weak link. Honestly, you are the fucking weak link at this point right now. Solo's taken so many losses. The man has literally kicked Jimmy Uso out and everybody else out of the freaking OG bloodline and now reformed it after he literally said these fucking words. So he said to the part where consequences have actions. Like, this man has literally said that to the point where he's literally kicked out Jimmy Uso. He's kicked out that. Where the hell is the repercussions for Solo taking L's? If this is not Solo getting kicked out by the brand new bloodline, you bring Hikuleo into this whole situation after Solo gets kicked out. Jacob Fatu takes over as fucking tribal chief. This is where Solo is just a rambler at this point.
Wow. Hey, just see in the comments, like Lauren said, it's a work. She said that about the whole Jade and situation. Tammy saying Becky Charlotte with Bayley versus Bianca, Jade, and Naomi.
Oh wow! 3 of the 4 horsewomen form up to take out Bianca, Jade, and Naomi. Oh boy!
Awesome. Yeah, Lauren saying it's
wild.
I still think it's Piper or Trinity. KPG acknowledge Solo.
Hey, I love
Cocaine
Solo,
Phil, the devious one.
Awesome.
Samoa Joe booked like Samoa Joe was booked like that in WWE. Let's see, kicking Solo out, Tonga will be hell yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, Papi, do you feel the same? or what do you feel about the situation with Solo?
Well, I mean, I don't know where they can go from here. Tama, now that Tonga Loa is hurt for 9 months, he's out. I think Bronson Reed wasn't going to be a permanent addition, but he would have been an awesome addition. But now he's out. So you got, I mean, they look great together, Solo, Jacob, and Tama. They need to bring Hikuleu in right away. But the thing is, isn't this thing with Roman Reigns over now? Like, what more is there to do with Roman Reigns and the Usos? Like, okay, cool. So Solo, Jacob, and Tama went after LA Knight and Andrade. Like, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, are they just done with Roman, Cody, Sammy, the Usos? Like, they're mid-carders now? Because if they're mid-carders, what the fuck's the point? The whole point of this was for Solo to bring The Rock back, take the Ulafala off himself, put it on The Rock, and say, this is the real tribal chief. I've been working for him the whole time. But the problem, again, they don't know what The Rock's, and I don't know this, but I don't think that they know what The Rock's doing yet. And that's the biggest problem. So they might have to keep spinning this story because they don't know what The Rock is doing. So maybe they want to boot Solo because that does make sense, everything that Justin said.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Solo has been hinting like 3 times now that he's working for The Rock in little.
Oh, he has dropped hints that he's worked at The Rock's. He's literally said that multiple times.
Solo has to be the one to bring The Rock in. I mean, and then yes, The Rock can kick Solo out. You're a failure. You're a disappointment. You've done nothing but lose. The Rock is the one to make that decision.
Mm-hmm.
But I think like that's a Rock decision. No one else makes it. Jacob Fatu, Tama Tonga, they have no fucking authority. Hikuleu, when he gets brought in, they have no authority to make that decision. Who the fuck are they? They're just a Tongan, right? They were brought in to be the muscle. They have no fucking choice.
Look at right there. Look at right there. That's the one thing that Solo and Roman still have left to do, and that is fight for the Ulafala.
A one-on-one match for the Ulafala. And then maybe The Rock comes out after that. But The Rock wants the fucking world title, which makes the whole thing convoluted as fuck. And again, I think we're only in the 7th inning, and a lot of people are upset about it. I'm not.
Honestly, the shitty thing is, you know how Heyman used to say we're only in the 3rd inning? Honestly, I think we're only in the 4th.
Ooh, I went as far as the 7th. You think?
I don't even think we're in the 7th. Honestly,
no, I'm a redeemer in that one. I feel like we're just ready to.
And I hate it. I hate that we're only in the fucking 4th inning because honestly, I am so exhausted, like physically exhausted from the bloodline shit because it just feels never ending. And again, you can say that's a good thing that it's never ending because there's more to come out of this. But honestly, the bloodline literally after the past, year and a half, maybe going on 2 years, has gotten so nonsensical and over the top and just utterly ridiculous.
Cinematic.
That we've all just kind of been like, well, what the fuck? Like, where's the, can we just get to the conclusion already? Like, I'm ready for it. Like, I'm so tired of the fucking, like, we get it. The end game is Rock Roman. That is always going to be the fucking end game. It's just how many fucking routes are we going to take to get to that end game? But how much longer can you keep these things going?
Which is
how
why
many
I
fucking,
think it ends at WrestleMania 41 with Rock.
It needs to
Roman
be,
for the
but
world
again,
title.
what is the Rock's
Which
status?
is why we're in the 7th inning right now.
No, I don't even think it's that.
It's the 4th.
Unless this is you think this goes all the way to WrestleMania 42?
No.
No.
I think it's gonna go fucking further than that at this point.
Shut the fuck up.
No, hold on.
How much further could they go with this?
No. Hold on.
This will not end until we can physically say The Rock is going to be there. When The Rock is physically going to be there, and there is no other obstacles and no other routes that he has to take, which means no challenging Cody, no nothing. It's just him and Roman until that route is straight freaking clear with no speed bumps, no nothing in there. This story is going to get drug out more and more. And that is why I'm just over this story, because I just want the fucking ending. I want the ending. You can't keep, we don't need to constantly every single year, like bring in fucking 35 brand new members of the bloodline, separate them into 5 different factions, and have them fucking in war games every goddamn year. It's like, it's over. It's just fucking over.
But
It's
Justin,
gotten to the
I
point.
don't mean to cut you off, but I'll be real. As much as WWE is great from point A to point Z right now, everything they do is fucking compelling to me. At the end of the day, the most compelling person, the most compelling story, the most compelling I ever am is when the OTC is coming. All right. He is still by far and away the most significant star they have, and it's not close. And you want to add to it, fucking Mr. Yeet on the other side of things is the number fucking 3 merch seller in the motherfucking company. So, like, they are not going to go away from it because even to me, Roman is the most interesting part of all of wrestling right now.
Thing is, is Roman actually an interesting part? Because honestly, where he stands right now is predictable. That's been the issue
Very
with
true.
Roman.
Or is it because they make it special
so
and he's a part-timer, so when he comes, it's actually significant?
Yeah, but everything that's been going on with Roman is like, again, it's going down that route of super predictable because literally Solo.
the queen of Chi-Town.
Let's go. Like we're at the point where Roman, his route is basically get the Ulafala back and then fucking face The Rock. But the longer we drag Rock out, fucking showing up and getting that matchup, the longer this shit goes, and the longer Roman fucking has nothing. How many more years can you do that?
But Roman has had everything for 4 years. So Roman just crawling and scratching to get back everything that he once had. That's a great story.
Oh yeah, but here's the thing though. My thing is, like, I'm with Redeemer in this one. It's like we're in the 4th inning. We're stuck on that one right now because what you mentioned earlier too, also TK, with the Rock situation. We don't know what he wants his attention. If that's the case, then really, I really rather not have them more on television, like less of that and more time for the other talent. Because if you're gonna put a pause in this at the moment while you're figuring out what the fuck you're gonna do with Dwayne The Rock Johnson for 441. At this moment, there has to be something. They got to put a pause on it. There's ways to build this to the story, and if I was given a marker, okay, have fucking make a promo, make Solo show up somewhere like a big mansion, like Samoan mansion, and he says, "I'm sorry, I failed you." Blah blah. All you see is a fucking chair. All you see is behind the chair. You don't see who is sitting in the chair, and then next thing you know, you see all you see is a snap. A snap somebody snapped a finger with gloves on. You don't see who it is. All you see is a big man coming up. That's how you know Hikaru's gonna make his debut. And then build up the story. Because it's like, it's my fucking nerd. I don't give a fuck. But the age is only a fucking number. I don't give a shit. It's like more like a Mortal Kombat type of style. Shao Kahn was going, Shang Tsung, was going for Shao Kahn. Like, hey, I'm sorry I failed you. I'm your sorcerer. I fucked up. All right, now it's my fucking turn. It's like The Rock being the same way, but knowing the situation, where does he personally stand for Mania 41? That's where they should, if it's going to be delayed that way, build it that way, but do not take away the time from the fucking talent and just say what happened this past Friday. Oh, yeah, we had a beat up. Okay, fine. You're going to feud with LA Knight and Andrade. I don't mind that. At least they're doing something with them. But I hope they don't make them as a jobber. I hate that word, by the way, folks. I don't mean respect. And, Redeemer and TK can tell you that. We don't like those words at all. But I'm just saying, like, if you're going to – I don't want to see that. I want to see competition between them if that's the case. If you're going to be a pause in the Rock situation, at least do something with it different. Roman, he could say, it's like, man, I'm waiting for my Opala. I got to take over. While he sees those promos – and he sees and then he's trying to find out who is that man with the chair, and if they can build a story to that, and then revealing that it's Dwayne at the end, I'm the final boss that you had to go through to get all this shit, perfect. Then you can head to Mania that direction. That's how I would build that story. But my thing with that story is to not take it away from the rest of the talent for those 2 hours before they go to the 3rd hour. That's the only digression I have about that. But you guys are right. You guys are nailing everything to the coffin. The one thing is, if it's that pause, why don't you use that type of story to have us questioning the situation of that? I mean, that's just me. I don't know if I'm saying you guys can build it differently, but I just feel that it shouldn't be built that way. I don't know if you guys feel different about that.
Yeah, it's at the point where I'm just like, I don't know. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it to just kind of be over, because again, like it's gone so long. It's 4 years. 4 years of this shit.
Yeah, it should end by 41. I'm with you, man. I'm not saying you're wrong. That should end already, because it's already it's tiring. It's already like it's gonna get to that Stone Cold. All right, like it's just.
But I think what we're gonna get out of it is not only a spinoff of Roman versus Rock, but now we're gonna build to a Roman versus Seth thing, and we're gonna get down the road a Roman versus Punk thing, and we're telling the early tales of that. So we are going to get away from Roman versus Bloodline and eventually go back to Roman versus others. And those others, I mean, come on. Roman versus Seth is the heel, Roman the face. Come on. That's fucking.
I love that. No, you're right. You're right about
Roman
that.
And Phil. Roman and Phil can main event SummerSlam for Phil's world title. Phil retains it. Like, come on. Phil's going to beat Gunther for that world title.
But
it's going to be Phil versus Seth at WrestleMania for the title. I got to think Phil's going to hold on to it. He's earned it. Like,
I hope it's not Punk and Seth for the title. That does not need to be for the title.
Gunther will lose. Treats has been saying this forever. Gunther is going to lose the belt to Punk at Royal Rumble, and I firmly fucking believe that. Seth is going to win the Royal Rumble, and we're going to get Punk versus Seth for that title at the Royal Rumble.
No, Lauren, I'm with you. What you're saying, I feel like it's still going to be that. I'm saying, I put a story for it to derail it since we're on pause in that situation, because of what's going on. But I like what you're saying, though, Tim, because that's something, too, because we saw it on Raw with Rollins giving an explanation why. And let's say what he did, like, we know Drew McIntyre did that and all that, with attacking Jey Uso. And then, but if that's something within the middle for Roman, either Drew or Seth, I'm with you on that. I love that, because it gives something at least for them. And also with Punk as well in the mixture. So I'm with you on that. I'm totally 100% with you on that.
I'll even take Roman KO 5. Fake fucking face Roman heel KO. Like, shit, sign me up for that too.
I know, girls. Just use yep. All right. So we can move on Raw and then do predictions very quick.
Yes.
All right. Now we got the final four of the semifinals of the U.S. Championship. Now I need you guys to pick. We got Michin versus Tiffany Stratton. It's Tiffy time, which, damn, it's sad because I know Redeemer and Phil and I, we said it should have been Naomi, but looks like nope, didn't happen. This was shocking that Tiffany actually won that shit. But shout out to Elektra Lopez. She did a great job in the triple threat. I'm not gonna give her
she looked
credit.
Fine while she did it.
Respectfully. Oh damn.
Indubitably.
So there you go. He hit it. Hit it, baby. You're a producer too. I don't have to hit it. You
got it. I'm on it.
That's right. I mean, we got that. And you have Bayley versus Chelsea Green. Gentlemen, who do you have advancing to the finals of this U.S. Championship? So choose your two. TK, what do you got of these two?
Yeah, it's very easy for me. Bayley has no need to be around this title. So it's Chelsea Green. So by default, it's Michin. They've been feuding forever. They had that wild ass fucking like a dumpster match or something not long ago. We're gonna carry it over. Tiffany's got the fucking briefcase. Bayley has been there, done that with it all. It's Chelsea.
Chelsea Green.
That's it. It's Chelsea. Very easily Chelsea.
All right. Redeemer, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I had this weird thing where I looked at it after when Tiffany won on Friday. I look at it and I was like, oh my God, why do I have this bad feeling that they only gave Tiffany this win because she's going to fail Money in the Bank? Oh, that's why they put her in this tournament. And that was my one main concern with this. But honestly, with the hope of this happening, like, honestly, I see it being the finals coming down to Michin and Chelsea Green, honestly. I could see this being the thing. They're going to run that back one more time because, again, if you're not going to, if this isn't just Tiffany's in this because she's going to fail Money in the Bank, if you're not going to do that and she's just going to wait again, which another situation where I'm kind of just ready for her to just either fucking cash in at this point because all the teases are just getting repetitive at this point. If Tiffany's not going to is going to basically continuously hold Money in the Bank, she's not going to need to be in this tournament much longer. So you're going to take her out right there. That's where friggin' Michin's going to beat her. And then I think Chelsea can pull the surprise victory out and beat Bayley. And honestly, I would go Chelsea as your first U.S. champion because, yes, Michin's beaten her multiple times in their feuds that they've had, in their matches that they've had so far. But so honestly, I'd have the roles reversed, and I would have Chelsea beat her and have Chelsea be the first U.S. champion.
Let's go, baby.
Hell yeah.
That's right. And KPG, yep, I put it already. So this is for you.
I love it.
Yes, there you go. So there you go. 62, baby. So there you go.
Actually, that is wrong, KPG. It is 63.
Okay, there you go. 63. Sorry.
Cool.
Oh shit. Thank you. I was like, what did I do? Okay. All right, that's Raw very quick so we can run the predictions because I know we derail out here, folks, but
always.
We love it though because
it's the conversation that counts.
Absolutely. Raw here, we saw how Lauren and Tam have been saying on the comment, like it didn't affect, of course, the Wyatt family to lose. Great show, everything was great. Mm-hmm. I just want to get this out of the way because I saw it in IWC community. Like this is Redeemer and TK can really tell you, and myself too, this is the reason why we define ourselves, why we call ourselves professional wrestling analysts. I don't like to see that shit. You think I want to see, oh yeah, CM Punk spoiled the fucking in-ring shit? I don't give a fuck. I'm not looking at that, and I just don't care. Like we love professional wrestling, and we want to watch it. I don't read spoilers. I don't need to read spoilers. I want to see it. I want to enjoy it. Fuck all that shit. I want to enjoy it. Here, I enjoyed it with the Wyatt family, and yeah, they needed a loss. Why not? It gives that rebuild. It was awesome. It's good to see Paul Ellering throwing that. How I think KPG or somebody in the chat said, "Oh, cocaine express," but whatever. We saw that. We saw Ludwig Kaiser is impressing me, man. Ever since that triple threat of Survivor Series, and now when Gunther telling him you're gaining the momentum, and him challenging, Braun Breaker. Okay, there you go. I love that. This is the Ludwig Kaiser we want to see, and I am loving it.
He demands all your gratitude.
That's right. I had hands down to that man. I give him credit. Credit was due. He's finally building himself as a solo man, and why not with Braun? I don't mind it. Kudos to that man. Underrated, give him that credit. I love that. Then we had the triple threat, unfortunately, and just to give you guys the, we're looking at the tournament bracket for the Intercontinental Women's title. That's what you have right there. So Lyra Valkyria advances. Damn, I wanted Selena, but that was a hard one. We said it last week. Damn. But it was good performance, all three women. Lyra, I chose Selena, but Lyra, okay, that's cool. I'm not mad at it. I mean, it was a hard one. Obviously, the following Monday, we're going to have Zoe Stark, Raquel Rodriguez, and Kaden Carter, and Alba Fire and Kairi Singh and Natalia on that one. So that's what we have on that one by far the following Monday coming up. But good for Lyra. She's already advancing, so we're seeing that by far.
Didn't Dakota and Raquel have a thing in NXT back in the day?
Yes it did.
Mm-hmm. That would be very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Indubitably. There you go. I had to say it. So, but and then we saw the main event: Raquel Rodriguez versus Rhea Ripley.
Didn't Rhea Ripley and Raquel have a thing in NXT? I'm just kidding.
I know you're because I'm pretty sure you were like,
shucky, ducky, quack, quack.
Yes, you were. But I mean, I'm intrigued of the Intercontinental Women's Tournament, but it just with the Wyatt, I'm okay. They're losing. That's fine. It gives them a story, and I like how Karrion was telling them, "Oh, it's not over. What the hell are you going to Miz?" I'm like, no, you started this shit. We're gonna finish this fucking shit. So it's like, no, and I love that, and I love the New Day promo too. Of course, I didn't want to add to it because we have so much, but there's so much shit going on in Professional Wrestling, folks. But we already saw it. We did the Big E. Like you saw the promo video that I posted earlier today. But you buried him, pal. But then his girlfriend kind of buried you on the social media or whatever. What am I gonna say about that? I mean, New Day will come to a time when we see the action, but at least we're seeing something at the beginning. Yeah, Cody, you should be ashamed of yourself. And everybody, hey, what's up, guys? Not even like, nope. Not even Kofi's like. Kofi looks like more geekier as fuck than fucking Xavier Woods. I'm sorry. I'm freaking the fuck out. Kofi was like, huh? Well, Xavier was like, what the fuck? What do we do? Like, he's all serious, and Kofi's like, nah, like, what the fuck? But
they hate me now.
They hate me now. Oh, my God. Sorry, Kofi Mania is over. It's been over for a long time.
It's a long time.
Sorry.
But, Poppy.
Yes, sir. Take it away.
I want to say this. The New Day was dead a little bit before Big E got injured. All right,
we know that already.
They were stale, bro.
So let's be real right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is the most relevant the New Day has been in how long, dude? The fact that they got Dominic Mysterio like booze was fucking amazing. The crowd cared. I didn't give a fuck if Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods retired, but now I want them to win the tag titles. And I want them to be heels against the Usos face. And I want them to have a fucking just banger trifecta of matches. And I want to see them versus, we talked about them earlier, Motor City Machine Guns. I want that, dude. Listen, we dogged this tag division all day. But we got freshly healed New Days, who is hotter than hot now. We got freshly healed tag champion DIYs. We got the new returning War Raiders, who very well might win these Raw tag team titles next week, as they fucking should. You got the Street Profits who are fucking trying to build some fire under them, man. You got I guess Tonga Loa is gone now. You got the Creed brothers, my boys, who are just sitting there doing nothing. But you got this tag division's hot right now, man. WWE needs to strike while the iron's hot. Even if you want to fucking go with AOP and take like Loomis and Gacy and put them as a team together, that would be fucking awesome. But New Day just getting this kind of reaction from the crowd right now is awesome. Absolutely fucking love that, dude. But
take it away.
They gotta lose. The Wyatt Six gotta lose for sure. Like, that's great. I'm glad they lost. What the fuck? The fuck is Bo Dallas supposed to be some undefeated fucking monster? Like, what? Come on, man. Like, a loss is good, dude. It's all right. Let's be real. These guys together are an undercard act, and that's fine. Let's tell a story with the undercard. Karrion Kross has been amazing over the last 6 months, man. And the Miz joining that faction has done nothing but elevate it. I'm with the and we all know Scarlett's fine, but Scarlett on Raw was like some sort of extra fine, dude. Like that was hot to watch. And then when Nikki Cross came up all fucking from the dead to fucking confront her, that was cool as fuck too. I really enjoyed that part. I love a women's main event. We got a women's main event on Monday. We got a women's main event on Wednesday. We got a women's main event on Saturday. All right, women dominating. Let's fucking go. Love that shit. Love the main event. That was fucking solid. All in all, Raw was fun. And Lyra should win the Intercontinental Championship. I think it'll probably be based on the bracket. I can see Natalya going and winning the next match, or Alba Fire, but Alba Fire probably won't get that rub, so they'll probably give it to Natalya because she's been there. But Lyra and Natalya have a little story from the NXT days, so they can tell their story on the main roster. Lyra beats her. I mean, like, it's tough because Dakota very much so deserves that title, and I think that Dakota beating Raquel and then like defeating Natalya in the finals would be pretty dope. And then Io and Kyrie winning those tag titles. So, like, then Damage Control walks around with those belts. I don't know that Dakota can get past Raquel. I think that's a really tough challenge. I got Lyra winning that, and I think Lyra should win it. Lyra's an up and coming. As we mentioned earlier, we said 4 horsewomen. I said Lyra. Like, she's that motherfucking good. Every time briefcase other show, Lyra mid card championship here. Roxanne down there, world champion. Cora gonna fucking be a future mid card champion. Roxanne comes up. Keep building them. Give it to Lyra.
Love it. Redeemer, what do you got for us, brother?
Well, let me start off with the Wyatt Six stuff. So I'm looking at this now. This is honestly the correct decision. I will say it like constantly right now. Like, I know a lot of people out there were going to immediately go off and just be like, oh my God, you're the Wyatt Six taking L already. Honestly, if you wanted more of this story, they had to take an L.
Agreed.
That's why it needed to happen. So honestly, I'm not against it. Like, I'm more intrigued by everything that they have going on there now that freaking Uncle Howdy was the one to take the pin. Like, it's at the point where is now Bo going to have to resort to just going back as Bo now to freaking beat Karrion Kross? Like, what's it going to take now? I like it. I like how it's going to go here. So I'm very intrigued on how all of that is going to go.
You're intrigued
with that.
That's what it is.
So the Intercontinental title for the women. I am happy. Again, I love that this title, like, honestly, I'm going to say this. With what happened on Monday Night Raw, being that we saw Dakota against Liv, we had Raquel being involved with everything else. I think, honestly, this is going to sound strange as hell to say, but I'm going to put it right out there. I think Katana Chance is going to end up winning that, or Caden Carter is going to end up winning that one on that side.
What?
Think about it this way right now. What happened on Monday? PFC got involved with Damage Control.
Oh, you're right. Yep.
Right now, Raquel is involved with not only Damage Control, but Rhea Ripley. Right now, that's 2 women that have absolutely all the reason to get screwed out of that matchup right there. Caden Carter is more than likely going to win that matchup.
You think they're going to go face on face, though, with Dakota and Caden?
Yes, honestly. When it comes to this tournament, I don't think it matters face or heel, no matter what.
That's true.
They're just going by the women right now and where their status is on the roster to be like, you could be the first Intercontinental champion. Honestly, I still feel like this is just like the super obvious here. I think this whole thing is for Dakota. I really do. I do. I think this whole thing is for Dakota, honestly. Like, right now, yes, she took an L to Liv on Monday night, but honestly, that just basically sets her up even more to win the Intercontinental title. It just tells you, yes, she's not ready to be in the world title scene. She's not ready to be up there in that status where Liv is right now. Because, again, she's still, now that her and Damage Control are still kind of like being like doing their own thing right now, but yet they're still associated with each other. They can't. She literally had EO and Kyrie come out to help her when she was getting jumped. Like, she's at the point where literally this is her getting built up. She's wanted to prove herself. She wants her opportunity. Here's her opportunity to go in there and win the Intercontinental title. So I still think this whole tournament is basically set up for Dakota.
Oh, I love it.
Let's fucking go.
Love it. Dakota, Lyra. I would have been fine with Zelina, man.
Yes, Dakota, Lyra final. I'm telling you.
Any of those ways, I'm good.
We call PFC the stud line.
The stud line.
Hey, Gross, I love that.
That's good.
Wow.
Good.
AOP and Lumis. I like that too. Hell yeah. I am so with you, Tammy. I am so with you on that. Digging into the darker side of Bo. Yeah.
There we go. That's interesting.
Yes. Scarlet on Netflix. Oh, yes. The Wyatt Six going undefeated. Like story, please. We're getting it. Yep. Absolutely.
Here's a fun thing to think of. You remember there how we saw the whole time how we've seen that new Fiend mask and everything like that?
Yep.
What if Bo gets that?
He's
where it's at the point where literally, think about it. You've now done the best thing that you could have done with Karrion Kross by having him beat the Wyatt Six. You've finally done something with Karrion Kross that was relevant for him. What if it's at the point where now even Bo, where this is going to sound kind of fucking cheesy to say, but what if Bo leaves at this point, that not even going back to himself can win the match? He now knows. There you go. He now knows that Uncle Howdy isn't strong enough to beat Karrion Kross. He has to resort to something that he hasn't even done yet, and that's pull a Fiend out.
But you know what? To add what you're saying though, Justin, like you're on point with it, because remember before the match started, you know how he said this for you on the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what he said that before the match?
Yes.
When you're on something. You're fucking. You see, Tim? He has a fucking marker. I fucking knew it. He has a fucking marker. Yes, I'm just like, what the fuck?
The fuck?
See? Yeah, that's just how I am. Let's see. You must believe. Yes, believe. But you know what you guys must believe, Russ? It is prediction time, because that's what it is. It's that time. I know, folks. We derail, but we do it for a reason, right? You know why? Because how MJF says.
You fucking mark.
So what? We are. I don't give a shit. I'll take it. You know. I am a.
Can I just say, Poppy? Can I just say, and I'm not derailing. I'm going to say one quick 30-second tidbit, and then we'll go right to.
Don't give a fuck. We can derail all we want. You know, I love the hell out of you guys. You guys are hosts. Don't forget, I'm not the host. You guys are hosts.
I just want to say it's pathetic that we just talked about WWE for a good hour. SmackDown, Raw. Cody Rhodes was on both shows. He's had multiple segments. We didn't mention him one fucking time outside of Bloodline talk. Horrible. All right, and that's not horrible on us. Maybe that's tells the state.
That's why my prediction is going to be a little different here.
I'm just saying. All right.
You see, podcast only has one royal family. All right. I saved them for a reason, because we were going to talk. That's why if you notice that layouts why I didn't ask the other guys, it's for a reason,
All right. Okay. All right, Poppy. So that's on you. Okay, that's fair. Okay.
We got to get fair to the rest of the talents on Raw and SmackDown. I can't put it on one. We focus on them, because prediction time is coming, baby. That's right.
The 7 deities have come to me with a very powerful premonition.
That's right. It's happening this Saturday, folks. Saturday night main event. 5 matches. We already gave our finals for the women's ones. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the other matches that are included on that. This is the reason why I saved this for the prediction, because I'm not going to talk about Gunther and Raw and Cody and Kevin's on SmackDown, or Io or Liv or Drew or Sammy, because we're going to do this here on this prediction for a reason, but that's the reason how we do it. And it is prediction, buddy. So let's start off. We'll save the Cody for last, because there was something that we saw on social media with the little, I know it wasn't the Stardust, people have been coming earlier. No, let's talk about very briefly. Let's start off with Sammy and Drew McIntyre. We saw what happened on Raw. Drew McIntyre came back. He gave his reasons why. We saw his promo, and Sammy, of course, we saw this past Monday. Accepted the challenge, attacked him behind. Excuse me, and he attacked him on backstage with Adam Pearce and say, "This is why I didn't want to hear. I abandoned you." And then out of nowhere, boom. So we're getting something. At least Sammy is doing something, folks. We gotta give Sammy some credit here, man. He's fucking putting people over, and for me, Sammy, I love that man. That man is he's an employee of the month. He's fucking going with it. Like, hey, let's go. Fuck that. He's getting story those, man. Hell yeah, I'm so happy for him. So now, let's start with the first matchup. All of us here, I'm taking it at a time. So, we're telling the story how it started, and then, like, Poppy question. So, I had to answer Poppy question why I did not add these guys. Now you know why. You see? Now you see my rope, Poppy? You see how
I see it. Yes, sir.
So I'll take it you, Bobby. Who do you got on this one? You saw what happened, the last weekend and this past Monday with Sammy and Drew. Who do you got in that matchup?
Oh, it's very, very, very predictable. but in a good way. Drew McIntyre fucking beats this dude's ass into a fucking oblivion, dude. There's fucking no reason not to. I don't know where Drew goes from here. I do know at WrestleMania, is it 41 this year or 42? 41.
41.
WrestleMania 41 this year, we will see Sami Zayn versus Kevin Owens again. All right. I can't wait for that. I don't know what the fuck Drew McIntyre is going to do at WrestleMania, but I do know that he needs some momentum after fucking Punk busted his ass open. Drew gets a big win here, momentum into the Royal Rumble.
Awesome. I fucking love it, Puppy. Redeemer, what do you got for us, Puppy?
I'm with TK. It's absolutely Drew McIntyre. Like, the fact that this man has now come back to attack people who have realigned themselves with Roman Reigns, even if it was for one night. The fact that he now has Sammy in his sights after literally what happened at War Games. I'm loving it. I love it. I think Drew needs to win this, honestly, because like you want to get more of this where Drew now has to continuously target everybody else. Like, he's already taken out Jay. He's now targeted Sammy. You want to keep that whole thing going right now. Guess what? Drew needs to win this. So I'm going Drew.
Since we're going back, flashback Saturdays, can we fucking bring Drew McIntyre with the song Out of Time and say goodbye? What is yours is now mine. Like, at least I don't know how to sing. I mean, I can only sing when I'm drunk and at karaoke. Tim will tell you because I know that. You know, that's why I love it. All right, so we're explaining the story of these matches. So that's one match, right? Now we get to the other match that I want to talk about. We got the triple threat matchup, which we found out prior before it was supposed to be a one-on-one. Finn Balor versus Gunther. Gunther accepted because, you know, he wanted to rebuild himself to be he is the ring general for a reason. But then we saw this past Monday that, you know, Adam Pearce announced what it's going to be. Telling Finn Balor, it's going to be you, Finn Balor, and Gunther, and Damian Priest. We saw what happened this past Monday. You know, Damian made his return. Gunther and then they all got in a little fucking bath over there and just beating the shit out of each other until the rest of the fucking Judgment Day came out, caused her chaos, and then they destroyed both of them, and Finn Balor holding both belts. Like, they just, we're gonna. But I love Gunther's promo. What he told them, I didn't want to put it on the promo because I wanted to, but it looked bad, and I'm sorry. Yes, we are TVMA folks. I'm going to clarify that. But when the Gunther promo in the beginning was like, hey, you were great 8 years ago for one night only. Damn, when you said that shit, I'm sorry. It kind of sounded like this in a way because you're saying you were a one night stand, buddy. It was really sounding like this, you know? Hello. That's what it sounded like. I'm just saying. I don't know. You know, but it just, Gunther, you got to watch your promos a little bit, pal, because it seems like, hey, what the fuck? You're good with one night stand. It was 8 years ago. You were good in the bed or what? Like, damn. I don't know. But who do you guys got in the triple threat matchup? Who will Gunther retain? We will see a new world champion. Now that we're getting added Damian Priest into this triple threat. And it's a two-part question on this for you, gentlemen. Do you agree the addition, and who do you got winning on the triple threat? So take it to your Redeemer. Take it away, brother. What do you got for us?
I think it might be a little too obvious here. I do think Gunther retains here. Like, now that we've got Finn and Priest kind of back together again, I think that's basically going to be the undoing here, where sadly it's going to come down to those two just wanting to get their hands on each other more than they want to freaking win the title. Like, I know Finn is like really out there saying he wants the world title. He hasn't held a freaking world championship since his 24-hour Universal Championship run. Mm-hmm. But like, honestly, I don't think it's going to go that way. I don't think I don't know how long it's going to be until Finn Balor ever wins a championship ever again, honestly, because it's just like, it just feels like another one. Like, as much as they got this new Judgment Day and everything else, like, it's weird how, again, I'm still weirded out how they went just back to Priest so fast. Like, after they moved on from it and then just said, hey, maybe we should just like rewind the tape and just go back to that part. It's fine. You know, honestly, I think that's going to be the undoing for both Priest and Balor. on their chances of winning it. So honestly, Gunther retains here.
Okay. Poppy, what do you got for us, brother?
Yeah, Justin's 110% right. Gunther wins this match for sure. I like the triple threat match. I feel like they could have just did the triple threat match at Survivor Series. I don't know why they had to prolong that. They could have been telling this story to Survivor Series. I fear Gunther wins this match. They both go into the Royal Rumble. That's Priest and Finn. Then Priest and Finn both go into the Elimination Chamber. Then it carries over all the way to WrestleMania. And this fucking never ending. I'm telling you. And this never end. But I don't want it because Priest just disposed of Finn, Carlito, JD, and Dom during the one-on-one match that they had. I forget which pay-per-view that was. It was SummerSlam Saudi Arabia, one of the fucking pay-per-views. He took out 4 of them by himself. So why this feud needs to continue is fucking beyond me. Finn Balor's best chance of winning the world title was over this past 2 summers ago against Seth Rollins. Didn't happen. He's got to wait. He's got a long time now because Punk will beat Gunther at Royal Rumble. Punk and Seth will feud over the belt. Punk will hold that belt and have some very big mainstream matches with that belt all the way probably to Survivor Series or maybe even the WrestleMania of the following year. So when Finn Balor gets a title, I don't fucking know because the Bloodline's going to occupy the other one. But Gunther easily in this match.
Okay. I love it. I actually love it. Yeah, no, I'm with you guys. I mean, yeah. And you made valid points too. But another thing to add on what you're saying too, that already I don't know if it caught you guys' eye. That promo, that Raw that Gunther was giving, right? If you notice Dom's facial reaction, and only as well during when Finn Balor was holding both belts, I was paying attention to how he was looking at the situation. And I think this is gonna be the end of Judgment Day. I think Dom is gonna just say, fuck you guys, I'm going home type of style and goes to his fucking own way. I feel like Dom is gonna fucking leave. I think he's gonna say, you know what, fuck that. You're leading this faction. You're saying there's no leaders, but you're saying Finn Balor way. When you saying that, it's like you're fucking saying it should be my way or the highway type of shit. So that's where I feel that there's gonna be something there that is gonna fucking kind of like Dom goes away. I'm gonna say this right now, and I've been saying it for quite some time, and I'm gonna repeat it again. If the whole trade with the whole Raw and SmackDown happened, if Dom goes to SmackDown and Legado is still on SmackDown, please, for God's sake, Papa H, please, if you're hearing this, anybody that's hearing this, please tell Papa H this. Have Dom run Legado del Fantasma group. Have him create WO, his own version. Have him be that Eddie Guerrero of LWO, WCW. If you're not doing shit with Legado, have Dom to run it. Even with him, I don't give a fuck if you bring Liv Morgan. Just bring her alongside. I don't care. That will be a faction that. And Dom claims that he is the prince of fucking professional
Lucha Libre.
And Lucha Libre, how he says in Spanish, El Príncipe de Lucha Libre. This is the best way to use that gimmick with him with Legado. If you're not doing shit with him. That's just me saying it.
I like that a lot, Poppy. That's some good booking right there. I like that a lot.
I like it.
I like both of you guys. Oh, sexy. All right, the next one we got.
I love it.
There we go.
That's what I love. You see, I got 3 great. We got 2 incredible producers here. You see, I'm not a producer. They produce shows here. Remember, folks, we're all hosts here. There's no such thing as co-hosts. Everybody's host here. So, man, we got the women's World's Heavyweight Championship. Liv Morgan defending versus Io Sky. We did see this past Monday, as the Redeemer mentioned earlier, about Dakota losing, to Liv Morgan. We saw, PFC coming out. What Tammy, everybody says, I'm not going to use that because I respect the LGBTQ community. I'm not hating on y'all because you guys are fans of us. We appreciate you guys. There's to each your own world. I'm not here to judge. Yes. But I'm just clarify that. And, then we saw, Io making the save. But Io took that freaking, oh, my God. What
Oblivion.
Oh, my, that looked horrible. It looked fucking bad.
Oh my God, that looks like it sucked. She took it right on the top of her head.
Exactly. It looked like she literally just sucked it in like fucking boom. Like, Respectfully, folks. Respectfully. All right?
Ah.
Yeah, indubitably respectfully. There
Well,
you
first off, because of the first one, we're just going to give a little bit of one of these first because
go. There you go. That's right. So we got that. So, man, and correct me if I'm wrong, Redeemer or TK. Did Adam Pearce ban Rhea Ripley from this matchup this Saturday?
no,
He didn't, right?
no, he did not.
Okay. So this is going to be a very interesting story how this is going to be on Saturday. But I feel like it's going to be a good matchup. I think there's something that Liv kind of needs with Io. Io, we know her credentials. We don't have to go through her credentials. I feel like Io's going to put Liv over in the matchup. It's going to be a close matchup. But, I guess we're going to see Liv Morgan probably win here. But other than that, it's going to be very intriguing how this match is going to turn out to be for both of them. So I'll take it to your Redeemer. What do you got on this one, brother?
Oh, this is going to sound very, very interesting to say, but honestly, I'm going to go with a new women's champion, honestly.
Ooh.
Yes, I'm going there right now because I will say this. As much as I have loved Liv Morgan as world champion, I will say it right now. She is the MVP of this year, 1,000% when it comes to the women's side.
You're the MVP, right?
Oh.
You're the MVP.
Much
That's
love,
right.
Poppy.
That's right. You're the MVP.
Listen, like I said, she's the MVP of this year, but honestly, I don't know how much longer you can really keep going with her and Rhea. And after the little tease we got at the end where Rhea and Io were standing there holding the championship together and looking at that, I'm pretty damn sure, just by that freaking stare down, that's our WrestleMania match for Rhea Ripley right there.
I'm with you on that, brother, because exactly what you just said, too, especially then holding the belt, how you said. Like, they're looking at each other to end the show that way.
Yes.
Man.
Yes, and now,
yeah.
What better way to think about it this way? Liv Morgan was the one to basically cost Rhea Ripley the world championship at any point. How about Rhea gets her payback on Liv and costs her the world championship by giving it to Io, which then sets Rhea Ripley up to eventually either win the Royal Rumble or win the Elimination Chamber and face Io Sky at WrestleMania. That's our fucking matchup right there. Honestly, it's a better route. Liv's run has come and it feels like it's come to an end. Like her and Rhea, as much as it's had great story the entire time, I don't think you can keep a lot of people invested all the way to WrestleMania by continuously telling that story at this point. Like if we're already going to do Judgment Day disintegration and we're going to drag that out to WrestleMania, like TK said, I don't think you need to continue it anymore with the other half of the Terror Twins. Honestly, right now, I say title change. Rhea Ripley goes on to WrestleMania to face Io Sky. So I'm going Io winning the title here.
I love that. Okay. All right. Poppy, what do you got for us in that one?
I love the Io push. I mean, Io as a heel was world champion going into WrestleMania. Io comes out, face turns. Maybe as a face going into WrestleMania as a champion. I don't think so. I like your path, Justin. I don't think that's what's going to happen. Liv retains. Rhea beats Liv at Royal Rumble. Bianca wins the Royal Rumble. Tiffy Time is champion on SmackDown, which ultimately would be a good match, Bianca and Tiffy Time. But I think we've been waiting for Bianca and Rhea for far too long. The biggest women's wrestling match that you could put on in the whole fucking world is Bianca Belair versus Rhea Ripley. In the whole world. Name me a bigger women's wrestling match that you could put on. All the women in the whole world. What is the biggest match you could put on?
Besides WWE, or are you talking about overall?
Fuck it, the whole world. All women in the whole fucking world. AEW, Stardom, whatever. Rhea Ripley versus Bianca Belair in their current state is the biggest match you could do at WrestleMania that's never been done before.
Well, give me Maki Ito versus Minoru Shirakawa. How about that?
Let's go.
Let's go. And I'm gonna play devil's advocate, and I'm gonna say, who the fuck are they?
I knew it. I was just waiting for you to say something.
Like, I know
Hold
who they
on.
are.
I know it.
I'm talking
hold
about
on.
25 million people on YouTube who I want to watch this
I
shit.
know.
You know what I'm saying?
You're gonna
Griff Garrison! Oh, who the fuck is Griff Garrison? This is Griff Garrison!
Exactly. Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair is the biggest match they could possibly do from a women's perspective in the world.
I love how TK's feeling like that. But meanwhile, all Poppy's thinking is this.
Yep. So that's what I got. I got Liv winning,
I love
retaining.
it.
Fucking lie.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but yeah, Tim does it. Tim, you do have a good point. It's kind of hard. Fuck, damn, it's kind of hard. It's just you throw it out there. I'm sorry, man. It's like
no, I'm just saying.
Boy, my fantasy.
I get it.
I'm just saying, but respectfully,
and you could do face versus face there. You could do Hogan Warrior or something. I don't know who loses that match, which is the problem, because you can't have Rhea win the belt at Royal Rumble and then lose it to Bianca right away, which is ultimately the problem there. So that booking might be failure, but I don't know.
Yeah. Now we got the main event, which we already know. That is, of course, whoa, Cody Rhodes coming out. Yes, folks, he ain't coming out with the Stardust gloves and he's gonna do that shit. How Tammy said earlier in the comment. We know that it's gonna be the Weekend Eagle belt for one time only because Papa said it on social media. For one time only, all right? So one time.
Fun
only.
fact, keep it there, Hunter. How about that?
Yes, we could. Yes.
It's not going to kill you to have a different title design.
Oh, God. I know it's you, Bakley, so fuck off. Yes, I already
You don't like that Cody beautiful belt that he's got on his shoulder right there?
I love
it.
The title, but if you're telling me
that's beautiful, I love the Winged Eagle. It's nostalgia, but that belt's fucking beautiful on
listen, all right. Listen, I really like the new WWE Championship design, but if you're telling me to pick between that and the Winged Eagle, I would fucking absolutely take a blowtorch to that freaking brand new championship and bring the Winged Eagle back.
Like, in order for me to decide, like how Justin just said, I have to see how it looks Saturday. I have to see, because we haven't seen that belt in a long time. I want to see how it looks on national television. I want to see how it looks. I'll save myself once I see it. Then I'll answer my question when it comes to that, to be honest. I do love that belt, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I have the fucking plastic belt. I do have it. I hell yeah. I'm not saying I don't, but I gotta see how it looks on real gold. I love gold. I want to see how it looks on Cody on that. So I'm very intrigued. And Bakley, I'm tired of your shit. So yes, you're.
He's a man.
Soulless man, because he is a soulless man.
A ginger man.
He's a ginger queen. Blame this guy for giving him the fucking European. Oh God!
I was thinking about switching up the booking altogether. I was thinking that I've tied with Bakley multiple times, so I don't have to defend my world title against him anymore. And I don't particularly want his European title, so I was thinking about just switching it to Poppy. You really want this belt, and well, you're the man of men. So I am thinking about Bakley versus Poppy one-on-one at Wrestle Dream, and I'm going to give a guy who I've had a very long-standing 6 to 8 month feud with one more chance to beat the fucking man. I don't know who I'm talking about. Justin, who am I talking about?
I don't know. Who the hell are we talking about here?
I'm talking about you. The 2 times. Well, I'm thinking about, because I don't particularly feel like defending my belts against Bakley, because I don't think that he's deserved it. Honestly, I don't think he's earned it. So I think that he could take his European title and defend it against someone who cares about the European title.
Can you give it to Dom? I want Dom taken away from fucking Bakley.
Oh,
give it to Dom.
Oh,
I want
threat.
Dom.
Triple threat. Triple threat.
Dom and I and Bakley for the fucking.
Well, I'll make it fair for Bakley. I'll give him a one-on-one. I won't throw an unforced triple threat at him. I will. If you want Dom, I want Dom Bakley.
Give me Dom.
Wait, here. Well, let's just say this. This will absolutely answer the question. Then, if I just do this.
Notorious.
Thank you. There you go.
There you go.
Notorious versus Bakley for the European crown.
My Christmas present. Yes, I wrestled World Ends. I want
whatever the fuck it is.
Tammy's fatal 4-way.
All right, Bakley. Dom. If you beat Dom, then I'll give you another chance at my world title. All right.
There you go. There you go.
All
Out of the rules. Out of the rules.
Well, assuming I beat Justin. You know,
Oh,
I'll give Justin. I keep telling him, but I'll give him one last shot because guess what? I don't have very many competitors. I just keep fucking weighing all of them to waste. So Justin,
I'm gonna be an Eddie Thorpe thing where I'm gonna just keep
bring you
constantly.
back down.
I'll take myself out of this whole entire thing and be like, "Where's my championship match? Huh? I got taken out."
My Christmas present. I want Notorious to take away the belt from that ginger, so I can call him King Notorious instead of King. No more King Queen Ginger. That's all I want.
I'm with it.
I'm with it. I'm just the hell with that. I'm just tired of this shit. That's all I want to do.
And I promise Dango an
whole match,
pal. So Dango will get Pepsi Phil.
That's fine. I'm okay with that too. All right, but gentlemen, who do you got in the main event? And to add the second question on top of that, out of the 5 matches, I know you guys gave the ones earlier for the finals of women's, but which one do you guys feel will be the match of the night? So, TK, take it to you, brother. Who do you got? Kevin Owens, Cody Rhodes, and what will be the match of the night for this?
Yeah, I'm gonna be really quick with this. It's fucking very easy. He goes 0-13 in title matches over the last 4 years. Cody wins. What the fuck are we doing here? I mean, Survivor Series, I might have thought KO wins. Saturday night main event, Cody's coming out with the Winged Eagle title, and you think that KO is gonna fucking beat him? I'm gonna swing it to Justin right away because I think that you might say that, and I'd love to hear your explanation as to the why Cody wins this match. Cody Rock Royal Rumble. If Rock is allowed to do his thing based on movies, and Rock probably wins that belt, just like I said, Punk beats Gunther, and we go into WrestleMania with 2 new champions. Yeah. And match of the night. This one. This should be match of the night. Or the triple threat world title match. That should be an unequivocal banger. But this one definitely could fuck with match of the night for sure.
For sure. I do think it is obvious that Cody is going to retain here. Again, you just said, if he's bringing the Winged Eagle out, there ain't no way you're changing the title right now. Like, I honestly think it should happen. I do. Like, if people are so freaking dead set on saying Cody's reign is so lackluster and it has nothing going on behind it, honestly, I think Kevin Owens deserves a run with it right now. Because this run, it would give a chance to freshen up Cody. Cody chases again. It's not that bad of a freaking idea, really, but I don't see it happening. I wish it would happen, but I know it's not going to. So Cody retains here. Match of the night, I'd say it's a toss-up between this and maybe I would say Drew McIntyre and Sami Zayn, honestly, because there's something about that match that just says it could steal the show. And then everything's going to have to go up against that. And I don't know how the hell you're going to top that, which is going to be tough.
I like that. Justin, what if we get something different altogether? So we're all in the same frame that we think that Cody Rock, it's going to go down, or Cody Rock Roman, or Roman Rock, and that's where this world title is going to be. What if KO does beat Cody? Randy Orton comes back, wins the Royal Rumble, and we get some sort of Randy Orton, Kevin Owens, Cody Rhodes triple threat at WrestleMania, something along those lines.
I mean, that'd be cool. I wouldn't be against it, but honestly, I wouldn't be against it being if KO beats Cody, Randy comes back, and if Kevin gets a nice run with it, and then Randy beats KO, so that way we go into WrestleMania. If they're so uncertain that The Rock is not showing up for Mania, if Rock does not show up, and you need your WrestleMania match, then that's where you either do the triple threat match or you just go for the gusto and do Randy and Cody, honestly, with Randy as WWE champion, Cody chasing.
I like that. I like that too. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. The match of the night, I feel like this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a really tough one because I don't know who's. I like Yes's picks. The match of the night, I feel that I hope it's a triple threat. I hope that Gunther shows up and really does something because, these 3 men are from NXT. And I hope they could bring the black and gold type of style to it. Justin and I, Phil, talked about it, for their Survivor Series moment. And even though we didn't get all of it, but it was halfway there of when we took part 2 between Damian and Gunther. But now with Finn added to this, I hope Finn is able to bring back his New Japan Strong style towards this matchup. especially being Saturday main event. I'm hoping that these three gentlemen really steal the show. I'm not, disregarding the world championship, but I really want the future. And I'm not saying Cody's not the future, but he is. But I want these three to get their momentum shine in their, in the main event. And so do EO. I want to that she deserves to have as well. So I mean, we'll see. Let's see how Cody chases the title way better than Reigns. I mean, Tammy is a tough one. We had a discussion about that one. It's just knowing how to book that man is for me.
It's the main issue with Cody's reign is the fact that there is no competition for him.
It's not Cody's reign, guys. you guys have heard me say this for fucking 5 years.
Okay, yes.
The fucking chase is always better than the title reign. Stone Cold chased it. It was great. He got it. It sucked. HBK, the boyhood dream, chased it. It was awesome. Got it. It sucked. Daniel Bryan, WrestleMania 30, chased it. Awesome. Got it. Horrible. Chris Benoit, chased it. Got it. Horrible. I mean, Kofi Kingston, chased it. Got it. Horrible. I mean, it is the face champion our whole lives. Name me one fucking time that the championship run has been better than the chase for a face. I can't tell you.
I'd have to go back and look.
It is historical that this is what happens. And this is Seth Rollins, WrestleMania over Brock. Drew McIntyre, WrestleMania over Brock. Every fucking time. The face is done with the chase. It's a lackluster title run.
See, when I look at much love to De Niro.
Still back.
I knew you'd come. Wonderful.
When I look back,
I said that before I even saw your message. I knew you would back it up, De Niro.
I look back at, at least now that yes, it's been the whole the chase has been great. When you get to the reign, it's not so good. It's not good. Honestly, Cody's and Drew's, to be example, is sadly victim of circumstances. Honestly. That's the only reason why. It's not like it's not like every other championship reign where, they had people to face, but it just feels kind of blah because it's like, well, what the hell is this person doing here? Why is this person in a championship scene? Oh, this person kind of deserves to be in a championship scene, but like he wasn't really around the title for like the longest time, and now all of a sudden he's here kind of situation. Drew's and Cody's are just victims of being at wrong place, wrong time, honestly. Because right now, Cody's had a fucking amazing chase, and that's what he got the title, But then when he's won the title, honestly, it's SmackDown's fault for not having anything right now. SmackDown has nothing for him other than repeatedly giving him KO. It
was AJ Styles. Who was his first feud after WrestleMania? Well, it was
AJ.
Solo Sikoa. Yeah. Then it went to AJ Styles, and then it went to Kevin Owens, right?
Yeah.
That's it, right?
Yeah, and how many times did people say Solo doesn't feel like he does not belong here?
Which he didn't belong.
No.
And the AJ feud was all based on you wrestled my dad, and then the KO thing started as, well, your dad trained me.
Now it's also bloodline related in a nutshell. So, and again, other than that, it's basically you didn't stack SmackDown enough to give us more for Cody. And that was the same. Drew's is the victim is the victim of the pandemic. That's it.
He did well with You're right though, but he did well for the COVID. You're right.
Drew's was honestly, Drew was one of those shining stars of the pandemic, even though his title run basically was the most repetitive shit ever because it was basically 4 months of fucking Andrade and then fucking a match with the Big Show at the dark match at WrestleMania.
He should have never lost the belt to Randy Orton, Drew. That whole thing was
that needed to happen, honestly, because a lot of people were at the point where Drew wasn't really fucking defending it against anybody, really.
I guess.
So honestly, the change again was that whole situation of you give it to Randy. Randy fucking holds it for a little bit, and then Drew wins it back. The chase again. It's the same situation where it should happen here with Cody. If Cody's reign feels so lackluster after an epic fucking chase, how about you take the title off of him, give it to Kevin Owens for a little bit, let him have a nice little run with it. Meanwhile, still Cody's chasing, but then you could also do the part where when Randy comes back, Randy beats freaking KO to the point where now Cody's going to have to chase Randy, which would be very, very freaking interesting. Again, it's still continuing the chase for Cody, which again could get everybody to be like, yes, this is the Cody that we remember. He had that epic chase.
Which we have to assume the belt doesn't revolve around the bloodline.
No,
that's what we have to assume, because what we're talking about right now is definitely possible and awesome. You could have Cody, KO, Sammy, even Randy, all fuck with this title here. But again, I think it's all a moot point because it's going to be Rock, Roman involved.
No, which is fine, but you have to understand. Like, I get what you're saying too, Tim. But it's really like how Justin said, the problem, and now everybody in the chat saying is the issue is what you have in our roster at SmackDown. There wasn't much to him to give for it. And after he won it, there wasn't much. Yes, you know how Tammy mentioned the names, AJ, Shinsuke, and Kevin. Okay.
He didn't even beat Shinsuke when he was champion, honestly.
Yeah,
he beat Shinsuke before he was champion.
Yeah, but you're right about that. I'm just saying, like, there hasn't been enough build for him. There hasn't been chasers for that belt. That's the problem.
Right.
This is why I said the issue of what you're saying when it comes to the whole bloodline thing. Yes, but remember what I said earlier. That's the problem. It took away the time from that belt to be relevant. Where has been the relevancy of that belt since he won it? Not as much after AJ. There really hasn't been. It's always been about Solo, who's Roman's back, and more focus on that. Where's Cody's situation? And that's where it's like, then what the fuck are you doing?
Second fiddle to the bloodline, like it's always been. And it always will be.
Right.
Because Roman is, let's be real.
Yeah.
Cody can call him the quarterback all he wants. The real quarterback of the WWE is Roman Reigns.
Which again is the problem. Because again, why is SmackDown just basically everything but bloodline? That's the problem.
Yeah, it's a problem. That's why we need that third hour to get added. They have to really focus on the rest. If Raw can do it for 2 hours, Tim, and focus on every other thing, that's the issue here.
When Cody won the world title, I said the guys I want him to face: heel Drew McIntyre. Him and Cody have history. They're former tag team champions. All right, that shit writes it fucking self alone, just right there. Heel Drew versus Cody. That shit right away. Tell that story. KO should have turned heel way before Randy and KO were a fucking thing. KO should have been heel not long after WrestleMania. Him and Cody would have been epic starting the year. And that goes to Justin, your point. Either one of those two right there. And De Niro did his point is right. They built Solo to be there. I agree.
I'm not disagreeing that at all, though. That's not my point, though. Right. My point is really more about the belt.
No,
I'm not talking about the character. So
what I'm saying is you got heel KO that you would have built, you have heel Drew that you would have built, and you have heel Solo you would have built. If you're telling those feuds throughout the start of the year while teasing Randy and Cody as a team while Randy's always looking at that belt, that makes Cody's run interesting. But a makeshift AJ feud leading into a Solo feud, leading into a Roman tag team, leading into a KO heel turn because he teamed with Roman. I get what Triple H is trying to do, but Drew or KO to start would have been far more fucking compelling.
Yeah.
Although that AJ match was a banger at fucking Saudi show.
Backlash was a banger. Yeah, and Saudi, both of them. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's the Ross problem. Yeah, I mean that's like you're not wrong what you're saying. It just my thing is really more like it's just giving other talent the chase for that belt to make him that. That's where I'm at with it. It's giving the time for that belt is where I dispute about is that like everything you're saying is right. It just my thing is really more is giving the time for that belt. Besides the rest of the bloodline story, that's fine. I'm not disregarding the bloodline story, but my thing is really more. You make this man a world champion. You finally fucking give it to him, then have him fucking. He's supposed to be your next future John Cena. I hate to compare with him, but it's the fucking truth. He is that guy. So might as well give him something to work with. but they really haven't much to it. That's the problem that they haven't done.
To
That's
be
where
fair,
I dispute about that.
Cena was really boring after he won the title right away until Edge beat him in January 2006.
And what you mentioned about Randy Orton, yes, I'm with you on that.
Yep.
Then build that. Yes, build
Yep.
it. But my thing is really more as well, besides focusing on also focusing on belt. I'm talking about balancing is where I'm at.
I'm with you. And again, that goes back to what Justin was saying earlier. While you two think it's in the 4th inning right now, I think it's in the 7th inning. While I love the Bloodline story, the sooner the Bloodline is dead and we have the Usos back in the tag division, Sammy back winning a Money in the Bank to win a Raw title, Roman fucking with the world title, Roman Punk, Roman Seth, Roman Gunther, Roman face versus heel Drew, Roman face versus heel KO. There is so much fucking meat to Roman's bones that we're not getting because of the Bloodline story. There's this world title. We are sitting here saying a what if all day because we think this title is going to be occupied by the Bloodline for another 18 months after the Royal Rumble. Imagine if that wasn't the case and we could just be free fucking thinkers and think, damn, like Tammy just said right there, 2-man power trip KO and Drew, or the new Shield with Seth, KO, and Drew, and they just run fucking rampage on the, or even add the New Day, all right? The New Day been dicked down forever. You add Seth, KO, Drew, the New Day, all right? And they just go fucking ape shit on the whole roster, all right? But you can never do that because of the Bloodline. And I love the Bloodline, but it's a crutch. And that is funny, De Niro. And that's all I got to say.
Okay, Nero, man, I miss you, man.
Love
Hopefully
you,
you come back
Nero.
soon. Yes.
Oh, shit.
All right.
Adrenaline in my soul.
So,
Got my dog here on the show.
I love it. But, man, I'm looking forward for Saturday night main event, folks.
Same.
Hopefully you guys are tuning in for this Saturday. We will be here for the watch party. Of course, the Redeemer and the Notorious will be hosting that this Saturday for it.
Yes.
So I am excited for that. So stay tuned for that. They're going to be having a tremendous time, a wonderful time. But it's not over yet, folks, because we still got one more prediction that is happening within the next 24 hours. People are listening on all over platforms. Thank you, everybody, on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, anywhere you guys listen to this. Thank you so much. Around the world, you guys are keeping us going. But we got another prediction. And you know what that's happening? Because it's happening within the next 24 hours. Ain't that right, man?
Wonderful!
What is time?
The 7 deities have come to me with a very powerful premonition.
That's right. Premonition for happening within the next 24 hours. And it's sold out, folks. Congratulations to TNA commentary we mentioned earlier today on Busted Open Radio. And they went live for the holiday party. Which, by the way, folks, we will be having our debate network party here as well, which we will be giving together, partying our awards. All that is coming combined in one. You'll know the date's coming soon. When before the end of the year is over, we're going to do that. We have to end the year right, giving our awards, the match of the year. We're going to have to have who's the rising star of the year, who is, both male and females, the tag team of the year, the rising. Everything overall, we're going to do that coming here at the takeover. But we're going to talk about this. This is the last night, and this is what we do once a week, folks. This is what you guys do. We give you like the ESPN of professional. You got professional analysts like Tim King, the Redeemer, myself, like Phil, and De Niro, everybody here in this network will do. This is what's happening. Tomorrow on Resolution, Final Resolution in Georgia, we have 2 final countdown matches. For pre-show, we have Leon Slater versus JDC. We have Jonathan Gresham versus Frank Kazarian. We have on the main card, Gordon Grace versus Rosemary. We have the NXT TNA Exhibition Championship, Moose defending it versus Cheetah. We have the TNA Tag Team Championship on the line in the tables match announcement as of earlier last week today. That is the tables match, the Hardys versus the System, of rematch for that. We also have the TNA Women's Knockout Championship, Masha Slamovich, my girl. Stop it, my girl. versus the return. Made a return a couple weeks ago and now find her feud. First feud for Masha versus Tasha Steele. And we have a co-main event, a fatal four-way, which I know Redeemer and I were like, we gave up because fuck with our dreams. Fuck you, Tommy Dreamer. You better hopefully end the year right making this up. The fatal four-way of this, the winner of this will get a shot at Genesis happening next year, happening as well, which will be, I'll say this name for last. Steve Macklin, Mike Santana, Josh Alexander, and Tommy Dreamer. Fuck you, you're watching because he killed our dreams on fucking Summerverse. Because we built it up and you're killing this momentum. If you don't do it, I'm seriously, if you're not fucking doing this, I'm really gonna tell you where the fuck it is. Tommy Dreamer, I heard you earlier. So first of all, you gotta hear this.
Escuchen me. Everybody listen. To me.
Off
is the direction you can fuck.
You better do it because the last man on this one, because we believe in him, and this is the last straw. They better fucking make it happen for God's sake.
Oh, I believe in you. Wave your hands from side to side and say, oh, I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry.
I believe in him. Fuck you, Tommy Dreamer. You better fucking do it. What the fuck are you doing? Like, you fucking let us down to anniversary. Now, this is the fatal four-way. Joe Hendry's on that. And the winner of that will get a shot at Genesis versus the main event, whoever wins between AJ Francis and Nick Nemeth. That's what we have here, gentlemen. But I'm excited for Jonathan Gresham to see him back on the scene on TNA. So I'm excited. So this event is sold out, gentlemen.
Fun fact, there's another match added.
Congratulations. Wait. Breaking news?
There is another match added to the show.
Which one is it?
And it's not on the pre-show, first off.
What's the final
It is the Rascals versus Jake Something and Hammerstone versus PCO and Sammy Callahan.
Whoa. Okay. Hi, Melissa. You can hear us. Hi.
Hi, Melissa.
She's the queen.
You can say hi if you want. I'll slide over. You picked a real good topic for her to talk about. She knows everything about TNA wrestling.
All of it.
Well, first of all, did we got to give the announcement to the queen?
I was gonna say here. I'll move you in.
I don't think she knows, but Melissa
she didn't see this, did she?
You know
no,
that,
she didn't.
No. So before we started the prediction,
this is really cool, actually. Like super.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes. So for everybody in the holidays, like I said, you could go to right here in the link below. The link tree below. You go shop and get your very own. There's two things you get here, especially she's here because I want to announce it in front of her. I already announced it yesterday, but you were not around, Melissa. You want to get a banger good time, or waking up, or let's just say waking up with a hangover, have a banger time, enjoying, listening, and watching, the king and queen of Chicago, and that is your own very own coffee cup right there.
Oh yeah,
that's right. You have your very own. Yeah, you're gonna have your very own coffee cup of the rest of the.
Oh my god!
Isn't that awesome?
That's
awesome. If you want to also have a nice refreshment drink,
better,
like your beer and your wine, your tequila, is of course you can have your own.
Yeah,
that is right. Available now on our Teespring right there. You purchase it right now, of course, right in here. So, my queen, which I know you're the queen of right to the king next to you. There you go. These are your two merchandise and coming soon. The T-shirt will be coming very, very soon. But there you go. So now you have two available right here just for you guys, especially for the queen, because see, she's right there. I can see her right there. See
she's real. She's right here.
Yeah. Not only that, but Yeah, but you can literally tell, like, when you're looking at her, Tim, she can tell that she's like trying to flick you off. Fuck off. I know what you're talking about. I'm right. That's how much she loves
That's
you.
real life, too.
Yeah, I love the attitude. I like it.
Yeah. See, there you go. So there you go, folks. You already know where you can purchase your own very own Wrestling with the Kings. That's right. You get it right here. Purchase it now on a Teespring. It's there. The coffee cup. Waking with a hangover. Enjoying listening to the Queen Melissa and the King Tim when they give their predictions of any shows or when they're on live. And, also have a nice refreshment listening to them debating that, no, fuck off, Tim. No, fuck off. They got a lot of things. That's what it is.
Poppy, you did amazing work with that, brother.
Cool.
Love it.
So yes, it's official. So you guys will be getting that soon, by the way. So you'll be getting that. I'm just waiting for your husband over here to send me the mailing address, but that's private though. Oh no, we're live, folks. But
you don't want all the women coming right now, fucking flocking to the address. But man, Poppy, you know how we feel about those cups?
I love it. That's right.
I love it.
Yes. But shout out to the Queen Melissa, folks. Give her a round of applause. She's here with us, man. I love it. Oh, we got to dial down. But hold on now. I got to do a real clap. Hold on.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. Gotta give it a Queen right here. We got to give it to her. Because without her...
You know what, Poppy, before we make our quick TNA predictions, let's make her run her Saturday night main event predictions really quick.
Stop.
Match by match.
All right, you got it.
Yeah, just slot the winners. Yeah. Let's see what we're going to put on your Excel sheet this weekend.
Okay.
It should be pretty easy. I feel really confident that you're going to slay these.
Okay.
All right. So let me just do the little switch very quick. Then we can put that on.
Poppy's the man with all these things. He's fucking. That's why Pepsi feels.
Of course, you need.
He's been sleeping for an hour.
Well, yeah, but see, because he's a attorney alive. You see, right there. Another one. He got his coffee cup as well and his refreshment. So there you go. But if you want to sue somebody, let's say, like I said, if you're taking a long shit, or let's just say that your girl stood up on your date, then call this man. 1-900-Mussolini, because this man will fight for you. But remember, $3.99 consultation fee with a free can of Pepsi. Redeemer, ain't that right?
That's absolutely right. You must always remember that Pepsi Phil and Pepsi are not responsible for the can of Pepsi. Top of Wrestling Talking Circle Debate are all responsible for this ad.
Call today.
Money's on the way. Call Pepsi Phil today.
Because he will fight for you. All right, your grace, our queen. This is what the part we have.
Share your answers the way you would share them on the sheet, like your real funny answers you did last week for the show.
So this is what we got, our grace. This is what we got right here. We got. I don't know if Tim gave you the finals of the women's ones, but we could give that to you if you like. But it's up to Tim. Did you tell Melissa who's in the final four?
No, but I'm curious to see who she would take out of those final four too. So
why
don't we start there?
Oh my god!
You want to start there? All right.
All right. Tell her who's the final four first of all.
All right. So we got Bailey versus Chelsea Green, or Mi Chin versus
Chelsea Green.
Oh, I don't like a lot of those.
Yeah, you don't. there you go. So who do you got? And remember, this is a mid-card title, not a world title. So who do you think would win the first inaugural United States title? Chelsea Green or Bailey? Who do you got winning that match?
Chelsea. She's a dumb bitch, though.
Oh, there we go. These are the answers. This is how she fills. This is how she fills out the sheet. Probably Chelsea, but you can say it.
She's a dumb bitch, though.
There you go. All right. So that would mean Mi Chin, Mia Yim, versus Tiffany Stratton to face Chelsea Green.
No. I don't like Tiffany. I don't like her. I don't like it. So the other one.
So Mi Chin.
Mi Chin.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. So then, who do you think will be the inaugural United States Women's Champion? Chelsea Green or Mi Chin?
Or Mi Chin.
Mi Chin, because I don't like Chelsea Green. Just dumb bitch.
All right. That's fair. Okay. So then we got Sami Zayn versus Drew. Drew came back last week for the first time after the Punk Hell in a Cell match and beat Sami Zayn and Jey Uso's ass because they teamed with Roman again. And as you know, Drew hates Roman.
Mm-hmm.
So Sami goes, well, I'm going to fight your ass. And then Drew beat his ass again on Raw. So we got Drew versus Sami. Who do you think is going to win?
Sammy, because he seems like a really nice guy.
There you go. There you go. These are the answers she puts
Someone
down.
I'd want to go have dinner with.
these are the answers we get. Yep. All right. Oh, this will be real good. This will be real good. The women's world title match. The most beautiful woman of all time.
Not Liv.
Not
anybody but Liv.
Not named you, because you're the most beautiful woman of all time. But the second most beautiful woman of all time, Liv Morgan, taking on Io Sky. Who is going to win this
Not
match?
Liv. She's also a dumb bitch.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
All right. Good.
Now I know why you and Kat get along so very well. Now I know.
Yep. These are the answers I would be putting on the fucking spreadsheets and shit. No, not the last thing. Not Liv's team. She's a dumb bitch. Not that dumb bitch Liv. That not me. I love my Liv.
Well, like
all right.
Dom and Kat called them mid Morgan.
Oh.
Mid.
God, Liv. Anyway, all right. we got the triple threat world title match: Gunther, Priest, Balor.
I gotta pick one.
Just one. Who wins? Gunther retains, or one of them take it from Gunther?
No, he's over. He's done. He did his thing.
Oh wow!
Wow! Who's gonna beat him?
Who's it gonna be?
Or the other two?
Priest or Balor?
Oh, Balor. I like him.
Ooh.
Okay.
He's not bad to look at.
He's not bad to look at. He's got a monster sack too. I could tell by his.
He does.
Yeah.
He does.
We could always tell because the camera used to zoom right by that shit every single time.
Finn is my boy.
Big Sack Balor. I like it.
Big Sack Balor. There you go, babe.
Why don't you just stick with triple B's and just call him Big Balls Bauer?
Yes.
Remember, it is true that Moxley told him, remember, like when they eat some carbs, he doesn't eat carbs to shit. What the fuck? He got that 12-pack. Like, I don't know if it does it. Fuck.
So
That dude gets shredded off
That's
photosynthesis.
a sexy man. I mean, shit. If I was a woman, I'd be like, oh, Poppy, come here. Hi, Poppy.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing I can think of is that man fucking does like photosynthesis. He just breathes in air and he's like
Bro,
shredded.
he's married to a Mexican girl, for God's sakes. You know, I'm Mexican, but he's married to a Mexican girl.
He just goes, man, I need another freaking ab right now. Hold on.
I don't know how he does
Good to
it.
go.
He's got like he probably just kegels for days or something, dude. Like fucking dick exercises all day or whatever, dude.
Oh,
all right,
look,
babe.
see
Last
that?
match before we go to TNA. Hell
Yeah.
yeah, De Niro. Hell yeah.
Oh, yes.
All right. Cody Rhodes, Kevin Owens, world title. Who wins this match?
Cody Rhodes. I like his song.
Whoa!
And ladies and gentlemen, that's what it's like when a woman picks March Madness. I like their uniforms. I like the team name.
That guy's
I like their
good-looking.
colors. He's hot. And that's how they always win it. Not the people who know what they're talking about, but the people who know.
That's also how we win our fantasy. So.
Hasn't that actually
exactly.
worked for her too? So
She's
Yeah,
in
I was-
two
I
fantasy
was
football
saying
leagues this
that.
year. She got a buy in both leagues. And she won her first league last
See?
year. Tell me
See?
how that's a
it
thing.
works.
Yep.
You see, I'm telling you, like, if Melissa's able to choose then the majority of the time you guys win. There you go.
That means from now on, TK, whenever you do fantasy anything and going on forward, you got to be like, okay,
You know what?
he looks like he's really hot. This dude over here is like freaking shredded.
He's got a dump truck like dump truck Davis. Dude, I'm gonna take
This dude's probably got a big hog. Like,
No, she's gonna be like, oh, that guy got
well,
big.
you see, the thing is, Mama, when guys got the big hog,
I'll get that. I'll get that big Nalga guy.
Mama, that guy's got the hog.
let me tell you something, mamas and papas over here. You think got the big old thongs hanging out.
And the dad, you can see them big ball tacks through the pads, Mama.
Yeah, triple B's. You know
I'm
what I'm talking
telling
about?
you. You know
big
what?
balls, Bala.
We need to have Melissa to help us pay, do our draft picks and everything. Fantasy.
He's usually wrong, so you should just listen to me.
Yeah, she's good. No, she's good. I'm thoroughly impressed and shocked at how good she. I just say she must be listening to me like in the background or something.
Oh, that's funny as shit.
No,
It's true. I don't ever stop. I don't. That's why we're still going 5 hours later because I'm always like, why are your shows so long when I'm on there? Oh, I get it.
oh well,
It's 'cause I
well,
talk.
it's
Yeah.
just like how before you came on Queen, we always tell we cover everything once a week here. We don't do it like every day. They do the watch along every day, and that's different compared to here. We recap everything all at once.
Justin does the watch alongs every day. Not we. Justin. You can find Justin Monday nights on Raw Dog, and Tuesday nights on the NXT watch along, Wednesday nights on the Dynamite watch along, Thursday nights on the flagship, and Friday nights on the SmackDown watch along. Plus, every time there's a PLE or a special event like this Saturday for Saturday's main event, right here on the Circle of Debate Network, you can find the Redeemer
fucking
himself.
night.
Well, he's a host. I mean, all you guys are hosts. What are you talking about?
I love it.
That's
Oh, yes. Oh,
We got to give the people.
I love it.
See,
we got you, Leo.
got to give the queen. What
And by the way, there is a cup for him too on the shopping. There is. I love it cup for him.
Yes.
I'll take an I love it cup for sure and drink my
No.
captains out of there. Yes.
I need an I love it cup now.
It's there. You guys will be everybody here is getting one of everything. So stay tuned.
Yes.
Yes, everybody's getting everything.
I love it.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right,
Yeah.
Poppy, I got a question for TNA. I'm gonna ask Melissa.
Go ahead. Do you
All
break
right.
it down for 10 of the matches?
Yeah. Oh no, Melissa doesn't know much about TNA.
I know
But,
nothing.
but
I don't even know what it stands
But
for.
who do you know on this screen right here? Do you see him?
You mean like out of you three?
Not us, but who do you know? Who are the wrestlers? Other wrestlers on the screen, not us.
All those annoying guys, those brothers.
There you go.
We're brothers.
What about Joe Henry?
We're happy and we're singing and we're colors. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Give
Where's
me
Jordan
a high five.
That big girl.
Yeah. Where's Dolph Ziggler?
Oh, where is he? I like him.
I showed you him in 20.
Oh, there he is. He's right in the middle.
There you go.
He's so cute.
She thinks she doesn't know much, but when I present her with things, she knows a little bit more than she thinks.
You know, I met that man. That man is, respectfully, he's huge, but man,
Nick Nemeth is tall.
he's tall.
He's not like
And
6'2", right?
6'2", yeah. He's
Packing
tall.
a giraffe
I'm
neck or
5'8".
something?
I'm 5'8", so I mean, he's taller than me, of course.
Justin, how tall are you?
Like 6 foot.
I thought so. 5'11" and
5'11"
3/4 or
3/4.
6. Or
that's-
because you said like 6 foot. So are you like me, who's 5'11" and 3/4, or are you 6 foot?
I don't know. We might be the same height for all we
It's
know.
bullshit. I hate the 5'11" and 3/4. Dude.
So
Like,
didn't we say who's the tallest out of the group? Is it what, De Niro or Dom?
Dom.
Dom is like Dom's like 6'8" and probably has a 12-inch dick. All right. Like-
Wow.
Like if he's really 6'8", like he says, which I believe, he's probably packing 12 inches to the floor. Like I'm just Poppy's like
Get it, Kathy. Get it.
Poppy's like shit is officially hit the fan.
No,
That's
that's right.
for that clip.
Remember,
See, this is the reason why he's on Raw Dogging.
no, this is the reason. This is the reason why we
The
are.
following program is rated TV MAL. It contains
That's what we are. That's for that reason.
Melissa came on, so all shit got weird.
It's the end.
It's also the reason why. It's also the reason why we get a little of this.
Hello, ladies.
That's right.
See what I'm talking about?
That's right. Well, Redeemer, bring it out for the Queen here. What you looking at here?
Oh man, all I know is I'll say this: I wish I could keep up with this show more often because, like,
It's
this
hard.
card looks solid. I like this. Like, this show looks really good. Like, I'll tell you right now, the main thing is going to be that number one contenders, basically fatal 4-way right now. Because honestly, I'm gonna be just brutally honest here. I think this is Santana's time. I do.
Don't say that.
No,
Don't
I do.
fucking say that. No.
I think it's Santana's time. Josh Alexander is a possibility of out the door.
He's leaving. Anyway.
NXT bound.
Yeah, friggin' I think Joe Hendry, as much as he's had all these opportunities, I don't think he's getting another one.
NXT bound.
Yep. And Steve Macklin, as far as I'm concerned, guy is fucking fantastic, but I don't think he's ready for a world title. Like
he is the Punisher of professional wrestling. That's
he
all I
is
have to say.
Phenomenal. But I think that now this is Mike Santana's time.
You're phenomenal. Okay? You're phenomenal.
I'm about as
You're
phenomenal.
beautiful.
I try to be as phenomenal as this man right here.
That's right.
Oh, look at that.
No, but I want you to
Wave your hands from side to side and say, oh, I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry is so
I want you to be phenomenal right there.
You guys
Yes.
move your hands so majestically over there.
It's like when we do the swerve dance too.
Justin, you do the best work dance, right?
Oh yes. Anything else you want to add? I'll share the card again. You want to show the card again?
Show should looking really damn good. That's basically what I can say. Like
I can't believe they sold out of this shit. They actually sold out.
Congrats to TNA.
Yeah. They
deserve it.
Look at this shit. Like you have they
deserve it. Hell, I'll even give it to AJ Francis. Shouts to him being the fucking main event.
This shit.
Top dollar.
Right? Nada.
Love Top Dollar.
Hey, you know what? I'll give Francis his credit. He's been real on his interviews. He's really like real as fuck. Like he don't care. He's more like
he's doing phenomenal.
Smoking a cigar, whatever. Like I'll give him credit. I'll give him credit.
His run in TNA has been fucking incredible. So I'll give him that. So he deserves to be in this situation where he's at. So good for him.
And then we got husband and wife right there, Jordan Grace and Jonathan Gresham.
Are they
I love how they're together on this one.
No, they're separately. Jordan Grace is wrestling Rosemary, and Frank Kazarian is wrestling
Gresham. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
God, these people just need, and I don't mean to cut you guys off, but man, this card, all this, and again, we're all analysts here, and wrestling, with all the sports that I watch in 34 fantasy football leagues, it is really hard to keep up with all of wrestling. I do read the results of TNA all the time. But all I see when I look at this is two guys who want to go to WWE and the tag team champions. Josh Alexander, who's on his way to WWE. Joe Hendry, who's on his way to WWE. Jordan Grace, who's on her way to WWE. Rosemary, who's been fucking around in NXT. Moose, who should be in WWE. Man, it's wild. So all I will synopsize from this is that the number one contender will either be Santana or Macklin. I was fairly certain it would be Macklin. Santana makes a lot of sense, though. Joe Hendry will not win that match. And what a fucking shame it is that we have been watching this guy for like 9 months flirt with the world title, and he will never, ever actually get it because he will go for greener grass and bigger money. But they should have just put the fucking belts on him at Bound for Glory. You built it to fucking Bound for Glory. You should have just pulled the fucking trigger there. I don't know what they're doing with him.
All I can say is this: that Indianapolis reaction in 2025 is going to be fucking beautiful,
bro.
It might be this one. Yeah.
And yo, when the North comes back together in NXT, I'm gonna pop like a maniac. You saw the North at the first Warrior Wrestling we ever went to, Warrior Wrestling 8. Remember Ethan Page was standing on the apron, and I go, "Who is that big, sexy son of a bitch, dude?" It was the North, and they were wrestling these guys called Space Monkeys. This little weird tag team. They were monkey masks. Yep.
Well, one of them is his best friend.
It was real. It was real. We were there.
No, I know, but Space Monkey is a wrestler. He's one of his best friends from Canada.
See, told you. Yeah, yep. Because I was like, "What the fuck?" And they were just like, "It was a decent match, actually." But I was very impressed.
That's one of Ethan Page's best friends, and you can see him on his YouTube channel. He comes out with the mask. He can't show his face. He's a
and
space
this is why,
monkey,
ladies and gentlemen, you should subscribe to this channel because we literally know everything. All right, when it comes to professional wrestling,
especially when you have the king and queen right here, because it's like Denny Mania. It's Denny Mania.
But yeah, I'm sure the show is going to absolutely bang. Trent Seven's been fucking awesome since he turned heel. I think everything that TNA is doing is great. I do also feel like TNA is just a new stomping ground for NXT. And I feel like whoever made that comment in the chat earlier that TNA will be bought by WWE in 2 years. Don't necessarily think 2 years, 2 to 5 years for sure. This company will eventually be owned by WWE. But in the meanwhile, Masha Slamovich, another person I'd love to see in WWE. She's a fucking killer, dude. She's another person who I'd like to see in the fucking Death Riders. She would be a fucking killer in that fucking faction.
You know, when I met that girl, PCW Ultra, very humble. She is. Let me tell you one thing, and I'm sorry, Masha, if you're listening. When we went to the bar, it was me, Sheik, and Garrett. We went with her, and it was amazing. She was just like, no, people, just because she's Russian doesn't mean she drinks vodka. No, she drinks beer, whatever. Like, she's like, okay, and and she literally, like, we did a Jaeger shot, like, oh fuck, and she's like, yeah, and this girl can handle, like, fuck, like, there's nothing, like, she's like, ha 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 ha, like, when I slap in the back she gave me, I was like, ooh. I'm like, damn, you're strong, girl. Like, damn. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna take it like a man. I'm like, yeah. But I went to the bathroom. I'm like, fuck, fuck that shit. That woman. She's like, I told her, you married? You're like, nah, I'm not dating nobody.
Dude, Poppy got smacked in the back and was like, damn. Dude.
Oh no, that was because that woman could hit like a. No, I would not. I would not fuck with her. No, I actually would want to get her to bar fight. Like, hey, back me up. I'm like, hell yeah, she'll fuck.
He was feeling one of these.
Too funny.
Yeah, I mean, but there's a card. I mean, I don't know what you guys think. What do you guys
looking like an amazing show, honestly.
But the one that I'm interested in is Ace Austin and Trent Seven.
Yes.
That's the one that I'm really like.
Honestly, the underrated banger that like the one that could absolutely steal the show, I think, is going to be Moose and Kushida. Like that shit's going to be fucking wild.
Kushida going for that exhibition title. That's another one too.
Let's go.
I want to see how Kazer's going to do with Gresham. I feel like the Octopus is going to do his Octopus. I think so. He is. I don't know. That's what I'm curious. I don't know. Like Grayson Rosemary, I feel like it will be okay. Myers and Eddie Edwards, the Hardys. It's fine. I can't really say much of that shit. I know we just on Tino. Tables match. Sorry, I'm not really intrigued. I'm more intrigued of Tasha versus Masha. I want to see that. H.A. Francis and Nick Nemeth. The sexy man, by the way. I can't believe he fucks. I still can't believe he fucks on me. So damn, I can't believe it. It's crazy. I can't believe that shit.
Man's like Shakira. Remember when he used to gyrate and everything? His hips don't lie, I guess.
Best of all time.
Oh my god. Forever. What, he started doing that dance or what? Like, fuck. I guess so.
I would die if Nick Nemeth ever went back to AAA and he came out to that song and did the fucking just did a gyrate right on top of the stage like that to that. I would die.
You know what's crazy? This guy owns a house in Arizona and he's living the best life. He's living the best of his life out there. I'm like, damn. Like, he's playing it smart. He's playing his money smart. I'll give that man credit. I'm not even hating on that guy.
He is.
The dude's set in catering making $2 million a year for fucking 6 years. I'm sure he's loaded.
Oh, he's loaded as hell. And then with his brother now being a part of, also TNA, so why the hell not? I want Mike Santana, but I want Joe Hendry. Because, like I said, Tommy Dreamer, for the love of God, I love you. Please don't fuck this up, man. You gotta get the more you derail that shit, you're gonna lose he's gonna lose momentum. I'm sorry. It's happening already. It's like dying out.
He already lost his momentum.
It's not all there yet. It's you're there where you're 80% right, but 20% is still there. but they need he better fucking do it because if he doesn't give him, I'm sorry, if I'm not hating on Santana or Macklin, but if Henry does not win on this, then let him go to NXT. Fuck it, just let him go to NXT.
I truthfully think WWE fucked up by not giving Joe Hendry the NXT title over Ethan.
Oh, they
Page.
did. They did.
Yeah, because they could have just given him that credential before TNA buried him over the last 6 months of his run, which is essentially what they're doing. And then by the time he gets to the Royal Rumble, his shine's going to be lost. I get people will still mark out for him, but man, WWE really fucked up by not putting that belt on him just for even a week. He could have lost it back the next week to Ethan Page, but having that on his record, an accolade, NXT World Champion, not on the roster, come on, dude.
Yeah, look how much that would have spiced up the NXT TNA freaking relationship by that. But nope, sorry, can't do that. Got to stick to our plans.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't like bullshit. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys see the match on in this one? We got 9 matches here. We got at least 2 of them on the pre-show, and then the rest is going to be in the main card.
Honestly, it's either between the X Division title match, honestly, could steal the show, or the Fatal 4-Way number 1 contenders match.
Justin took the words right out of my mouth. Does it say Musa and Kushida or the world title or the number 1 contenders match?
Okay, that sounds like perfect. And before we close it out here, folks, one more thing we gotta bring up very quick. What's happening in the next 24 to 48 hours is happening here on. See, wrestling is never over. There's always some shit, but this is what it is. You're gonna have that. Winners coming on Rampage. You have Kosuke Takashita, how Cornette would say, versus Lance. Wait, hold up, versus Mark Davis and Powerhouse Hobbs. What the fuck? I guess so.
I told you that earlier, dude. Yeah, dumb truck and dumb truck.
This is a bunch of dumb shit right here. Tony Khan's booking, but we're gonna. And you have Matt Cardona versus Brian Keys. You have Tony Storm versus Harley Cameron. You have Don Callis and Fletcher talking, and Deanna Purrazzo on action. I don't know what she faces Saturday by far announced. In the Classic, you have Okada versus Beast Mortals. Mark Briscoe versus Cloud Fletcher. I'm looking forward to see that. And the participants for happening in that Dynasty, International Women's Cup. Jamie Hayter versus Will Lanigill. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Who's going to make it to that? So what do you guys got, gentlemen? Are you guys excited for those lineup happening on tomorrow, Friday, and then Saturday? What do you guys think?
Rampage looking solid, I would say. Like it doesn't really have much. It doesn't really have any
back-to-back weeks. Rampage looks good.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't have much any Continental Classic stuff like freaking Saturday does. But I'm telling you right now, that Mortos freaking Okada match, I am freaking absolutely going back and watching that show just for that matchup.
Poppy TK, what do you got for us, brother?
Yeah, Rampage looks cool. Regular Tony's, but this is, I don't know. I'm the bitch, Rampage looks fine for Rampage, but who the fuck cares about Rampage? In Collision, both of those women's matches, I bitch over and over again. One match on Dynamite is so fucking annoying for the women with how stacked this division is. Why are you hiding Jamie Hayter versus Willow Nightingale on fucking Collision before Saturday night's main event? Like, that's just, and the NBA Cup. It's preposterous to me. Like, Jamie versus Willow is a huge match. That is a world championship match. But yet, it's being hidden away on a 3 p.m. start on Collision. It's fucking goofy to me. But yet, they'll run fucking Penelope Ford against Anna Jay on Dynamite. Like, make it make sense to me, Tony. Jamie Hayter has done jack shit since he's been back. Willow is amazing. And we're on Collision.
You're amazing.
Collision will be good. The C2 matches will be fine. I expect Briscoe to upset Fletcher. Okada will get a win. But Jamie and Willow being wasted away on Collision is pretty fucking annoying. But Rampage does look fun.
Okay. All right. Where do you have it, folks? Yes, we did almost 5 hours because, like I said, we only do this once a week, covering everything that's going around the world of professional wrestling. And yes, we derail. That's what we do here. That's why we call ourselves here the ESPN of professional wrestling, because we have 3 phenomenal, incredible, stupendous. You know what? I don't have to say that G word. I have it here. I would just say it. Here we go.
Yeah, that was a dope entrance.
Yes, we're glorious here for what we do here. We do it for you guys, for subscribing to us and tuning in to us. We appreciate you all. And around the world, they saw what we, my family here saw the analytics of how we ended the year of broadcasting internationally. We did it great. Shout out to everybody in Europe. They got us up there, especially Germany, Europe. Thank you. I mean, UK. Thank you so much. Even Japan. I can't believe Japan listening to us too. So, arigato.
No.
Oh
God, Pepsi Philly finally fell asleep.
He's
been hanging out for the last 2 hours.
My phone gave up, and he's like, "Oh, fuck it,
you know why? You gotta give it away."
Shh, no giving away the illusion.
Yeah, no spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What the hell?
And yes, and man, what can we say? I mean, I want to thank all of you guys for tuning in, and we appreciate you all. This 2024 has been tremendously great. It's not over. 2025, we got a lot more coming. You already saw the merchandise. We've got a lot more coming here. A lot of things are happening. Yes, on our YouTube channel, you will be seeing a lot of new things happening on the YouTube channel. I'm not going to say you guys will see it yourselves. And when you see it, please support us and continue supporting us. And I rather let actually speak out of the words. You guys will see a surprise. There's a lot of things coming that the King and Queen will bring along here, and the Redeemer will bring along here. But we'll be here tomorrow for a SmackDown with Kayla.
Kayla.
Yes.
Kayla always gets my rose.
Yes, she'll be here. She'll be taking over tomorrow alongside with Redeemer, hosting SmackDown. I'm not gonna be available the weekend because I'm unfortunately busy. With a 3-day hangover that's gonna be happening. So that's what I can tell you.
3-day hangover.
Yes, I am old.
Sounds like my life. You call my life a 7-day hangover. I'm just kidding. Like a 4-day hangover.
Believe me, I only drink. I only drink when on Thursdays and Fridays and Saturdays. Sundays I'm okay. Sundays I'm okay because I can't do it. Doctor's orders. I have no choice. But
I only drink on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays.
I can't even do Sundays.
I take Mondays off and Wednesdays. You can always find me sober for the AEW Dynamite watch along right here on Wednesdays. That's right. Very sober, very fun.
You know what? I haven't heard. We heard everybody say, and we're going to say this. It has been indubitably stupendous.
Let me get it.
You know about indubitably or no?
I think so.
Are you indubitably stupendous or no? Do you want to say that? What do you think about? What do you think about Finn Balor's balls?
We're looking at you because we want you to say the word.
Indubitably.
You should say
But say it with a passion. Say
Finn Balor's balls are indubitably.
Indubitably.
There you go. Huh? There you go.
Give him a list of those just cause.
Or you could break into your Dusty and you could say, "Listen, Mama."
I'm not
the
doing
thing is, back in my day, back when I was a superstar, back in the '80s, all right, when I used to get in the cages, all right, I used to bleed all over myself, and then indubitably special. I was the world champion of the day. I used to be Dusty Rhodes, and I am Dusty Rhodes. They used to beat Dusty Rhodes. I am Dusty Rhodes. I'm sorry, Mama. I used to beat Ric Flair dead in the steel cages, and I used to put the blood on my face. I used to blade that fucking the head. And I used to do Dusty finishes all day, and dead it, and then Mama, and then dad it, and then fuck Mama, and I get back.
Do we have like a buzzer or something?
Let's say is this right now. We've hit a total of an extremely nice number. Dare I say?
We did it. Me and Mama back in the day, we used to get down on that 69. Indubitably, Mama. Indubitably, Daddy. Indubitably.
Well,
Redeemer,
Redeemer, take us home.
Well, let me hit that for you, because I will find
This
this.
one hates the Dusty so bad, dude. She hates Dusty so bad.
I
I don't think she hates.
I don't hate Dusty. I hate you.
I was gonna say, I don't think she actually hates Dusty. I think
Yeah.
she hates Dusty.
Oh my god.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
It is that time, folks. But everybody is damn. We've been having over 20 viewers, and wow, thank you. Everybody been
We
watching.
appreciate y'all.
We'd have more viewers if Poppy took his clothes off, but I digress.
Then we'd have to. We'd immediately have to. All of a sudden have to hit this one. We just.
Get it, Poppy. Take it off. Button by button. There it is.
Nice and slow.
I can't do that.
Nice and seductive.
I can't show my chi-chis. I can't do that.
Let me tell you something right now. A little seductive right over here from Poppy.
No, that's the missus is gonna get it on tonight later on this.
Just
Poppy.
That's right. I mean, that's gonna be something later on because then I have to wake up 4 hours for work. Then I have to host a company party. Then I'll be hangover. Then yeah, I'm old, but age is only a number.
Yes.
This is what Pretty Ricky said. It ain't nothing but a number.
There we go.
It ain't nothing but a.
Let's see.
Pretty Ricky.
Let's see. Well, maybe so, Logan James. We'll see what happens Saturday. I mean, it does.
That'd be cool.
Oh, wow, Lauren.
Whoa, Jesus.
But I want to thank everybody on the chat, Lauren, everybody here in the chat, Logan J, everybody. I want to thank everybody. We're not the year's not over for us. We still got a lot more for you to, give you all to end of 2024. Very grateful for all of you guys. We have an incredible family here, like we have here the King and Queen. We have the Redeemer here, myself, and everybody that has been in the chat. It's not over. There's a lot of things that are coming up to end the 2024. Great for all of you guys in 2025 coming up. There's going to be big surprises. Stay tuned for that. Very big surprises. And very soon you'll be seeing us in person sitting on a table and doing this broadcasting for you guys in person. That is happening. I'll tell you that. But just hold me back in case I see these two men because I'll probably hug them and kiss them. That's probably what
Hey, listen, we were singing Creed earlier. I'll be singing it all over again. Let's see if I ever saw y'all in person.
Can you take me
higher? Melissa's gonna be like, and my wife, Melissa's gonna be like, okay, my husband is gay. What the fuck's going on?
She already thinks I'm gay 50% of the time. So.
Oh, you think my wife doesn't think 90% of the time? Like all you do is really this, and where the fuck we can't even associate with family? Like, oh yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, but all you talk about is wrestling. I'm like, they bring it up. I don't bring it up. I stay quiet. No, I don't say shit.
I know
nothing. They bring it up. I know nothing. I know
nothing.
nothing.
What wrestling is? What do you mean?
They ask me those type of questions. They're like, oh, I'm like, oh,
it's all a figment of our imagination,
I'm just kidding. I always tell people, like when I started my new job, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm big into fake wrestling, and they're like, oh, like Hulk Hogan. I'm like, exactly.
You knew so.
But
exactly.
But you know what's exactly? If they go to GameBreakerSports.com is exactly where they should go to.
That's right, Poppy.
But you tell them. You got to break it down, host.
Oh man, we got so much great stuff on GameBreakerSports.com. Again, everything that fucking Justin does right here on Circle of Debate. All right, because this motherfucker is live every single day, whether it's Monday nights on Raw Dog and Tuesday nights on NXT Watch Along, Wednesday nights on the Dynamite Watch Along, Thursday nights on the flagship, Friday nights on SmackDown. You can find it all on Game Breaker Sports. Every watch along, everything we do right here on this channel, you can find Game Breaker Sports. Plus, I won't call him the Queen because he's earned his championship, but the King makes his picks daily. Dan's ringside picks. And I think he just bought a house off of his picks. So if you're into gambling, go to the website, go to Dan's ringside picks. They're on there every motherfucking day. He puts 3 plays up there. Follow his plays. He makes good money off of it. Plus, we're in the NBA, NHL, NFL, Premier League football. All right. We have daily picks for all of those sports as well. And again, every podcast, everything that's done on this channel, on that website, GameBreakerSports.com. Check it out.
That's right. Redeemer.
Well, everybody, you know where you can always find me. You can either find me on Instagram, Facebook, In Time Wrestling Podcast, X at JustinTime211. Go find the In Time Wrestling Podcast. Go listen to old episodes. You never know. Maybe I might bring the show back, drop a couple of sporadic episodes here and there, just in case like any big stuff breaks. You never know. Show could come back at any time when it wants. But other than that, the prime focus right here for the Redeemer is Circle of Debate. I am here every fucking night for a reason. You know, Raw Dogging on Mondays, Tuesday for NXT, Wednesdays for Dynamite, Thursdays for the flagship show, Friday for SmackDown. Weekends, we got watch-alongs for PLE/pay-per-views, whichever one tickles your freaking fancy you want to call it. I'll be here. Like I said, I hope y'all don't get sick and tired of seeing this face so damn much, because you're going to see a lot of it more often every time.
That's right. And our queen, tell them where they can find you, where you at, and what, because our Chi-Town listeners that are audio platforms, not only video, but also listen to you in the audio platforms, where they can find you, where you host, what you do, and tell them where they can find you, exactly where, and tell them the date and time.
They can find me at Game Breakers.
Yeah, what's your TikTok? You have a nice little
I
TikTok
don't even
you
know what
would
it
do.
is.
Oh, it's
Oh, it's
Missy?
Missy?
Like 2 H's, 3 H's. Yeah, you had a nice little TikTok she does. Yeah, for sure.
I got shit on TikTok.
Plus, right here on Circle of Debate, where you can find those fancy mugs and fancy coffee cups, and I think you're gonna get back into the predictions start of the year, huh?
Yes.
Listen, we can also occasionally get an appearance from her during watch along, so it's good to go with that.
But not only that, we're gonna find, like, I'm not saying give an address, but let's just say like where you work and they want to go there, have a nice refreshment, and have a great
Tell them they
time.
they can buy that cup and then go bring it to you so you can make them a drink in that cup. You know what I'm
That is absolutely right. You gotta put a point.
See,
what's the best bar around Carroll Stream?
Oh, Chrissy's Gaming Bar and Grill.
Damn right. You're in the Chi-Town area. Our boy Just from the GETCHO, he knows. He's been at Chrissy's Gaming Bar and Grill. Yeah, come see Melissa over there. Go to the website. You can see ads all over the website for Chrissy's Gaming Bar and Grill. I mean, it's the best bar around.
It's the only one.
It's the only one.
it's the only one.
That's it. It is the only bar.
The only one that matters.
That is it. It is. It.
That's right. But Redeemer, you know what time it is.
It is always that time. It had to come eventually.
Poppy, where can the people find you?
Give it to him.
Why do I have to say it? I mean, you guys said everything.
You can find Poppy at Circle of Debate on X. You can find Poppy because listen, all right, what you guys fail to understand is that he sits here and says, we're the hosts, we do this, we do that. But no, man. This motherfucker, I tell him like 4 times a week, stop working so fucking hard. Relax, all right? But the reason that he doesn't relax is because he does this, all of it. He is it. He is the whole fucking show. He is the flagship, all right? He is the man behind the operation, plus the host of the flagship. So to me, I don't care what you say. There's 2 people who are the most important on this network, all right? And there's a lot of great people on this network, but you are the one who does it all. You are the one who makes it churn. You are the one who produces it all right? Your graphics, your fucking overlays, your videos you do daily. We love and appreciate you, Poppy. So we thank you. So you can find Poppy at Circle of Debate on X. You can find Poppy right here every day because he'd be the one producing on Circle of Debate. Like it, follow it, subscribe to it, like this video. Anywhere else, Poppy? OnlyFans? You got OnlyFans? You got anything I don't know about? Like what else? What else am I missing?
I can't show my chi-chis, man, because I'll get killed, right? Yeah, so you sure to give me that look, like, hurry the fuck up. Like, I know.
I think I covered all the bases.
Wait, who commented? I didn't even see the comment. Oh my God! There you go.
Oh, Lauren.
Oh, she broke out the sweet sapphire indubitably.
Oh
Danny.
well, yeah, sweet
And the-
sapphire. Let me tell you something. She give
Mama.
us a little sweet sapphire there.
There you go.
That is 3 of them. Holy
So how many
shit.
we have in total?
That is
Well, you
a
see,
total.
the thing is that Dustin did one indubitably the first 3 hours of the show, and the last hour of the show, we got like 18 indubitably. Mama.
That is a total of 72.
TK
God,
will say.
I
TK will
wish
never say that.
I wish I
Only
knew-
Dusty says the word.
I wish I knew how to say that word in Spanish, but I'm about to look it up. I have to find it. I have to figure it out. It's kind of hard to say it. Yeah.
Indubiliado. Indubiliada, if you want to make it feminine.
You know what? I'm gonna go with that shit now. Now that we're done.
That's what I learned over my years of Spanish is you can either go masculine or feminine if you want to add
how
feminine
do
and
how do you say how do you say in Spanish? There you go. Let's see. Indudablemente. There you go. Indudablemente. There you go.
Indudablemente.
There you go.
All right.
So you got it to it. Indudablemente. There you go.
I love it.
All right, I figured it out. Guess he's saying. I guess so.
Oh,
I guess. Well, I guess we'll wait for Tim till we close this out.
yes.
But I mean,
I
really,
love-
folks, anybody in Chi-Town, our queen already said where you can find her. The bar, you can the #1 bar in Chi-Town. Find her there, and please be respectful. Don't go there trying to be. Oh, they're creeping up on our queen here. Because if not, that means that you're gonna either have myself or Redeemer fly out there, and then it's gonna be a problem.
Oh, listen,
I
we
don't-
will fight. Okay.
Yeah.
It'll you know, when I say game over, it could be the literal definition of game
I'm
over.
a lover. We're a lover, not a fighter. I don't only have to be, but I'll fight for you. I'll tell you that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, we'll fight for
It's
you.
going down
No.
for real.
Yes, because you got to respect women. You guys are queens. Without our women, we're nothing in this world, and that is the truth.
Yes.
And I'm saying that truthfully. Close it out, TK.
Oh man, for your boy, the Redeemer, who is the true MVP. For your guy Poppy, who you can find on OnlyFans at Indubiliado at Poppycito at Mente.OnlyFans. Oh, Chef in the chat. There he is. What's up, BC, my Chicago brother? But for the Redeemer, for my Poppy Chulo, the OPC, we love you, Poppy. Oh, the most beautiful woman in the world, not named Liv Morgan. Oh, this one. I hate that bitch. No. Your boy TK. We make history. Bang!
Peace.
Will
Over and over.
make
Over and over.
history.
Over and over and over and over.